All right, we are streaming, and let's see now. That means I go here. Hopefully, no one has their radio on, so to speak. And let's renew the page here. Refresh the page, reset it, then grab the links. And okay, now grab that link, and then let's see if I can cause an echo.
Who else is gonna be here tonight?
Oh, it's just everyone you see is enough, honey. I'm surprised this doesn't knock us off bandwidth.
Oh no, everything. Who else is gonna be here tonight?
Okay. Oh, it's just everyone.
I hope.
Yeah. Yes, honey. Yes, everything should be fine. Hopefully, just keep those hopes up. It's just everyone.
I hope.
Yeah, perfect. We know that's working. Okay, Marcus Grix and Jameson Reese are in the chat room. Yes, and Marcus saying, "Hey guys." Yes, and now let's see if we can cause that second echo, or a third in this case, and then I'll change the links, and there we are. And I'll change the. I can hear myself most definitely. That's a good thing. And Jameson says hello, everybody. And so let me remind Jameson that whatever it is he's looking forward to talking about, he should be able to get it out tonight. But if he can't, then Crystal's with me on Wednesday at the latest. You can speak to it on Sunday, but I'm sure you'll get bits and pieces of it out, or a good part of it out. Yes. And so let's see now, what do I do? Here we are. Let's see if I can alter this, edit the post. This will be interesting, because the post, I simply couldn't tag it with the new format, and maybe that'll change. We have a few days after this to play with it, and maybe Brendan Zoget and I can figure it out. What we did figure it out is I can't do the 3D thing that our lady Selena does. She does that because she has the special magic. She has the special magic phone. Oh, what was that? It says my request couldn't be processed. Oh God, that's delightful. Okay, let's see if it works on the other one, and hopefully it will. Okay, edit post. Okay. Can't process that, we're in deep shit. Okay, this one is processing. Alright. And let's see now. Oh, that's nice, honey. Good. Oh, I'm appearing on screen. She's so delightful. Oh, wonderful. Okay, honey. There we are. And, okay, edit post. Yeah, like I said, we have enough people here to hold a lively roundtable conversation. You're all welcome to join.
I guess I'll just get into it.
Oh, well, not something you're going to talk about later after.
No. Just trivial shit. Are you guys aware of the earthquake that hit Brazil, 4.6 magnitude?
Oh God! Tell us what happened.
Yeah, that was today. I just got footage from it. I got footage because
Jameson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Douglas, you need to know something.
Yes, sir.
I have you on separately on YouTube, another device, and audio is not very good at all.
Okay, audio is not very good. Okay, everybody, we need technical feedback on the audio. That might be just for Selena. It might be simply Selena is not getting good audio because she's on Long Island. So I need feedback from everybody as to how our audio is sounding, okay? I need people in the chat.
Sounds good on Skype.
Okay,
sounds good for me.
Skype is totally different. Everybody in the chat room, please let us know and give us feedback on the audio. And in the meantime, let me get this link up on the
I checked it on my end.
It could be what? You changed something on your end. Yeah, you're sounding a little better. At least you're louder. Okay. And
All right. What's our technical qualities okay or?
we've
Yeah. Marcus Crick says we all sound good.
Good, and he's in fucking Australia. So
Yeah.
he's like 17 fucking time zones away. So if he's hearing it all right in the next fucking day, he's literally in the next fucking day, then we're doing okay. Yeah, so it's probably a regionalized issue with Selena. So thank you, honey. And so go ahead, young sir. Go ahead and do what you need.
Yes. Back into the disaster piece, which I specialize in. Yes, I'm going to bring the negativity and despair, which I specialize in.
Oh, that's awful. Don't talk like that. But go on. Yes.
I'm sorry. It's I was one of those kids who just had a twistedly morbid person, kind of.
Oh, I'm
humor.
the same way. I'm the same way. I remember when the San Francisco earthquake hit back in the 80s. It must have been. Then what happened was I was describing it to one of my instructors at City College. I guess it was the 90s, or early 90s. No, it couldn't have been. Anyhow, 80s, yeah. And then, because I graduated so early, and then, but anyhow, I was describing the earthquake, people dying, buildings collapsing, and all the rest of that. And he said quite dryly, "Oh, it must have made your day." And so, yes, I know exactly where you're coming from. So go on, yeah.
All right. So we also have major floods that seem to have hit Pakistan on the 21st and on the 28th of 2020. So we seem to be getting a lot more severe weather. This is the new norm now, and I think this is mostly because this is obviously because everyone wants to continue to burn shit, burn the fossil fuels and burn the most dirtiest shit you can possibly burn.
Right.
For the sake of making extreme financial gain. So, when financial gain seems to when financial gain is more important than the environment or human life, this is the natural outcome. So, I don't hold regular people responsible, but, to some degree, the human race is held accountable for this.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, the common man and woman has to be held responsible to a degree because they're not advocating enough for change.
And it's clear that, again, ignorance is not an excuse. There was something that the civil rights movement teaches us when, at its zenith, which I would say it's not anymore. And that was when boycotts were still able to work. And when that happened, that economic impact was able to have a profound impact on, policy. The problem is it doesn't seem like anyone's willing to do that level of, refraining from buying goods to let corporations know, listen, this shit's not going to fly. Maybe we just have too many people, or maybe at this point it's just, too much life or death roiled up in having to use these products and services. I don't know. But for what it's worth, expect it to get worse. We have the hurricane that seems to have hit what is this? Lake Charles, Louisiana, on the 27th. That did some devastating damage, and I also happen to have footage on what do you call it? I also have footage on a plant that was on the Louisiana River that seems to have caught fire, and oddly enough, it was leaking. Of all things,
but this he means a facility. He's not talking about an organic plant. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, this started to. It was a petroleum / and it was also had chlorine gas, which started to leak out. Yeah, so they were telling all the residents to stay in their houses, which is really going to help because your houses have to be ventilated to the outside, and you can suffocate indoors to chlorine gas.
Yes.
instead of hightailing it the fuck out of there, So this is that. Well, that's somewhat actually quite amusing. The fact that they would even say something like that. We have a mud volcano that erupted in Java, Indonesia. And that was interesting footage because, there were some young guys who were trying to show they were macho heading towards that super hot mud. and then all of a sudden turning away at the last minute. So it leads me to believe there's something brutally wrong with the Y chromosome.
Yes.
I have
Yes.
no doubt in my
Thank
mind.
you. Thank you. Yes, that was Lena Shea was tripping off that with us all, with Brendan Zogit, when we had the footage of the idiot men staring as the snow slide, the avalanche, came towards them and keeping their family, ensuring the death of their entire family, and so that aside, so go on. Yes.
And New York got hit. Montgomery, New York got hit with an intense supercell that had 75 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Imagine what that feels like when it hits you. Yes. Imagine that landing on your back. Yeah. And while you're bicycling. Yes. So go on. This is important because, of course, I'm going to bring to point several disasters here in America. So it's important to let everyone know that it's happening all over.
Now, I do have to do an update on that Hornet that I found last week.
Yes.
I found out, I did receive a response, and they did update the website to warn farmers that if they see that particular species of hornet, to be, to say something. But I found out that the one that I found looks very much like the murder hornet, but actually isn't, because it is a species of hornet that supposedly preys on cicadas.
Wow.
And so that species of hornet seems to prey on cicadas and is quite harmless to humans.
Wow.
Luckily.
But unless you get it angry or something, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure if you were one of those people who are just like psychopathic and decided, I'm going to force this hornet to sting me so I can see how bad it hurts.
Yes, and there are people like that. Yes.
If you were one of those people, and this brings to mind an experiment that was done by a scientist that I was told about when I was having therapy sessions almost half a decade ago. And I was told that this guy actually tested, to see, he actually used fire ants to like sting different parts of his body and see what was the most painful. And apparently the most painful place to get stung, he apparently even tried the genitalia.
That's stupid fun.
But to him, from what he said, the most painful place to get stung was in the lining of the mucous membranes of the nose.
Oh. Well, I can imagine. Thank you for sharing that. That's like, why did this person, it just sounds so stupid. It sounds so, yeah, men do this. Yes, men do stupid shit like this. Niels Lars says, Douglas, we love you from Spain. So, hugs to Niels Lars. We love you too. And Sarah Shields, Underfell Girl San, says, good evening, gentlemen. Have a great transmission. Hey, honey. Love you, darling. And with that, we return to Jameson Reese, relaying the horror story of male stupidity, and how that it's a wonder that we ever made it out of the fucking caves. So,
this is the reason why I think that the ideal setup, and I'm going to use the 20-80 rule, would be 20% males, 80% females. Honestly, personally, I would, prefer it more like 5% males, 95% females. But,
yes.
I'm trying to be practical, so.
Understood. Understood. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least 25 to 75% at least, just so that you have enough of a gene pool so that there's variation and not too much morbid inbreeding. But
yeah. And also this also would slow down the birth rate considerably. Instead of spiking and rising or dipping, the human population would ideally plateau, meaning it would just be like a straight line, and that would be ideal, honestly. But apparently, humans. What do humans do when horrible things happen? What do humans do when the world is going to shit? They fuck.
Yes, and they reproduce.
It's.
Of course, there's a lot more birth control these days. So Maria Gregorich is with us. So hey, honey, mwah. So glad that you're with us, and always appreciate it. We've got 5 minutes to the top of the hour so far. Jameson's carrying it quite well. So yeah, by all means, go on if you're inspired to do so.
All right. Here's something that seems pretty interesting. In Japan, all right, this is according to Reuters. Tokyo has a new see-through toilets to enhance public spaces.
Oh God, yeah, delightful. Yeah.
So they show here like Tokyo Park. They're showing like how you could see through. You could see, you could literally see outside. Everything that's going on outside while you're taking a shit or whatever. I don't know if they can see inside to see you. I would think that, I did make a joke that if they could see inside and see you while you're taking a shit, at least this means guys can't, bring women in and rape them or anything.
Yes, good point. Yeah, yeah. You see, he's seeing the positive in things. So go on. Yes. Yeah.
And there's some people who think that there's some people saying they feel safer, letting their children use the toilets because they can see what's going on, rather than strangers creeping in there and doing whatever. Mm-hmm. And I could see how that could work in Japan, and I can see how that would be so god awful in the United States because we really don't want to see your average American male taking a shit.
So aside from all of that, of course, I'm sure there's more excitement to be had. This truly is trivial news. So you're certainly delivering. Our man Jameson is delivering, most certainly. So go on.
All right. For those of you who are really interested in have this nuclear fetish, what do you call it? The Russians have released, what do you call it? They released full footage of the SAR bomb, footage that wasn't shown before. So it's quite interesting if you're one of those people who are just mesmerized by looking at these extra-dimensional horrors creeping into our realm in this fiery flower of death.
Yeah. Yes.
As I admittedly am, it's not. Again, disclaimer: I'm not a fan of them having done what they did with all the nukes, but yeah, are they pretty to watch? Yeah, they are.
Yes. Well, they're fascinating would be the word for it. They can be fascinating. By the way, I'm alarmed at the silence of everyone else throughout all of this. Everyone is welcome to join in. Of course, we've only got a few minutes to the top of the hour and officially launch the program tonight anyway. But I mean, good God, Daniel, I mean, we're here for you really tonight. So by all means, I'm surprised you're not chuckling or bringing in some snarky commentary to all of this that's ongoing. Certainly.
Douglas,
Yes.
excuse me. I just wanted to share something interesting about not about Daniel Arola, but I got a call from Texas. So this gentleman called me and said, "Are you Selena Khan?" I said, "Yes, I am." I said, "Oh, I'm calling from district office of Texas and all this." I said, "Where in Texas?" He's like told me a town. So I said, "Oh yes, wonderful. Do you know Daniel Arola, my friend? He lives in Texas." And it was not a real call. They were, I get calls like that all the time from, all kinds of places, from IRS, from CIA. People will call me and ask for my name and ask me to do things. So it was interesting when I said, "Do you know Daniel Arola? He's my friend. He lives in Texas." Like, "No, I don't." I said, "I'm looking for him. If you can find him, ask him to call me." So I have to go now. I will talk to you later. So that's like, this type of call is very common. I don't know who are these people, but every time they call me, I just bring out a different name. I'll say, "Do you know Douglas Dietrich? He's in California." So it's just wanted to throw that out, share with you guys.
Yes. No, I definitely appreciate that. It's thank you. It's entertaining. It's bizarre the kinds of calls we get, and And what do you think that's about? I mean, are these just people who are like, when they claim they're from the CIA, or they're just scamming for
These are
money?
just, I think, dysfunctional people. They don't have anything to do. Young people, that's what they do.
Okay.
I mean, you can tell those are fake calls because I was having this conversation. Like, if someone really called from, people never call from IRS to anyone. I spoke to an IRS agent. I called them. I said, how do you guys communicate with people? Like, do you guys call people? So I verified everything, and then no one from any government offices or law enforcement agencies, they never call people unless they have warrant. They come knock on the door, but nobody calls. So
Right.
I understood. So I get this type of call all the time. I had another incident like last year. So there's this man. He called me and he's like, "Okay, so he texted me first, and then he said, we're looking for secret shoppers. So then we need some, going around towns across the country and all this. So would you be interested to, participate?" Sure, I messaged them back, and because I wanted to know what they're doing. I can tell these are all, they're, doing something scam. So then, no, it gets interesting. So then he said, "Okay, so give me your address, and I will send you a check for $3,000." I said, "Oh, sure, no problem." So they sent me a check. I know that something's wrong, so I wanted to do my own investigation here. So I got a check. So, and he called me, "Did you get the check?" All of this thing happened period of like 2 weeks, and then I went to Chase and I told the manager that, these people, I gave them their information. I said, "Look, investigate and find out what is happening. Who are these people and all these." So they told me, the manager told me, "Don't worry, I will deposit the check. So that way we can find out what is this check, where it's come from." So when they deposit, I still do have the check so anyway, so a few days later, he called me, "Did you get the check?" I said, "Yeah, I did. I deposited. Everything is fine. Money is my account. I got the money. It's in my hand." So it's like, so then it's like, "Okay, so with that money, you have to go to your nearest, some stores that, like, I don't remember, Target or something like that." So, I said, "Yeah, sure, but your check is not real check. I was just lying to you. Why did you lie? And what's going on? Who are you guys? I'm gonna call the police and all this thing." He hung up the phone, and I called again. So that's what people do, and I have this evidence, and I spoke to the manager. Everybody knows, but there are people out there. They will make calls. They will send them, like, who knows what, just to scam people. So just be careful not to talk to anyone. But if you know what they're doing, that's a different story. But don't fall for this thing. They're going. These things are going on everywhere. I get calls like from my broker, like a text message, "Selena, can you come here like at 10 o'clock? My broker will call me." These people, like, I talk to them once in a blue moon. So I called Tony and said, "Tony, did you just send me a text?" And he's like, "Selena, disregard that because everybody's in our office getting that. Somebody is just going after him." So a lot of things happening that most people don't know. So just avoid any call that you're not familiar. And the law enforcement agency, IRS, none of these people, nobody calls people. They'll send a letter or knock on the doors. I verified that.
Thank you, and I deeply appreciate you sharing that. And we're now about 4 minutes after the top of the hour. We are officially starting the transmission. We essentially already have, with Selena Khan introducing a very important subject, and I think that everyone should be aware of the fact that the IRS in particular never calls people. There's no need for a government agency of that level of power to be telephoning anyone. So if you get telephone calls from anyone claiming they're the IRS, you can just ignore it. I don't understand how people can even be thrown into a panic by that. But then again, I used to work for the government, so I know better. I know that would never be the policy. I definitely want to thank Selena for re-emphasizing that. Now we have with us the guest tonight is Daniel Arola, and he's a wonderful human being, and I want people to understand that he is, of course, the manager of the Taboo Bros 2 YouTube channel, and that's spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, and he's the channel manager thereof, and subscribe to that just by looking up Taboo Bros 2. As Lena Shea explained to us a long time ago, don't do Taboo Brothers, which is what I was referencing people to, and that takes you to softcore incest porn, and I don't know whether it's gay or straight or bi, but don't do that. And so just Taboo Bros and not Taboo Brothers, as I had the habit of miscommunicating it. He is also the mixed martial arts maestro of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. And he graces us with his presence tonight to share his knowledge on a number of things, and he's more than welcome to talk about sports. By that I mean martial arts, and also the many amusing stories of the big phonies and frauds in martial arts, of which martial arts is just full of them. It's flypaper for that. But before Daniel Arola speaks to that, we're going to have Derek Talley give us an update on what happened with his son's girlfriend, and I'd like him to explain exactly what happened to her. There are going to be new listeners tonight who don't know what happened. Explain a little bit about your son's relationship with her, and who she was, and again, her full name. I remember the initials were BAD. We ask everyone to maintain this young lady in their prayers, that her soul may transition, and she'll feel those prayers. Even Peter Moon said that, and so that's important to remember. So Derek, please share that with us. Tell us what's going on.
Okay. Last Friday, my son's girlfriend went into the hospital. She called him while he was at work and to see if she could take her to the hospital, and where she lived and where he worked, and the fact that he wasn't able to get off right away, he wanted her to call 911, but she said she was just going to get some sleep and, sleep it off. Well, he very soon after that got a message from her cousin that she lived with, saying that she was found unresponsive on the floor, and they sent her to the hospital. Well, he had just found out on Wednesday during the transmission, by the way, that she was brain dead, and that her parents were going to pull the plug, and he wasn't able to go see her because her parents didn't want anyone to go and see her. So just recently, yesterday, they actually put his name on a list so that he can go see her. So he went to go see her yesterday and pretty much pay his last respects. I don't know when they're going to pull her off of the life support, but that's the next thing to happen. So, he's still grieving at this point, and it's just, his grief is just being prolonged by the fact that, he knows that it's coming, and that the plug is going to get pulled, and that's going to reignite his grief all over again. So, I just feel bad for him. So keep him in your prayers, and her name is Barbara Amanda Daniels. Keep her in the prayers too.
Yes, thank you, and do share with us as well what's been going on with yourself. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's winding down. It's getting about that time that I have to go back to work, October 1st. Mm-hmm. So this is my last month of just maxing and relaxing at home. Mm-hmm. And I'm just seeing whatever business I have to take care of that I can take care of, that I'm, since I'm not working, I have to take care of it, because come October 1st, it's back to work for me, back behind the truck. and that my job is telling me a lot of what I have to do before I go back to work is the same thing I would have to do as a new employee. The drug test, the physical to see that I'm fit for work, and everything. So I'm going to have to get a lot of things out of the way so I can get back to work, and life is normal. I'm getting my strength back. My left arm still hurts, but it's not as bad as it has been. I've been working out in the pool just about every other day at least 5 days a week. I go to the pool 4 or 5 days a week, and on Saturdays I have a little boot camp class that I perform to help other people get in shape. So I'm meeting other cancer survivors, even stroke survivors that are trying to get their strength back. So I'm meeting a lot of good people that are recovering. But don't wait till your health goes down before you start doing something about it. Don't wait till you get a stroke, or wait till you something happens before you say, now I'm going to start eating right and exercising. It's if you can eat right and exercise now and do everything you can to take care of your health right now while you still have it, that's a good thing to do. That's any advice I can give to anyone.
Thank you. And I want to ask if you're willing to share, how old are you?
Me? Oh, I'm 49.
You're 49 years old. Okay. Now, we want to be thankful that you recovered from your cancer, and this is how we're going to segue into Daniel Arola. I'm sure he has something to say about this as well, and we can start off with this. I will go deeper into this when I get into the arc of narrative tonight to bring up that aspect of it, which has meaning to me, which is, of course, geopolitics. But Chadwick Boseman, the star of the movie Black Panther, died of cancer, as you all must know by now. By the way, the lovely Maria Michaela Grigorich says she has both Derek's son and his girlfriend in their prayers, and so definitely we appreciate that, honey, and we ask that of everyone, and of course as well the relations of Mr. Chadwick Boseman, and he was only 43 years of age, and he was undergoing his chemotherapy and his cancer treatments actually while he was filming Black Panther and the Avengers. I don't know how many people are aware of that. So that's incredible that he did that. Very much a fighter in real life in that regard. And of course I will talk more about the implications of the geopolitics of Wakanda in terms of its reflections from the reality of history in Africa, as opposed to what was presented in Marvel. But in terms of Chadwick Boseman, he definitely presented a hero whose passing, in the passing of himself in this time of troubles, it simply magnifies the horror of everything that we're going through and the loss of everything else. So with that, we bring on Daniel Arola. And of course, anyone who has anything to say about this, please feel free to do so. I don't know if any thoughts come to anyone else, either Jameson Reese or Derek Talley or Selena Khan. But
actually, there was something that was, I think it was posted by Miguel Andahar, but he noted that the same day of his passing was actually also the day of Jack Kirby's birthday.
Okay.
I think. Wait a minute. Let me be certain. But there was something that was there was something of a synchronicity there.
Okay. Jack Kirby, by the way,
I just want to say rest in peace. He was a great actor, and he was a great person too, from everything that I know about him. So, I'm glad you brought it up.
Well, I could not avoid doing so. This is something that is, at this time now, for us to lose him is, it's just awful. Among everything else, just another magnifier of the pain of the existence that we're in. But aside from that, Jack Kirby, just so people understand who that is, if you don't know, and you probably don't, most people would
He
know.
created Black Panther.
He was one of the creators,
One of
along
the
with
creators.
Stan Lee, who of course claimed credit for everything. Honestly, Stan Lee, it's hard to tell because he claimed credit for everything because he ran the show, right? So, but
Well, Stan Lee was more of a he. I think Stan Lee stole a lot of
Thank you.
credit
Thank
where
you.
it was, where credit was due. So a lot of people, there's a lot of artists in the comic book industry who actually look at him with contempt.
Yes.
Because of how much his name is associated with things that he had absolutely nothing to do with, or chipped in barely anything,
Right.
and got credit for.
Yes, because he basically ran the company. Yes, it's life's like that. That's
He was a master at public relations. He was kind of like your what the hell is that? What the hell is that scumbag's name from Coast to Coast?
Oh, George Norrie, yes.
Yeah. He was he's like him, No.
Well, for what it's worth, in all fairness, George Norrie never claims that he did anything. So at least he's got that going for him. Is that George Norrie never says he did anything. So there, I mean, got to give him that. As a matter of fact, if you ask George Norrie, what did you do? He'd just say, basically, he sat back and talked, right? I mean, he's got nothing to say. Stan Lee, on the other hand, he'd say he created the universe and shit. But in terms of the Jack Kirby, he was one of the original illustrators. I'll get into him in Arc of Narrative, of course, and he was one of the original illustrators of many comic books. I mean, he was ubiquitous. He was everywhere. And he contracted with more than Marvel. I mean, he did DC and he did independent comic companies. He was just, he hoarded himself out prolifically, and which is fine. I mean, that's what professional illustrators do. But with that, we turn towards Daniel Arola. And Daniel, so please come on to the stage and let's hear everything you have to say about everything. And so.
All right. Well, I do want to go back to.
Oh my God, Daniel, go back into. Do something with your mic so that it's back to the way it was before.
That's weird. Okay, is it better now?
Not really. I mean, we can hear you, but it sounds like we're holding a seance and we're calling, Daniel Arola from the dead and shit. He's coming through the veil. And it's like, it's misty here in the land of unlife and shit. And so...
Okay, how about now?
Not really, but we can hear you. We can hear you, so that's what's important. So go ahead and do it. We've got the Ouija board, we've got the planchette, and yeah. So.
All right. Anyway, I meant to go back to what JMO was talking about with the shit that's been going on in Brazil.
Yeah.
I think Jair Bolsonaro is just getting his ass beat by Mother Earth.
Yes.
More than anything.
Yes. Thank you.
That he's getting his karma due, pretty much.
Yes. Thank you.
Now with the passing of Chadwick Boseman, peace be on his soul. Yes, most of the time it takes the tragedy of someone's death in order to make a very strong impact for people to remember what they had that's precious that's what's precious to them while they still got it. They don't think about these things until someone loses someone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's just that's the tragedy of the human existence. We don't know what we have until it's gone. So please, by all means, go on with what anything, other observations you might have. I mean, obviously, Chadwick presented himself as a very physical individual. I'm happy to say that he at least died in the comfort of his family. He died surrounded by his family, and they knew this was coming for some time. And so he did what he did to produce what he could before he passed, and he left us a legacy that obviously he'll always be with us in that regard. But he in terms of this sort of challenges that he faced and whatnot, well, at least I don't know how many of these scenes were done by stuntmen or whatnot, and he had, of course, his brother Killmonger, I believe that was supposed to be his brother in the film. But and I'll go more into that later. But obviously, before I go rambling on, just present to us any parallels you see between that and the martial arts world, and what kind of observations that has brought to your mind or memory?
Well, as far as martial arts go, along with the Chadwick Boseman, I'm not feeling anything right now. But I mean, but concerning him, now what I do every morning, it's a personal discipline that I practice. I mean, I'm a martial artist, so one of the first things I do every morning is I go out in the yard, on the bare grass, barefoot. I practice, I meditate, I practice the haka, and all kinds of other Oriental shit. Mainly surrounding around martial arts. A lot of these days, I've noticed that no matter how much I learn, I ought to be more concerned about having enough wind to be able to do them all. Especially with what I can still remember in my immediate memory. Even though my own subconscious memory still has all that stored in it, but that will always have a mind of its own when it wants to let me remember something. But I guess through experience in the fights I've been in, I mean, they always usually come out, when it's time to. So I have developed that form of confidence where I don't have to worry about it because I'm trained for it. Mm-hmm. But going back to my meditations, I think about a lot of things of like, okay, what would it be like if I was over here and I would end up lacking something, and like for example, if I were to project myself out in space, the first thing that I would find myself lacking is oxygen. Mm-hmm. So when I come back to Earth, I breathe. That's one of the main things about meditation is the treasure in being able to breathe when you're on Earth, when you have all the richness of oxygen, especially if you're also in an ideal spot like where the trees are, where you get more nature and less gas and all kinds of other mechanical air pollution. But so when I'm in that zone, that's where you live that moment. That's where you can still be aware of a concern for the future, or even a remembrance of the past, and an integration of both can make up what you have right there in the moment that you can create from. And I always usually like to build that habit, or at least condition myself to that mode of operation for the most part as a martial artist and as a person overall. Right. So that's usually my thing. It's always about that moment. At the same time, knowing that there's always going to be some people that will think differently from myself, and for the most part, I tend to find some weird ways and angles to find them as entertainment, or some examples of what I don't want to be, or what I could be if I'm not careful. Yes.
So by all means, continue and share some examples of some of your own struggles. Let people know, of course, that you were in a coma for a period of time. Let them know that you've struggled with homelessness for years at a time. And this will put some perspective. We have many new listeners, and it's been literally maybe years since you've been on. Or it feels like it. So introduce yourself thoroughly, completely.
Well, my own personal life has volumes of adventures of its own. I mean, I've had many travels. I've lived quite a few lives just in this one life alone. Inside of 50 years, I'm 48 years old now. Just one year younger than Big D here. Anyway, I still treasure all the memories that I can still recall of the many experiences that I've had. Let's see. Going back to the car wreck that I was in. that led me into a coma for about 3 weeks. That happened sometime in the early 1997. I was a passenger in a Pontiac Sunfire that was a convertible. I forget what year it was, but I know it was like one of the early 90s. But anyway, there was two cars racing on the opposite end of the traffic. There was a Camaro and a Mustang, and they were going at it. And we were in the 35 mile per hour speed zone, just cruising on the way to go visit with a friend. And the Camaro bumps into the Mustang. So the Mustang the Camaro just recoils back, in its steering, and incidentally, ends up jumping over the grass median. And soon, right as it jumped over the grass median, it just hit us straight in. It crushed us in like a Coke can, I've seen the photograph where after the car has been pried open to get me out. I mean, it was just like a shredded Coke can, like as if you use the Coke can as a silencer for a gun.
Yeah.
And the shredding from that.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that. I'm like, whoa, what the hell is that? It was my attorney that showed it to me.
Wow.
I was like, wow. I was like, I survived that. I was like, yep. It's like, and not one bone in your body was broken. It's like, because my friend that was driving, every single bone in his body was broken. I mean, he was like a broken pillowcase when they pried him out, according to witnesses.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's just horrific. Yes, and you came out of it for the better, you feel?
I came out definitely for the better, and at the same time, thankfully, more for the weirder, because near-death experiences. We put ourselves through some shit in there. Let's see. The visits to the other side, that kind of thing. Yes, I've had that experience. It still goes beyond words. It's how can I say? It's really hard to contain the experience in words, because it was more of a feeling experience than a visual. But I can remember shit that's being said to me, like stuff like, "Nah, you ain't ready to go back here. We just want to give you a little preview."
Right.
But you still got a lot of shit to do. I'm like, okay, damn,
Yeah.
But yeah, I do recall feeling disappointed that I wasn't able to continue on that way.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I resigned myself to it.
Yeah. To returning. To this vale of tears. Yes. And so when you came back into this meat sack, you've kept it in good health. And tell us about the rehabilitation, the struggles of rehabilitation. Compare that to, say, Bruce Lee's experience when what we saw in the film The Dragon, in which he's basically it looks like he's paralyzed in his spine and struggles back to movement. That was a period of time. Yeah. That
scene in The Dragon, the Bruce Lee story,
yes.
where it showed that he was injured in his back from being attacked.
Yes.
That's not true. What had actually happened was Bruce Lee was actually doing a weightlifting movement, a good morning exercise for the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of those exercises that it's one of those old classic exercises that we don't really do anymore. Unless we had a trainer spotting us.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does take a lot of careful detail on executing that exercise. But Bruce Lee was he got a little too enthusiastic with it.
Yeah.
So he really tore his back up like that, and so that's what led him into being bedridden for about 6 months.
Oh God.
And he took all that time in bed, penning down a lot of his notes, a lot of his philosophies, his things on martial arts, a lot of his feedback on his experiences, and how to teach martial arts. Mm-hmm. And it's a very interesting book that was compiled later on. mean, it's basically a book that's compiled of his notes, that's been sectored into different areas of martial arts training called the Tao of Jeet Kune Do. And a great bulk of that book has a lot to do with his thing for philosophy as applied in martial arts and in action.
Yes, thank you, and that's so important and very inspirational. And Maria Michaela Grigorich is saying, hit the like button, everyone, please. Thank you, honey. And Brandon Young is with us, so do say hello to Brandon Young. Spartan O Negative, yeah. Spartan O Negative says, good evening, brother, and hello to Spartan O Negative, who's involved with Wing Chun and Judo, or at least suggesting them. Brandon says, hello, good to hear Daniel and Douglas, much love, and we love you in turn, dear Brandon, and you should be on with us soon enough. So our audience is definitely continuing to increase. Now, do me a favor, I want the roundtable to kind of participate here. Selena, I want you to ask Daniel about his days as a male stripper while I go get this wanker out of my eye. The problem with my having such long nails and eyelashes is that they're constantly falling into my eye, and it's just hell. So I'll be right back. Gonna go mute, and I'll be back in a few moments. But in the meantime, I'm sure Selena and James and Reese can keep Daniel occupied. I'll let you know when I'm back in a few minutes. But other than that, got to get this eyelash out of my eye and keep him talking. I mean, the next best part is, of course, his stripping and just what impact that had on his life. You can ask him about all the drugs he took, James, and I'm sure you'll be able to ask the right questions.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, I would love to know about the drugs if he had really taken in his lifetime. Like, I would love to hear that and yeah, experience, basically. Share whatever you want.
Actually, speaking of, about a couple months ago, I was out visiting out in the hill country, and I was listening to a show. Peter Moon was one of the guests, and he was speaking, and the subject of LSD came up. And at that time, I just happened to be tripping on the hit of acid, just spending my time out in the country, just hanging out, and that I had a really big laugh at that, because that the subject just came up, thinking there ain't no way he knew about that his dropped some acid. What's up with that? But yeah, that was a funny moment. But yeah, I kept that to myself until now. But
thank you for sharing.
Now every time when Peter's on, his voice, he reminds me of one of those cool uncles that sometimes kids would wish that was his dad, because he doesn't seem like he'd punish you as much.
I wanted to just to know how do anyone could get LSD? Like, I know how, through pharmacy or whatnot. So how anyone would know that is like real, LSD? Because I asked a doctor, my family members, that just a conversation. I was like, what is this LSD? Tell me about it. And then so it is something that a physician has to be licensed to prescribe that. So now, how anyone, I saw a lot of YouTube videos that it helps people, it alters, a mind. However, it takes people to kind of like a meditative state. Then people go deep within themselves, spiritually, as in spirit, and then find a lot of meaning of life, whatnot. So what I'm trying to ask you, that if anyone had tried or you did, how would you know if it's a real one? You understand what I'm saying?
We never really know. I mean, that's based on the relationship between the customer and whoever's peddling it. And whoever's peddling it, if he wants good business, he better be selling some real shit.
Okay. Wow, interesting. Yeah. Thank you. So James
But
and Reese, share something, like, if you don't mind me asking. It's kind of like a personal question, but now that we're on the subject, like, I would love to hear if you don't mind sharing.
What would you like to know about?
No, like, have you tried anything? People
Oh no,
do.
well, I have not touched acid. I actually won't. I I I have learned in the past that I have a bad experience from psychedelics. Something about becoming one with the world around you is so terrifying that I just won't go there. So I
I
don't
hear
think I'll
you.
ever, I won't ever try that. My whole thing is to try to get away from reality, to try to dissociate from it rather than becoming
How
one
do
with
you
it.
do
So,
that?
uh, dissociatives. I don't do that anymore. Well, I mean, I'm trying to wean myself off of it because I've started to suffer from high blood pressure, which I never had a problem with before I started to mess with this shit again. So, yeah, my health is failing because of
When
this.
did you start having high blood pressure? Like recently, or
Yeah,
like
yeah,
yes?
recently, like,
Oh,
yeah,
uh,
this would be like 2 months into using this stuff every day.
like
I don't
very
recommend it.
recently. Wow. So do you take any medications for that? Like your physician prescribe you?
No,
Or
no, no. I don't. I
you
have
don't?
not seen a physician in a long time. My thing is, to be perfectly blunt, I reached a point where whatever happens, happens. I don't, if you look around the world, I don't see where I have anything to look forward to. So at this point, we'll just see what happens.
Oh, so how did you find out about you have high blood pressure? Like,
Oh,
did you
oh,
measure
I
it
have
on
a
your own?
Yeah, yeah. We have a
Oh,
blood
okay.
pressure monitor in my house because because we take care of my father,
Uh-huh.
and we have
Oh,
to constantly monitor his blood pressure. But
I
it's
see.
just at the point where I suspect I'm going to be past this veil by September 23rd if worse
Hmm.
comes to worse.
Well, let's
Okay.
hope. Let's hope it's not that soon. And I know you're no longer working on reaching that deadline as hard as you were. But so hopefully you'll be with us a while longer. In the
I don't
meantime,
know.
yeah, go. Yeah.
That dream stayed with me because in the dream, again, I saw something that was very personal to me. It was marked on a calendar, September 23rd, and there was the seal of Lucifer, and that would have personal meaning to me. And so I get the feeling that's when I'm supposed to return. And I don't know. I hope not. I don't want to die because, as much as I hate life, it's all I know.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Well,
but, you know,
yeah.
Can I ask? I mean, I'm sorry. Apologize. If I asking the wrong question to the wrong person. Are you uh, over came to Douglas's transmission one day? Are you the one that you work you were the car salesman? Is it you that it was a nice presentation one of the night? I don't
Oh,
remember.
no, 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 no. He has a voice that sounds kind of like his. They have a similar accent. No, no, no. You're thinking of Aaron Tice. Aaron Tice will be back with us. I was explaining to Aaron just all of the challenges I've been dealing with recently, so he understood just how busy I was. But
Oh, I'm sorry, Jay Morris. No, cause all right. So, anyways, sorry.
oh
it's
no,
no
no,
big
no
deal.
worries. With that, what happened to Daniel? Oh, there he is. So he is still with us. Yes. Was this kind of like it came of your conversation with him about the drugs and their impact, or what was?
Yeah, I think Selena was asking Daniel about like his experiences with acid.
Oh yes, he does a lot of that. I noticed.
So,
Yes.
what is acid and what is LSD?
Acid
Like,
is lysergic acid
oh,
dimethylamide.
okay. That's the name for it. Okay. But this is a prescribed medication, though. Doctors prescribe to probably,
No, it's not.
Yeah, I was about to
Actually.
say.
No.
Yeah.
It's a straight drug.
Yeah, that's I wish they'd be prescribing that shit. Maybe back in the day when it just came out and then you had some real, shall we say, innovative experimentation, then you might have some doctors who were kind of pushing it once in a while, but not really. It's so Daniel, how is it that you even get this shit? I mean, you've got a real special source. I mean, it's not that easy to get, right? I mean, I don't use it all that often myself, so I
am happily retired from the lifestyle. I can enthusiastically say almost 2 decades now. But elements of the lifestyle is still a part of me, and it's not that hard for me to sniff out who's peddling what.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're still using the drug. I mean, I know this because you were writing to Brendan, and you write to me every once in a while. I'll see the note. I'm out here in the mountains, and I'm on acid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's still a part of you, right?
Now I do it privately. I don't do it like recreationally or party while I'm partying with other people, like going at a concert.
Right.
Now that was for the years when I used to be much younger and stupider, But no, I do it more. I do it more as contemplation. I mean, a lot of it, for the most part, is for meditative purposes, more for like self-reflection and things like that. Or I can help myself listen better, because I can still acknowledge my own personal limitation where I can tend to lose my attention at something when I mean to really listen to someone. But I do use that consciously for that purpose as well, so that I can listen better.
Okay.
Help you pay attention.
Yes, and so definitely you're doing it almost as a kind of aid for consciousness expansion out in the. It's not something I would recommend people do. Daniel Arola is he's used to this, but your average person who would try that would probably freak out and get lost in the woods and wind up.
I would not recommend it like for like, let's say, a commune or a bunch of new age hippies or some shit like that. This is just something that I just do on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Or where I am aware of the dangers if I decide to go there, but I know better. I get older,
Yeah. Thank you, and go on. Basically, you also play musical instruments, and tell us how that fits in. Obviously, the one thing I do know about martial arts in the traditional Chinese spectrum was that it was always felt that a man who didn't play some kind of instrument was out of touch with his own soul. That it was always important that an instrument is involved, some kind of musical skill with martial artists, as they were encouraged in the ancient days, because this was truly the arts. And so how did you come to identify what instruments you play, and how is it that children in particular who have autism or various other developmental challenges respond to your music? Tell us a bit about all of this.
Okay. Oh well. When I volunteered to play at special needs schools for special needs kids, they're mostly in the autism Asperger spectrum, and I have found that every time I perform there, the teachers are always surprised that the kids are actually quiet and they actually sat still in their place for at least half an hour. Mm-hmm. And I may have had those that have volunteered to ask a question or a request, and according to the teachers, usually they would just go on and talk, but they were actually pretty curt and straight to the point with me, because they were interested in the performance. I'm like, okay, cool. Which also helped me learn a lot more about them, which also helps me appreciate their intelligence and perception even more.
Yes, yes. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, and so when you deal with these children, do you feel that your own brain injury and you're contending with the challenges of that, and you're overcoming that? Do you feel you relate to them because of that, or what?
I relate to them a great deal, out of the fact that I have been a failed grown-up adult for most of my adult life. Um, let's see. I mean, now I'm not really exactly using it as an excuse,
Well, you're
but
talking to two other failed adults, J. Mo Reese and Douglas Dietrich. Derek Talley was responsibly employed, so he's the freak in the group, or the mutant. But yeah,
well, I'm the baby daddy that's got kids, a kid under each baby mama. You know, that
yes,
kind of guy. You
yes.
know, but at least I was
Irresponsible,
very
totally fucking
responsible.
irresponsible. Yes, I get it. Yes,
Well,
I'm there too.
yeah.
Uh,
And so, I failed to maintain those kinds of roles, no matter how hard I tried. So I just went ahead and just remembered what it was like, to have the wonder of childlike curiosity, in order for me to be able to keep learning, no matter how grown ass of an adult I am,
mhm.
because I have learned that as we grow as adults, we become more settled, we become more complacent, and then we start to think that we're too good to learn anything new.
Mhm.
So I grasped a lot of those things by regressing to those old curious parts of myself when I was a little boy, and I cherish those and I hold on to those because I use that as a mana, as a source of chi, to draw from, in order for me to function better as an adult. you
Yes.
know.
Yeah. And so, aside from that, tell us a bit about some of the fights that you had. I know that you got involved in the protection of a skinhead once, who was, of course, not a racist. It was just, and you were confronted by a bunch of idiots who thought he was. And
Okay.
yeah, tell us about that.
All right. Now that story is as colorful as twisted as it gets, because the guy that I ended up defending, see, I've known him since he was a little kid. His father was a member of the Klan, drives a Harley, has one of those Union hats, Confederate flag, Vietnam vet. He proudly has a glass case of shrapnel that was taken out of his body, from his time in the war. And oddly enough, the father loves me, but he had this Klan robe in the closet, So I had this really odd relationship and friendship with this family. And my friend Kelly is his name. He when he became older as a young adult, he became more and more involved with the Aryan Brotherhood and the Texas Hammer Skin.
Right.
Those guys, they're pretty heavy duty outfit when they're a collective unit.
Yes.
That's where they're the collective. But as individuals, I mean, just like incels and Trump supporters, they're easy. Now with my friend here, he was it was weird because when he joined the skinheads, we still stayed in contact with each other. We talked almost every day. When he was home, when he was by himself, and I would get information from him, about how his group, or what were they up to, or what were they doing, this and that, in between every we're going to kick this nigger's ass, this and that, which you mentioned almost every time. Like, okay, sure, okay, what else you got? But now, long story short, there was a time where he ended up getting stabbed in the eye by the push dagger by one of his enemies, who was a skinhead from the rival group, the Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice, which is the acronym for SHARP skinheads.
Yes.
And my friend, being the Nazi '88 skinhead, all about the white power and the white girls. And
Oh,
this and
that's
that.
right. That's right. Yes, thank you for reminding me. That's an important point. Yes, and so that for people who are unfamiliar with this, the sharp movement or the skinheads against racial prejudice can get very persecutorial. They essentially are manifesting the kinds of traits that the Republicans, in terms of their fantasy, project onto Antifa. In other words, they can be very aggressive and, in a sense, terroristic. And so when they catch some individual alone who comes from this individual's background, where he's just essentially grown up in this environment, then they are ready to tear him apart. But Daniel was there to prevent that. So, yes, please go on. I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, my friend, of course, he after he got stabbed in the eye by a push dagger from the sharp, he went and he lay low for a long time. I was one of his friends that visited him regularly just to make sure he was okay and all that. Mm. And for years, he just started recovering, just renounces, just little by little renounces, his old habits. I mean, and just came to terms with realizing that it was just that he'd grown up knowing that he was used to, and the kind of people the environment that he was in, and he was just working hard to appeal to that. And now, that's just pretty much just worn off on him, which explains why I'm, he still maintained a friendship with me, I mean,
right.
Well, at that time, I just thought that he just liked me because I could kick his ass,
Right.
and the rest of his gang respected me too because I could fight, and because my friend Kelly, he was like the toughest of their gang, and I'm thinking, Kelly, that guy, I was kicking his ass, but it turned out, from his story, it turned out I was his master, and he was teaching everything I was teaching him to his gang. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's up with that? Well, anyway, but that didn't last long. I mean, they weren't any better at learning anyway, But like I said, when they're all together, they're just stupid. They just want somebody else to think for them.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So go on.
Yeah, but back to that brawl though.
Yes.
It was like many years later after he's recovered, he went back to this club that was that his gang used to run through and cause all kinds of havoc from, and he still had this reputation. Everybody that was regulars there still remembered him. They knew him. They knew who he was in the past. And there was a group of sharp skinheads that were there that remembered him, that were old enemies, and they were not willing to forget about anything. So that's when he got a call. That's when I got a call that evening from him. He was calling me from the club. I was in the middle of teaching a class in Muay Thai, and nothing. I just told him, okay, I have about 10 minutes till I'm done. I'll be there in about 40 minutes. All right? Can you hold? Can you not kill anyone before then? Good. Okay, I'll try. So I showed up there. He shows me around. He introduces me to the staff and people, so that just to make sure that I'm recognized in case some shit goes down, and which did help a great deal, And well, anyway, when shit finally went down, right? It's like the moment built up. We were in the back patio, and it looked like these skinheads were coming. They were crowding. They were gathering one after another, and we knew exactly what the inevitable was. So me and Kelly looked at each other. Okay, we're going to walk down these stairs. We're just going to start swinging. We're just going to start throwing. We're going to headbutt, knee, elbow, and, whoever's in our way. And we're going to come out alive. And we did. I mean, of course. However, I mean, he ended up on the ground getting the boot party shit beat out of him, while I was having like 4 to 6 knives flashing by my face at the same time. I mean, and the thing is, the odd thing is, when it came to dangerous objects, my senses of awareness just kind of went up like Spider-Man. It's like I could see the shit coming from a mile away, even if it's a subtle move, like as if it's from like 12 inches away. But it was very interesting, at the same time fascinating and frighteningly curious at the same time. That I was actually in this situation where I knew I was going to get killed if I fuck up one bit, and so I ended up making the first cuts. Anyone who's in my way is like, shit, get out of my way here. And as soon as I kicked the patio door open, that was our luck. The police were there. Their arms were already drawn. So I went ahead and raised both hands up. I pointed to the knife I had in my right hand. I let it drop, and I put my hands on top of the car. I was in relief, thanking them because now the fight can stop. So they ended up cuffing me. They were really curious at how I was taking it all so calmly until they got an explanation from the staff exactly what the hell happened, because when they walked in there, they thought they walked into a scene of a bloodbath. And it turned out the guy that they have in cuffs was the one doing all the damage.
Wow. Yeah. And yeah. So I also remember that when you started down that path to take him down the, shall we call it the, I forget what they call it when you go through a gauntlet. Before both of you went down through the gauntlet, you basically told him, we're going to have fun. I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have fun, and we're going to laugh at them afterwards, and that's exactly what would happen. Because as soon as Kelly came up and came to, and walked to me while I was in cuffs, he was all battered, bumped up, looking like the Toxic Avenger. I go, look at your ugly white ass, and we just both laughed. Yes. At the same time we laughed. At the same time we were also cringing because of the bruises that we were just starting to feel now on our faces, or on other parts of our bodies, which made it even funnier.
Oh, if you say so. Oh my God! It doesn't sound so fun to me, but yes. But
it was caught on camera, and it made it to the news. It showed me in cuffs, smiling at the camera, grinning at them because of the damage that I caused.
You were arrested?
Yep.
Oh,
I ended up getting arrested. Now, I would have gotten let off for self-defense. However, one of the staff was involved, and they got in my way. And that was one of the parts in the fight where I didn't notice who I was cutting, and I accidentally cut one of the staff who was actually trying to restrain me. Like, hey, what's up with that? And it turned out to be one of my friends.
Oh, oh my God!
But he forgave me. He didn't press charges or nothing like that.
Oh, good. And
yeah.
So it's incredible the kind of life you've led. Well, that brings us back to the stripping. When I came back, Jameson was discussing, of course, his high blood pressure, which is, of course, disturbing. But, of course, actually, many black African-American males suffer high blood pressure. So it's not... Yes, so do Filipinos, yes. And it's definitely something that... you don't want to exacerbate through too much indulgence in drugs. But what brought that conversation on with you? You were discussing something impacting you, perhaps, narcotics of the like.
It was something that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was something that Selena had asked about the substance. Because she was talking about She was talking about LSD. And I had gone into how, I don't interact well with psychedelics at all, so I wouldn't, touch that. And, it just happened to turn into like dissociatives. And I was talking about how I'm just trying to stop this stuff because it's not,
yes.
not doing any favors.
Yes, understood. And I'm glad that you're stopping it. I'm glad you're doing your best to do so. And hopefully that works out. And in terms of when she got into that subject, what about, it brings us back to Daniel, because I just wanted to stay on topic with him tonight. The Muay Thai, for instance, when you were teaching a Muay Thai class when he called you. Now,
Yep.
what could you explain to people the difference between how does one switch from one ethnic discipline to another? Because these are like ethnocultural disciplines that are they're different from mixed martial arts, and the problem with what's going on in this world today is that everybody's mixing the martial arts. I mean, that's both an advantage, of course, because they're taking what they feel is best and they're synthesizing a kind of fighting technique all their own. So you're developing many individual styles. Do you fear that we're losing the cultural integrity of the many styles we had before that were distinctively Filipino or Korean or Japanese, and or what do you feel is happening in this world in that regard?
Well, actually, I think there's always going to be those traditional groups that that have their own style and cult in the culture.
Yes.
Now, mixed martial arts is that's like one of martial arts blessings. Other than the fact that it's actually a professional sport, but it still did bring more enthusiasm into the martial arts, a perspective about martial arts when it's functioning, things like that. So, which actually does kind of raise more appreciation towards the traditional arts, in the way, and going back to the way that they were originally taught. It gives us more opening in the way we see things with the way we were taught things, like in a formal martial arts setting. It's like, oh, wow, he could have meant it like this. When you think about it in the mixed martial arts setting as opposed to traditional setting, or when you just go ahead and just spar the techniques out, instead of talking it out.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you. And so this, of course, is the challenge of martial arts, is also to settle things peacefully. I mean, certainly you can give us some examples where you've helped to defuse the situation.
Well, I have a lot of experiences with that as a bouncer. Now, when it comes to diffusing situations, yes, those are successful when no action is taken. When no violent confrontation occurs, and so that does take a lot of tact, a lot of diplomacy, and I did have some of that going for me as a bouncer. I mean, I was still able to dish it out, and they knew it. At the same time, I was able to talk them, or at least charm them, into being cool, and remind them what environment we're in, which causes us to act like this, when we're acting a fool.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Things like that, So yeah, I do intend to add a grounding presence, to the situation. When it comes to being a bouncer, when it comes to diffusing and preventing situations from occurring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I noticed that you're actually accepted in a lot of white environments. You've been brought into a lot of overwhelmingly white environments, and you're kind of pretty much taken. No one's really confronted you. Is it because they're physically afraid of you? It seems to be more like it's just that you provide a calming presence, and most of the time
I look at that with an odd sense of humor. Sometimes I think it's just because when they look at my calves, they think, okay, I think I might be able to kick their ass or something, because I'm short and stocky. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, I do have an odd sense of humor about my perception and the way other people might look at me, being of ethnic Pacific Islander background, not black, not Mexican, not exactly Chinese or anything like that, but somewhere in between. Right. So yeah, I do. How can I say? I take them seriously. At the same time, I don't. I mean, it's a more easier perception to have. Right. With the way I deal with it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you definitely, when you're dealing with the special needs children, or whatever they're calling them these days, you can educate us on the term. Do you ever see any outbreaks of violence that you have to break up?
No. Well, there now. Of course, there's always that big kid that acts up, But for the most part, if anything, it just takes someone who is responsible enough to remind them how of his behavior, indicating that he's acting that way because he needs friends, things like that, to check them, but not wholly, not that hard, like a PE coach would.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But yeah, there are some of those occasions, but they're not that big a deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the kid will actually learn from that experience, and he'll either get better or worse from it, but usually better.
Right.
With guidance.
Right. That's so important. So very important. Yes. And so aside from that, there's how would I say it? When you play your music and they calm down, there is a kind of, what do you think that's about, that phenomenon? What is it about the music in particular that causes them all to kind of settle?
There's always that saying that gets passed around about music being able to soothe the savage beast or one way or another. I don't think these kids are savage beasts. I think they're just a whole different spectrum of thinking, of looking at the world, of looking at things, and I think it's really more up to us as neurotypical people to be able to adjust and accept them, because they're the aliens,
To us, yes. So when it comes to that kind of behavior, then so aside from all of that, what about your students? Like when you very seldom take on students, and I know that say for instance Doug was one of the last students you took on, a black African American male stripper who was wanting to become a student of yours for quite some time. So what's the kind of criteria you use for choosing students and bringing them into the Damage fold?
Okay, that goes. I think that part rubbed off on me on the part of my original teacher, who I called an uncle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly. I am told that I'm related to the person, but I don't exactly know any geological lineage. But of course, no, I still had to take their word for it. But he was. Okay, now this uncle of mine, he was one of those ones that everyone else was scared of in the village until they needed him, because he was special. He was a healer. He was also like a midwife to those that are in labor.
Wow.
And so I assisted him in a lot of those duties, boiling the water, getting the towels ready and all this other shit, getting all the basins, and of course cleaning up all the shit after him. That's all part of my Karate Kid chores, I guess you could say.
Right.
But yeah, I did a lot of chores under him. I did a lot of shit. I believe he was testing me that whole time, while at the same time he was probing to see whether I deserved even learning anything from him. And I believe I proved my worth to him by proving to him that I was able to keep my mouth shut about certain things, and keeping my mouth shut about training in martial arts was the number one thing. Now, because we lived in a province, we lived in a rural area, and the machismo culture is still highly prevalent going on there. It's just like in Brazil. Everybody's a machismo out there, if you don't know any jiu-jitsu or baritura or whatever. Yeah. Well, anyway, but yeah, it's a big macho culture there. They want to test each other's skills or whatever, see what you know. And I have actually seen some of those fights before in the province, and they don't last long. But anyway, Yeah, that's like one of those things that I had to avoid. Part of my training being able to avoid confrontation. I had to keep my mouth shut, which as a young boy then, which was very, very, very hard to do.
Right.
But
right.
but to me it was worth it. My reticence was worth it. In order for me to keep learning anything from him. Even if I had to do 2 weeks of chores.
Right.
Thinking I was learning nothing.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you. It's also different now from the perspective you have now. And now, as far as I understand, your father's still alive. Your father's still with us. Your biological father. No.
No. He. Sadly, I have to admit that. Thankfully, he passed away before Donald Trump was elected as president because he was conservative Republican.
Yes.
I spent a lot of time with him having to sit through the Sean Hannitys and the Rays and all the work talk radio and all this other bullshit.
Oh and, my fucking God.
It's just like my skinhead friend. It was what he grew up around his father. This was what I grew up around my father. My poor messed up dad who ended up conservative.
I'm so sorry. And it just would have destroyed him to see how different you are, because this would have been a time in which that would have come to pass. He would have just seen that you're not following in that mold. I mean, but what's interesting about this is that your father, I'll never forget this, because I was bringing up at one point the Executioner series of novels, which became an entire franchise and a phenomenon. And that was Don Pendleton, and Don Pendleton was this author who was prolific, and he wound up hiring an entire staff of authors, and they began this entire industry of paperback books that was based on men's adventures.
Mac Bolan.
Yeah, Mac Bolan. It was Mac Bolan was the main character, and these were men's adventure novels. These were kind of like the male version of Harlequin romances. Yes, and now many of you these days won't even remember Harlequin romances. You'd have to be.
And my mom had all those collections.
Did she really? Oh my God, that's wonderful.
Just as much as my dad had a whole library of Mac Bolan books, paperbacks.
Oh my God! That's so cute. That is so cute. It's cute. Yes, for kids who don't know this, Harlequin romances were, I would call them harmless. I mean, they're just wonderful little books that were like, romantic novels, and that this is what women would read a lot.
Although I think the book that bothered my dad the most, though, wasn't one of those. Yeah. It was the one by Bill Cooper, Pale Horse.
Behold the Pale Horse. So when he actually read that.
Yeah, he had a copy. I mean, it was on his table.
Uh-huh.
And I looked at it like, okay, I just thought it was just like one of those Christian fiction books.
Right.
But for some reason, the title, the book, the way it looked, I still remember vividly. It's supposed to have some meaning or significance for me at the time, but I didn't think nothing of it until you started talking about it. Then years ago. Yes. When you're talking about your association with Bill Cooper,
right.
Thinking, oh shit, that makes a lot of sense now.
Yes. So what on earth was your father doing reading that? But then again, what was everyone doing reading that? But go on, yes.
Well, my father had a little stage where he was reading books of people speaking out against organized Christianity, like the Falwells, the other guy, the hell is his name? Not the Falwell, but the other rival at the time. The Bakers, and all the shit that they went through, before they had this all big, huge makeover, through through all the hills of makeup that Tammy Faye had put on. Now, and yeah, it was books like that talked about speaking out against him, which, you know, started to change his perspective a bit, which in that stack of books was Behold the Pale Horse. I noticed that he started kind of getting a little depressed about his faith then, because he was figuring out why some shit's not working for him.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. So it forced him to think. So that was that. Yeah. Yes. Instead of reinforcing a belief system, it made him question it. So that's interesting. At least he had that. And so for those of you who aren't familiar with what we're talking about with the other books that our man Daniel's father was reading, the Mac Bolan series of the Executioner novels was. It was like in Marvel Comics, the manifestation is this character called the Punisher, and so the Mac Bolan novels came before the Punisher. Before there was the Punisher was a ripoff of Mac Bolan, and so yes. So if you want to know what the Executioner was, what Mac Bolan was, it was this guy whose family gets killed by the mob. He is Italian, so it doesn't look like a race war. Yes.
And it's my older brothers that collected the Punisher comics.
Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. Yep. That's funny. And did your dad ever see those and have any opinion on them?
Oh, well, he knew my brothers had them, but it wasn't his thing. So I mean, it was like, okay, whatever.
He never thought of it as, hey, that's a rip-off of Mac Bolan or something like that, or?
No, he didn't know. I brought it up, and he goes, okay, and he just let it go like that. But yeah, because I was curious about it too, because I thought the same thing that you just said, that the Punisher was a rip-off of the Mac Bolan books.
Yes,
because I've picked up those books myself and read a few passages now and then. Yeah. Just more or less, at least to get a feel for what my dad was into. Yeah. For sake of rapport with him.
Yes, yes, I understand. No, I understand completely. And so I'm definitely there with you. So in terms of that, it's I think all sons should do that. Develop some rapport with their father, try and figure out where they're coming from, and But I understand, of course, that he would have been insufferable under Trump. He just would have been like, you would have seen him basically shouting down at the television whenever he saw, the protests.
It would make me cry.
Yes, thank you. It just would be awful to see. So thank you for sharing that. Could you share with us how he passed? What exactly took him from us?
It was from a stroke. Okay. He's had. I mean, it wasn't his first stroke either. I mean, he's had many heart complications through the years. So yeah, so that the heart problems run in our family as well, which is also which is also part of my discipline for what I do every morning. When I do my exercises, my meditation, the breathing exercises, which has to do with controlling heart rate, things like that.
Oh, that's so important. Yeah, yep. and it's also so in terms of how about, do you ever see a doctor just for a checkup? I mean, certainly after the brain injury and the coma and the rehabilitation, I don't think you went fully into that. Tell us a bit about the rehabilitation, how long it took before you felt that you were.
Well, there's the rehabilitation companies that they used to call me all the time after I got out of the hospital, and it's like I knew I could easily just refuse them and tell them no, but at that time I guess I was still weird, still weird enough to start conversations with these people, with just complete strangers, and I was just pretty much just fucking with them the whole time.
Right. So you were amusing yourself. Yeah. Go on.
Yes, but now as for my own self rehabilitation, it was ordered that I do not set foot in the academy that I missed so much for at least 6 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Which at that time was a very long 6 weeks. It didn't stop. I mean, now I wasn't restricted from jogging or doing cardio, getting myself back in shape or anything like that. So I did do that every day. I did a lot of things that where I don't end up like my dad. With his heart problems and complications. So at the same time, I also have to use what's the tragedies about my father, as a motivation for myself, so that I don't end up like it.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very, very important to emphasize. So, aside from that, then you tell us a bit about when it comes to sports these days. Who is it that you relate to out there in the martial arts world, and differentiate, say, for instance, classical from mixed martial arts, and explain that to people so they get, and then explain the difference between classical and mixed martial arts, and then the movies, which is something totally different, which is basically choreography. Explain that to the.
I'm more enthusiastic about the philosopher side of Bruce Lee,
Yes.
and Bruce Lee as the man himself, which is not often talked about or emphasized, especially from other martial arts instructors. And I'm a really big fan of the Tao of Jeet Kune Do, which I had read the shit out of since I first had my hands on it in the 1980s.
Right. Now tell us a bit about the controversy of Jeet Kune Do, how some martial artists, back when Bruce Lee created that art, he essentially is the founding father of that art, and it was considered almost heretical or blasphemous by certain martial arts schools that were more traditional, because he actually established something new there, right?
Well, Bruce Lee established a radical way of thinking that's meant to go away from the traditional route, the way it's being promoted in his day. Now, what the style that he actually invented is called Jun Fan Gung Fu.
Okay.
Jun Fan is actually one of Bruce Lee's names as a boy, Li Jun Fan.
Okay.
And I forgot exactly the
So
exact
he named the art after himself. Okay, so that must have been
yeah. I mean, it's just Jun Fan Gung Fu,
Yeah.
and that's actually the first style that he created, and that's actually the style of techniques, of the techniques that he taught or that he had practiced and developed, when he was in China. And then he had a transitional style called the Tao of Chinese Kung Fu, which is like another grade up from Jun Fan Kung Fu. And then the third stage is Jeet Kune Do, which goes back to the nothingness, the way of the formless. How can I say how the hell is that? There's
The way of the intercepting fist.
Well, yeah, that's the way of the intercepting fist is the concept of the technical, of the machinations of Bruce Lee's technical performance through Jun Fan Gung Fu, and the way of the intercepting fist is a more direct and to the point approach, as opposed to blocking and then counterattacking. Which that would be like the traditional way, or there's a 1-step and 2-step, where if you can throw in 2 steps in one, which like in the form of a simultaneous attack and defense, which gets straight to the point, then that's the way of the intercepting fist, which translates to Jeet Kune Do. Yeah, so that's the third stage of Bruce Lee's his technical style.
Okay, yeah, and so in terms of the the kind of what are the other parts in some of these films about Bruce Lee? Obviously, the early ones are just real. Just what's so upsetting about them is that when I was young and actually you saw these films on TV, you knew for a fact that they'll say this is the life of Bruce Lee, and they presented it as a biography, but all they showed were scenes from his movies. So, is there any movie that's done differently where they're not presenting scenes from his films and actually presenting something that was more like his life? Is there one that's more true? That
I think they made it even worse.
Okay.
I mean, it's like, they made it worse with his lookalikes as well, and there's countless lookalikes going on throughout martial arts cinema. You know, not just in Hong Kong, but throughout the world. There's the Mexican Bruce Lee. There's the Brazilian Bruce Lee. I mean, I've seen this shit on YouTube as well. You know, where people are portraying this guy, and and of course at the same time, I don't knock them for their enthusiasm or for their love and fandom for Bruce Lee, but yeah, there are some of these guys that do take it a little bit way off in not just left field either,
Yeah, and so in terms of what else that we can learn from him, especially with what's going on in Hong Kong, I'm sure he would have been horrified. I'm sure he would have gone public with a stance against what's going on with what the communists are doing to Hong Kong. But how do you interpret or contextualize what can you read into the situation in Hong Kong now that we can take something from that's positive?
Well, nowadays I source a lot of my Bruce Lee knowledge through Guru Daniel Santo, who was Bruce Lee's top protege as an instructor who had taught under him, and he's a very well respected figure in the martial arts world as well. He's like one of those you can't go wrong with him. One of those he's still one of those people that other martial artists would take a picture with, because he was like next in line to greatness at the time. The way other martial artists view him, and I view him still just as great. Guru Daniel Santo, no matter how many photos I've taken under him, with him, to feed my ego with, that there is nothing like a good old Bruce Lee story. When he's teaching a seminar, and he will always take every opportunity to pull out a Bruce Lee story that relates to a technique that he's teaching, and it doesn't even have to be a Bruce Lee technique. It could be a technique in the Indonesian pencak silat, or ancient Thailand krabi krabong, which is like a weapons forerunner of Muay Thai, things like that. And he'll turn it into a Bruce Lee story.
Wow.
And I don't know. It's like every time he talks about it, it's like magic. There, damn, this is something else. But yeah, well, Bruce Lee keeps a lot of things to himself, according to Guru Santo, and especially when it comes to observing the world and the way things work in the world, especially according to the way his philosophy about his philosophy as a martial artist and as an individual. He has kept a lot of things to himself. And then when he wants to really express himself, he'll go all out on it if he must. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so, in terms of what else we can look at with the world going on around us and the kinds of observations that you have on now, you made a point the other day that you had noticed that. Who was it? Was the sister-in-law or somehow?
Oh, U.S. Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos.
Yes.
She's a sibling to the mercenary warlord Eric Prince. Now, I've heard that fact being passed around, just passively, and I didn't want to believe it because of how messed up it is.
Yeah.
And when I finally look at it, it's like, holy shit, that's true. Yeah.
So just so people understand, Eric Prince, when our man Daniel Arola refers to him as a mercenary warlord, this was the man who established the company that was originally known as Blackwater, and Blackwater became the largest mercenary company in the world, and so they are one of the largest private armies free-floating around out there, and they've since changed their name any number of times to stay ahead of international lawsuits. Eric Prince, of course, is a former Navy SEAL who has various mental issues and some religious manias, and he's basically taken advantage of deep political connections with extreme right-wing reactionaries, and of course he's fit in with the Bush administrations, and of course is I don't know if he's really out of the game. He's kind of like how would I say it? He's just kind of like he's I guess kind of gone on to a different game, or maybe he's been trying to experiment with other things. I know he was trying to start a private Air Force. But
I think he's still in it. He's just letting his gut grow.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what's going on. He's just spreading out all over the place. Yeah. But definitely, I appreciate your pointing that out, and it just shows how incestuous the administration is. These are people who are part of a mob, a part of a mafia, really, and it's a gormless. Dynastic Trump mafia, and they're going to try and maintain it as a dynasty. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, things are as I'll explain in Arc of Narrative. There's a lot of factors that are coming in that are going to make the years ahead very unpleasant. Which is why it makes it all the more puzzling to me that individuals are striving to make things so unpleasant for themselves and others on a personal basis when we've got so much already going against us all on a social level. Where,
well, could I kind of chime in on that?
Please.
It could be that at some point, one reaches a point where one says, well, what's the fuck of holding on to decency if things are going to fall to hell anyway? So, I'm not what you would call. I'm not supporting the fact that people, make hell for other people, But it's just I can understand the sort of indifference that would go behind it, considering that things are going to fall. Considering that one starts to realize we don't have a future.
Well, but bear in mind, you view it that way, but very few others do. That's all.
Well, that's true. I admit that, and I always need to remind myself to use this disclaimer for the audience that I have a sort of very grim worldview, and being someone who doesn't consider himself coming from the same source as other humans as far as consciousness is concerned, I tend to see humans in a very negative light. So you're right.
Yeah.
I have a bias. I have what you would call a confirmation bias sometimes.
Yes, yeah. And so I definitely want to emphasize that fact, and you yourself have also been emphatic that the listeners not take you too seriously at times, because you can...
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand that, a lot of times what I say can sometimes scare people. And again, I don't say these things to scare them. It's just that I don't know any other way to say it. And that could have a little bit to do with the, not being someone who has difficulty interacting with other people. I can't grasp what you would call what the formal way of saying certain things would be, or so I just come out with things,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so aside from that, when it comes to Daniel, and you take a look at these children who are of special needs and whatnot. I presume most of the families that are sending them to these schools are fairly wealthy. Do you get that impression? That's how they can afford to be in some of these special needs classes. Is that the case?
Yeah, they're not all of them are exactly wealthy. Some of them we're fortunate to be connected.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they're upper middle class,
Okay.
and they got to be.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And so when how would I say this? So do you believe what you were told? Daniel works with obviously he goes into these classes because he's invited by people who work there, and the people who work there find him to be able to help the kids calm down, etc. And of course it enables everybody in the staff to go out and have a smoke break while Daniel is doing what he does to calm the kids down. But one of them said that they felt I had what was it? What spectrum was I on? Autistic, or what was it?
Asperger's.
Asperger's. They felt I had Asperger's, and that was I of course responded to that by saying, well, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But that actually brings some fodder for
A lot of Aspies say that too.
well, I guess. But of course, if anyone wants to back that statement up, like Derek or Jameson, if they feel that that's the case, they're welcome to say so. I certainly won't take any offense.
Oh, what? That you have Asperger's?
I don't feel I do, but
No. You don't come across as someone who has Asperger's because you seem to be knowledgeable of how to of what. I guess you seem to be knowledgeable of what the customs of socializing seem to be. If anything, someone like me would probably come across as being more into that spectrum. But that's
a good point. Your point's well taken.
Asperger's has to do with not even being aware of how to socialize. You may be aware, but then you have a code of conduct that sometimes you know what's happening, but you may not say nothing and keep people wondering. That's different. But somebody with Asperger's isn't even aware of their surroundings of or how people are feeling around them.
Well, that's basically what it is for me. Well, in my case, because of the traumas I endured, I tend to think everyone's out to get me. But when I don't feel that way, if I'm not on a paranoid, if I'm not to some degree thinking everyone's negative, I don't know what the hell they're thinking unless they tell me verbally. I can't read physically their behaviors because I can't tell if those behaviors are authentic or if they're programmed. So you see, it seems to me like it would be a bit of a stretch to say that, if a woman winks at me and smiles that she's attracted to me. I don't know what she's smiling at, and this is what happens to me.
Right now, Daniel, I want you to. You were going to say something, and I think we rolled over you. So do say what you were going to say, please.
Well, I meant to say that if anything, what Asperger's would mean to Douglas Dietrich would be that it would be a superpower.
Oh, that's cute.
It would be superhuman power.
No, I appreciate you saying that. It's what Greta Thunberg says about her. What does she have? Does she have Asperger's? Does Greta?
Yes.
Okay.
She does.
It's not a mental disorder. It's just a spectrum.
Right.
Thinking.
It's a processing or mentation spectrum.
Yeah.
Yes, and so that's So when the children who you're dealing with have many of these spectrum oriented or spectrum ranged behavior manifestations, so they're not, none of the children you're working with then would be considered mentally ill per se, or is that not the case?
Oh, no, they're not. No, they're not seen as mentally ill kids. They're just they're just the kids of a different thinking spectrum.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
and
they function rather vividly.
Okay.
And,
yes. Go on.
Yeah.
Could you describe that? What you mean by that?
Well, from my own personal experience, the more time I spend with these kids,
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, shit. Yeah, I think these kids are meant to teach us.
Okay. Yes.
Of a neurotypical nature.
Yes. Thank you. I think that's very important. I mean, that's a joke I used to make with my gang brother Beaver, that Buddha sent me to him to teach him patience.
Well, can I add to that a little bit?
Please.
Probably right.
oftentimes you might have someone with autism who might show a degree of brilliance, and they might be able to analyze and pick up details that regular people wouldn't see.
Yep.
This is often the case.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, yeah, that's true. Because I even know autistic martial arts kids that are like that too.
And by the way, we have a wonderful message from our lovely Selena Khan, who says, I went to show my support to Greater Thunberg to Battery Park, New York last year to show my support on global warming. Thank you, honey. Appreciate you doing that. That's wonderful. And with that in mind, of course, I haven't heard from her lately, and that's because, of course, she's not an attention seeker. She's she did what she did, and she made her point. I do hope we do hear from her again in the near future, because I think she's so important, and she triggers.
She's still active on Twitter. She's still on Twitter.
Okay, good. And she triggers the assholes. She really triggers. Yep. They hate her. They hate her because she represents something to them that they can never have, aside from intelligence.
I personally have a thing for gargoyling on behalf of Greta Thunberg.
Good. Yes, and I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. And aside from all of that, we of course all agree that as Jameson said, we're burning the fossil fuels, and it's impacting us, and it's something like that. It can become like a Damocles sword. It gets on one's mind, and it becomes very pervasive. And one can get very morbid. One can lose hope. And Greta Thunberg has had to deal with that. By the way, she suffered from acute depression for a fairly intensive period of time before she became an activist. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but I'm glad she got over it, and then became what she became. And she's more than we deserve. I'm sure Jameson would agree with that.
Yes, to say the least. Because, and in fact, we need more people like that. And my fear is that with the hot-button political topics and the straight-up onslaught that people are seeing from, the weather these days, I fear that we're collectively more on a reactionary stance to the shit, to the horrible movie of explosions that Jerry Bruckheimer directed called 2020 than we are on what are we going to do about this shit.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. No. It's something that we need to confront, and we're not confronting it, and so. Yeah, I understand your cynicism, and though, of course, I would suspect there's a bit of hope there. I know that there's a bit of hope in Jameson that humanity dies off and all the animals survive, which would likely be the case.
Well, within my cynicism, you also have to realize that oftentimes cynics were all at some point romanticist.
Yes.
And that what happens is when one has that disillusionment, and you realize that the reality around you isn't romantic, that it's cold, harsh. I've personally taken the path of a nihilist. And what a nihilist does is I strip down everything that I was taught, everything that I knew as far as morality is concerned, as far as values that might have been, pushed on me by parents and the world around me, and decided, what do I think is functional? And I had to build everything back up. Because I have to emphasize, oftentimes we think of nihilism as being like a sort of fatalism. It's completely different. Nihilism is more of a stripping down so that you can synthesize your own.
Well, it's functioned as such for you, but you're unique in that case. With
the thing is, that's also because I've taken that example from Nietzsche. He's different than his predecessors on nihilism, who just said the world is shit, therefore do whatever you want, seek power, and crush everyone. Nietzsche was a little bit different in that he found value in there being no value, because if you read certain books like Thus Spoke Zarathustra,
yes,
or The Gay Science, you start to realize here's a man who, in the face of oblivion, is creating something for himself in the void.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So for everyone who is not familiar, if you're younger and you don't know, Friedrich Nietzsche, he is a predominant philosopher of the 20th century. And he was someone who wrote the book Thus Spraketh Zarathustra. And yes, that is a tongue twister. And that, of course, is based on the ancient Persian philosopher, one of the developers of Zoroastrianism, or one of the earlier philosophers. And he, of course, wrote The Gay Science as well, which has nothing to do with homosexuality. Just so people understand, back in those days, gay meant like the happy science. And, yes. Which,
I have no idea how it got acculturated by homosexual culture. It's funny how people use that as an insult. People are like, "Oh, you're gay," and it's like, okay.
Or that's so gay. Yes, go on. Yes.
It's like, yeah. I'm totally insulted because I'm insulted because you're so insecure about your sexuality that you can only project what you are in the closet secretive about onto me.
Oh yeah. Well, by the way, I thought let me see if I can get his name. By the way, I'm doing something I don't usually do tonight because I have an individual who's working on my web right now, and they might need codes once in a while, which would come across my phone. So I, actually have my phones on. So it's a wonder that my phones actually haven't run during this time. Now I'm trying to, let me see, how do I access Instagram on my phone? I know the Instagram is there, but I guess I can do that through my computer because I can access it on my computer. There was something, actually, I thought was cute, and that was on Instagram. Let me see, I just typed that in there and see what comes up. And it should take me right to the site. There we are. And let's see now. There's somebody who's, I forget his initials, but he was writing, on several of my photographs, he wrote, "My wife." So I'll take that as the highest compliment. That was cute. That's so, and probably, here we are. Probably find his comment here.
Is it that German fellow?
No. It's funny you asked that. He's still following me. I blocked him on the on Facebook because I got tired of his. When he gets drunk enough, then he accuses me of being a bot and shit. And which is like, not that I was holding any conversations with him other than the first night that he was. That he came on and was asking, "Oh, who is that?" And you were laughing at him. That's right. Daniel, Rolla, and yourself were both putting the ha-has on him because he was saying, "Oh, I feel I know that girl from somewhere." And then he realized, "Oh, it's a male model from Tokyo," is what he said. And then after that, he started like this bizarre conversation. And that was when I was feeling depressed as hell anyway. I thought I was going to vomit. And so he was just kind of keeping me distracted enough where I engaged him in conversation, and then he accused me of being a bot several times, and then apologized. But half the time he's schnockered out of his fucking mind, and it's obvious that whether I'm a boy or a girl doesn't matter to him at all. He wants in on it. And but then, in his more, I guess, drunken splurges of verbalism, it just gets tiresome and noisome. So I just blocked him on Facebook. So no, it's some other guy. And so that, there you go. It's not unexpected, but there you have that. Other than that, it's about close to, we're heading towards 7 p.m. my time. And I do want Daniel to, since we kind of touched on the educational, oh yes, and the reason Daniel heard about that, I'm assuming, is because you are working in your own way with the world of education. And it must have been from some of the staff you heard that, I'm assuming. Is that the case? So that the woman in charge of the Department of Education was what is she again towards Eric Prince? She's Eric Prince's, what is it?
A sibling.
Sibling. You mean sister?
Yeah. Yep, an actual sister.
Like half sister? I mean, or actual sister, and her name changed because of marriage.
A sister, a blood relative.
Oh shit! Oh, that fucking figures, doesn't it?
I didn't want to believe it at first, but man, when I got confirmation, I was like, man, that's really messed up.
Oh God, it is. It is, and it just goes to show you how far we've sunk. I'm surprised Jameson doesn't have any snarky remarks about that. I guess it's almost at the point where what would be the point of any snarky remarks about something like that?
At this point, it's so normalized that every shit stain I can expect is just like manifesting into reality, like as if this were some kind of nightmare projected from my inner darkness and cast back for me to see. It's like, oh great, here we go again.
My actual source from it was one of my friends who was a psychic, and I thought she was just fucking with me, and she's like, go ahead and look it up. It's like, okay. So I went ahead and did it. It's like, damn, got me.
Wow. That's depressing. But in terms of, shall we say, anything else you want to bring up about the political scene? Because I'm going to be obligated to cover that pretty heavily tonight. As a matter of fact, I've been seriously considering what to cover because of so much that's going on, and how much longer I'm willing to stay on tonight than I originally, say for instance, planned. Let me see now. Okay, so I'm getting some feedback from the web work, and I'm just checking in on that, the messages. But when it comes to, of course, the situation in California, we have a fire that's, we have a series of firestorms that are consuming the state, and so I might cover a bit of that tonight. It's depressing enough where I'm not sure I want to, but it is topical and it is current, and it's part of the ongoing series of disasters. It's smoky. I mean, it's really smoky to the point where Brendan bought himself a pair of new binoculars because he's so much into watching the night sky. And so when he got the Zeiss Optic or whatever he purchased, he felt he may as well have thrown his money into the local firestorm because there's so much smoke in the air he couldn't see shit in the sky. And so it was just fucking sad. I woke up smelling smoke. So I want people to understand how serious the situation is. But this is a preview of what the world is in for.
I saw footage of it on the Weather Channel, and yeah, it's literally a hellscape. And what surprised me was how fast the fires were moving.
Yes.
I have to point that out. These fires aren't like it's not like a campfire. These things are moving fast.
Yes.
That fire's fast.
Yeah, and they leap. They leap.
You could. The flames are literally like jumping into the sky. It's just, it was amazing. In a horrifying way. Not beautiful though.
Right.
Not beautiful.
Right. Well, in other words, it's fascinating in the same sense that the nuclear bomb, the Tsar Bomba, you spoke of.
Well, no, actually, it's different. It's different.
Okay.
All right. The appeal of the nuclear bombs to me was that it looks like something otherworldly. It's just a feeling. Call it. I can't prove this. I have no scientific evidence of it, but it feels like almost as if they're contacting something from another dimension, and you're seeing like the birth of something that's horrible.
That's all true. That's all true. Yes. Yeah.
Whereas with the fires, the fires too, there's something awe about there is awe to them, and it's sort of similar to the awe I feel with lightning. With lightning, whenever I see lightning, or whenever I see like even electrical failures, where you hear the electricity crackling, it feels to me, and this could just be me, it feels to me like the jinn, are talking to me or something.
Yeah,
it's just probably. I know it sounds absurd.
I found myself feeling the same way. That same way when the way with the Philippine President Duterte and his mass killing.
Interesting.
Like as if it's supposed to be a mass sacrifice to some demon or whatever.
Yes. No, I get it. I totally get it. Well, I do feel that way that Jameson feels about the atomic bomb with the firestorms, because there is a supernatural element to them, and the jinn are creatures of fire. And so I remember, of course, Cthulhu is the anti-god of fire that
Yes,
Kino would
yes,
reference.
Cthulhu is a son of Cthulhu. Supposedly, he had many offspring or many spawn,
Well, it
for
depends
that
on
matter.
which iteration in
Yeah.
that's there's
Well,
many iterations, but
there's a occult source actually where you could find the sigils for every single one of these. Everything within the Lovecraft bestiary and those who wrote after him, who were part of that lore. You know, they have a whole bestiary and they have all these sigils for each one. You know, I downloaded it at one point because I considered fucking with it, but then I just got rid of it because I grew disinterested, to be honest with you. Because, you know, if other people are doing it, then that's not the way I want to go. I want to go somewhere completely different.
right.
So, yeah, but as far as the jinn are concerned, yeah, the jinn are one of the satanic species. I know that there are other elements out there as well. There's water, there's fire, there's earth, and there's also the what do you call it? Oh gosh, the undead. the ghoul.
Differentiate or disambiguate for our listeners the fact that the jinn are satanic, but not in the sense that people may think. You're not saying
No,
this
no,
from
no,
the
they're
Islam
not
fundamentalists.
satanic.
Yeah, thank
No,
you.
no, they would be considered beings who were created by Al Shaitan, or as you know him to be oh my gosh, I'm used to calling him Iblis, so I sometimes forget Taush Malek.
Yes, there we are. And the Arabic pronunciation would also be like, depending on the dialect, Iblis. And this would be the Arab Shaitan. Our Americans would conflate that with Satan. But
Now he's often also associated with the angel of death Azrael. So I think there's some validity to that gnosis that I've come across, because the ritual that was done seemed to confirm that.
Yeah. Okay. And so people understand this, of course. However, the jinn are just like people in the sense that they can be individuals with a negative or a positive intent, or that because people do, of course, in the tradition of, if you can call it tradition, the understanding, the cultural matrix of Dural Islam or the world of Islam, there are people who marry them. This is not encouraged, but there are people who mate with them. This is something that certain people claim, and this has been ongoing for hundreds of years. So it's just a factor to take in that there are jinn that are well intentioned, and there are others who are negative. It's just like people in that regard.
And to add to that, there are also different, races like we have of jinn as well.
Yes.
So it's a very complicated ecosystem. It's a very dynamic, and it's a vastly different ecosystem than people think. And the same could be said about demons and angels and other creatures, because you could sometimes have angels who have evil intentions, and you could have demons who have good intentions too. So these things aren't black and white.
Yes.
It's many shades of gray. And it also has to do with what the circumstance is. What's the circumstance in which this being wants to help you? Or, it's like interacting with humans.
Yes. Yes. You just have to be
just
careful.
Just a lot better.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. I get it. I get it. I could say that about many creatures on Earth, and also entities that are not human in any conventional sense, such as biofacsimilacra and the like. But aside from all of that, I want to continue with this a while more. So I welcome Derek in to, honestly, he maintains himself in silence. And now this might be a part of just everything he's been through lately and everything his son has been through. Derek, has there been any news from your son at all, or do you hear from him at all after you've updated us as you have? Has anything else come in since then? And if not, don't worry about it. I'm sure there's other things that you can bring to our
No,
attention.
he's just moping around. He's just really, I really feel for him. He's just being real quiet and silent himself. So I'm just letting him mourn and grieve right now. And then I know that time is going to come to where they pull the plug. Then, there's nothing we could do after that. So
Now, you mentioned that the young lady in question, I'm sorry, could you say her name again so that people can send their thoughts and prayers? I'm sorry.
Barbara Daniels.
Yes, Barbara Daniels. You said that she was pretty much, even though her parents are there for her now in her final hours and kind of in charge of ultimately her death, her processing, as they would use in the medical terminology. You said that she was basically alienated from them, almost completely estranged. Was the fact that she was intimately involved with a black African American a factor in that?
I don't know, but I went and looked through her, Facebook pictures. She's got lots of black friends, so I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. Like, I don't think so. But yeah, so I'll eventually ask him all the particulars about it. But right now, he's not saying much. He's doing when I ask him questions, how was your day? Just different things. He'll give me a one-word answer and just keep quiet. So,
yeah, well, in terms of you've got to be careful about what you ask in times like this. Of course, that sounds almost offensive when you ask somebody how's your day when they're going through something like this. By the way, Veronica Pereira says buenas noches, and buenas noches. Mwah. And the lovely Senora Pereira is with us. Is somebody chewing something? Now, by the way, that's a big no-no on air. Make sure you don't ever do that on terrestrial broadcast radio. Obviously, this is not a professional show, so my tolerance level's a bit higher. But just something to be aware of. And now, whoever was guilty of that, I'd be amused at finding out.
Actually, I was dealing with a sheet of paper.
Oh, is that what that was?
A sheet of brown paper. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be that noisy.
Oh, you'd be amazed. Oh, it's amazed. Anything you don't want to be heard is always picked up. I mean, you're passing gas, whatever we don't want to be heard, it's going to be heard. Now, Daniel, there's one thing that you were relatively quiet about tonight, and that was about what we usually have fun with when you're on with us.
The strip. The strip. Yeah. Your profession as a male, dancer.
Well, there's that. Yeah, that too.
And any tips you can give us on, breaking into the business?
Please. Please, Daniel. Yeah.
It's right now. It's a dead business. There's no business going on right now for it
because of COVID-19.
That and even before it, I mean, it's just it's kind of dying.
Okay.
I mean, unless you're working for some high-end agency that has constant bookings for these parties, then But then again, there's not much booking going on for that nowadays.
Uh-huh.
But it's not like it used to be in the 90s or 80s. whole different era then.
Yeah, that's no. Thank you for sharing that, and tell us what the difference is now. Don't leave us hanging. Tell us the difference between then and now, and what you feel that difference is, and contextualize it in COVID-19 if you feel that's relevant. But I get the feeling that you don't feel that was really relevant to this. That this was something that was inevitable almost, or what gradual.
Back in the day, it was people were they were a lot more relaxed and they were able to invest in entertainment more. They're actually able to appreciate even theatrical entertainment, even if we're just classified as dick dancers on the street level. I mean, we actually do work to we actually do work to build up our own acts, and our own routines, and even to build a character that's centered around that theme.
things like that. You know, there's a lot of thespian work in there involved. You know, along with the time and money that we invest in our costumes and how we arrange our music and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of work then that was worth investing in at the time. But nowadays it's a whole different thing. People just want to live now. They want to exist now. They want to work. And they're not making enough money nowadays. But before money was just freely spent.
Yes.
I mean, I remember I was getting tipped from even from male audience.
Right.
That was
right.
Speaking of random male audiences, okay, here's an interesting fact of every time someone asks me if my package is real, every single time it's always been a random white dude.
That figures.
Somewhere in the crowd.
Oh god.
Because and if girls want to know, they ain't gonna see nothing. They're just gonna grab it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
I remember there was one evening I was on stage and I was getting tipped, and there was one woman. She went ahead and grabbed my stuff, and then she turned around towards the bar where there was one guy sitting. Said, "Hey, you asked. It's real."
Oh my fucking god!
Geez.
Oh my fucking god! It's like
Yep.
you know what was really funny was there was this one idiot who had interviewed Michael Aquino. I can't even remember the fucker's name. He was one of those losers who had his own little chicken shit YouTube channel or bandwidth channel, and of course had nothing going on in his fucking life, as so many of these people do. I mean, they don't have the kind of range of experience that I do, and they don't have any of the analytical capability or basically anything going for them other than the fact that they're a white guy and they get on and they start these stupid chicken shit little paranormal. What was that?
I have a story that fits the times now.
Yes.
Now that I think about it, okay. You know that shit with Falwell Jr. going on about him being a cuckold.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, one of my best friends in the business, he was also a dancer, and he told me about a time when he partied with the Osteens, with Joel Osteen and his wife, and they were at a private party. I believe it must have been a swingers party or something, because he was weird enough to do one of those parties. Anyway, he ended up partying, hanging out with the Osteens, doing coke. Next thing you know, Joel Osteen was asking my friend, if he would let his wife go down on him, and so he could just watch him do coke.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. there you have it. Yes. And
yeah. It goes with the territory. I mean, it's like that's the thing too. I learned about powerful people that spend money liberally.
Yes.
Is they have a very colorful very colorful lifestyle that they have on the side.
Yeah.
And and it always usually end up, if it's not flaming gay closeted, then it's being cuckolded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Oh, I hear you. And and of course, when you talk about those days when you were stripping and all the money that was around, it was a different world just a few years ago on. And we're speaking about before the stock market crash, really. And that's when everybody literally had money to burn, and they were burning it. And that's when you had coke and all the good shit that was floating around. I mean, nowadays people are into this opiate shit because they're just trying to, blow their brains out and immolate themselves out of existence, blot out their existence.
I could say that was a lifestyle where a man was actually getting laid, paid, and having it made in the shade for life.
Yeah.
At that time.
Yeah.
It's a life thing.
Yeah, so you would not recommend that our man Jameson Reese goes into it now. Yeah.
He has the look, he has the body for it. Right now, there's hardly any business for it.
Right.
Unless you want to go full gigolo, then But then again, that requires a lot of tolerance.
No. Who's that black African American student of yours? I forget. Douglas, right? Douglas something.
Yeah.
Is that what he's doing? I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't be insulted if we.
He's a bouncer now. Now he just does club security now. Even he says the same thing about the business. It's dead, and he doesn't even dance anymore. And when he does, he just does it more because somebody knew him, or he doesn't even he doesn't even do it for the extra money. He just okay, if he gets tip, he gets tip. But it's just more for recreation now, or for pussy.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. And what about by the way, I was going to relate that funny story. So there was this idiot who had interviewed Michael Aquino, and he was some stupid young white guy on some nameless fucking little radio show he had set up. I can't remember it, and Daniel Rolla might even remember it. But the funniest thing was that this was on the old Facebook timeline that I had that got banned by Facebook. And for the longest period of time, it was up there until Judith Ager told me about it and brought it to my attention. Basically, Daniel Arola had trolled this guy and had this old picture of himself down on the ground in this erotic pose saying, you can imagine this is me on top of you, fucking you up the ass. This is basically what he told that guy. And that guy was like, how would I call it? Incensed. He was like,
I remember that. I remember that guy. He was actually initiating the homophobic slurs, so I hit him back with them.
Oh, and, that's right. That's right. He did, and he was starting to use the homophobic bullshit like this,
Michael Deacon.
Yes, Michael Deacon. That was the fucker's name, Michael Deacon. Yes, so proud that.
That boy's had it out for me for a long time. He's been after me on Twitter under different names, and I spot him every time.
That's because he's so angry that you outed him. That you basically outed him, yeah, and it's how do I?
He was actually the one who did the last interview before Kino died with co-editing.
Did he really?
Yeah, and sadly, that one was dated, I think, March 2019 or some shit. But I mean, sadly, usually when Aquino does interviews and he talks about magic, usually even when he lies, at least he has something relevant to say. But but the latest interview he had, because he will put secrets out there for people who are initiated, who'll be like, yeah, okay, I see, I get something, right. because that's what because honestly, most of what I was able to synthesize, I synthesized from you yourself, Douglas, and some of what Michael Aquino said, and pieced the two together to find, holy shit, okay, now here's what we're working with. But I mean, that last interview was such shit. All he did was slam Obama, and we hear his little crony Eric talk about how we need anarchy, we need capitalism, and all this other shit. Oh God, they said nothing.
What? Why would Aquino slam Obama, who hasn't been president for 8 fucking years? Where does that come from? Why would he? Is he living in the past?
Decided, he was doing this. He was on this pro-Trump rant, and he was claiming how, and he was claiming of all things that he wasn't racist.
Of course.
How he had helped some young black woman out in some university.
Oh, incredible! That's he helped her out of her clothes. Yeah, he helped her out of her clothes at some point. Yeah.
I mean, this was like the blatantly. This was like I mean, I can see he probably died because he looked back on that interview and was like, holy
there we
fuck.
are. He died of embarrassment. That's what it was. He couldn't believe the shit he said. He couldn't believe the shit he had said, that it had come down to that point where he had just become this reactionary, sour old white guy, in the same defensive mechanism mode as all of them. I am not a racist, and and I fuck Obama and pro-Trump. I mean, this is like I'm even shocked at that. I'm even shocked that he could have become so two-dimensional. I mean, that is like, it's like somebody took him in a one of those automobile compressors and put him through it, and then that's what came out. I had no idea it was that bad. That he
what was even
there you have QAnon.
There we are. Yes.
What was even worse was the fact that, what is it? Michael Deacon decided to initiate taking pot shots at you, and and then E.A. Coedding was like, yeah, what's up with that crazy guy who thinks he worked with you? I'm like, are these guys doing a Three Stooges skit or something? It's just like, it was just so lame.
They actually brought me up. I'm shocked. Yes. I had no idea.
I shit you not. They brought you up. I think I sent that to you. I actually sent that to you in Facebook, in the messaging. But yeah, it was literally a I'm listening to it expecting some kind of bombshell of hidden information that this motherfucker, because he always used to like to do that.
Right.
He always used to like to put things in between the lines.
Yeah, what they call Easter eggs in films. Yes.
Yeah. even his lies, because his methodology used to be conflating lies with the truth, and that's how he ropes people in. That's how they all rope people in that alternate scene bullshit. But in this one, no, there was none of that. It was just literally listening to him getting his ass kissed and and talking about and what was even more bizarre was some of the callers. One woman calls and she's like accusing Michael Aquino of something, and then she's like. She starts glitching and to the point where it sounds like she's turning into word soup, and Michael Deacon's like, if you don't have anything relevant to say, we gotta hang up on you, and it's like they're trying to make it seem like oh yeah, Michael Aquino is really controlling this person. And it's like, okay, it's like so that's basically what it was. It was just an ego stroking session, and it was just like. It was pitiful.
That is pathetic.
It was pitiful.
And Daniel, I know you had something to say about this. I mean, this idiot was. You've got a few guys like that they just never forgave you for outing them, and they just keep coming back at you. What is that about? It's obviously, it's.
I think how can I say? I wanna quote Doc Holliday on Tombstone when he's talking about. His rival in the movie, where he says that that he's taking revenge for being born.
Okay, there we are. I guess that yes.
Yeah.
But
because I wouldn't be happy being growing up ugly like that.
There we have that. Definitely, I think that this has been educational altogether. Let's see if we can take it to the bottom of the hour.
Well, considering the best he could do as far as a lover was concerned was Jimmy Church. What does that tell you?
Yes.
What does that really tell you? I mean, damn. And Jimmy Church is nothing to look at either.
Oh no.
It's like
it makes Christian hypocrisy look like a daycare center.
Yes. Oh, yeah. But I'm glad we have this opportunity to shit on these people because they most certainly deserve it. And but. There we have that. So I didn't even know that picture of Daniel Arola was up on the Facebook timeline, that this guy was whining about it until it was brought to my attention by Judith Ager, and that's when I said, "Oh my God!" And then she said, "You might want to take that down." And so I did take it down at that time, but it had been up there for months at that point, and so that was funny. And then I had never realized just how warped Michael Deacon was, and then for that to happen years ago. At this point, that must have been like literally 5-6 years ago, maybe more. Yeah, about 6 years.
If that boy hasn't grown, there's no hope for him.
Yes, that's right. And then like James had said, and then the last interview that Aquino has is with this poor fucker, and then it's truly pathetic. There's no growth for any of them. But yes, to see Aquino go that two-dimensional, and like Daniel says, there you have it. He's manifesting the Q bullshit. He's just basically spouting the Q shit at that point, pro-Trump and all the rest of that. By the way, I'm not quite sure whether to start with that or kind of add it in later, but I do want to try and put into context. There was this kind of sweep. You'd call it like a dragnet across Georgia, and they recovered a bunch of missing kids. And it was like they're making this to be like a big Trump rescue operation because they're doing this before the election. And
yes, I saw that, the 39 kids that were supposedly rescued.
Yes,
but the problem is, most of those kids who are going to be rescued are going to wind up going to foster homes where they're going to be raped repeatedly, and the people rescuing them are probably going to rape them repeatedly too. So what the fuck is the point?
I wouldn't doubt that, by the way, with the kind of people that... now, these were the U.S. Marshals.
Poor kids will end up being like their perps.
What was that, Dan?
Those poor kids will end up growing up like their perps.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they'll pretty much, brainwash victims who will be like pro-Trump, make America great again. Some fucking washed out bullshit. Oh my gosh. And it's like the dead who can't die, the whites who are bitter that they never got to own slaves, and that, black people now have right to vote and shit. And there are a bunch of old fossils who were just waiting to kick the bucket in Florida and shit, who would do nothing but, sit around in Wendy's all day and talk shit about the old days. Oh, how's that Trump? That Trump really took it. Old fucking vets and shit. It's pathetic. It's just pathetic.
Yes.
I'd rather die than reach that point. Seriously.
It's yes. Well, that's what I'm going to try and put into some context so that people that have a better understanding, and it's something that they try to make a big deal of this, and it shows you how little they have to actually operate on. But in terms of the sports world, now, Daniel, also you usually provide us with a lot of fun information about the frauds in the martial arts, and there must be some people who come to mind now, more recent, that you can speak of.
There's one person that I do want to bring to attention that requires a little bit more respect in heart and soul, and that happens to be the father of Russian mixed martial arts, Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov, who happens to be UFC lightweight champion Khabib Nurmagomedov's father. Mm-hmm. Well, he tragically died of the COVID-19 virus a couple of months ago.
So yeah, that's awful.
That was a very tragic turning in the life of Khabib Nurmagomedov, who is still scheduled to fight sometime in September to defend his title again. He is going to be on his 29th win streak.
Wow.
After this next one. I believe he plans on retiring after his 30th win. But this boy, he grew up trained.
He used to train with bears. They say he used to wrestle bears as a kid.
There's this cub bear that he used to wrestle with, when he was a kid, and I believe that bear has grown up and still on their compound.
Oh
wow, that's amazing. And what else can you bring to our attention? I mean, this goes to show you that no matter how fit you are, that the COVID-19 can kill you, which has got to be frightening. That's
the thing with the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC. Even though the UFC CEO Dana White is a big friend of Donald Trump, they still are really on top of things when it comes to testing their fighters. Each fighter goes through testing for COVID-19 virus, and
and the way they arrange fights these days, I mean, they have them. They still have fights, but this is not with a big arena crowd. But they still have those fights going on because people still need to make money. People still need to gamble and make bets.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
they manage to still keep that going on. But yeah, they do. But they do take strong, cautious steps. Around the COVID-19 virus issue.
Yeah, well, definitely, yes, well, they should. And what kind of steps can they take about COVID-19 in a close contact sport like that?
Oh man, hell if I know.
Just make sure your fighters don't have it, so they can't spread it to each other. That's about all you can do. But if they and again, what if they're asymptomatic? If they're asymptomatic, it could still be detected, right?
Yeah,
I don't know about that. Theoretically, maybe. I think they're still working on that.
I myself am on a hiatus because of the COVID-19 issue going on. I'm on a hiatus from teaching any athletes in mixed martial arts. Yes, fighters still want to fight, and fortunately, the UFC is still helping fighters make money, and they're still booking fights. So at least that's still going on. They're just not using large arena crowd draws or ticket sales for that anymore. Well, at least for the time being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, definitely appreciate your bringing that up. And well, is there anyone fun to kick around that you can bring up in that arena? Because that was always kind of like a high point of our conversations. Was
well, of course, there's always that guy, the Irish bitch, Conor McGregor.
He seems to be putting on this new image of like the loyal dad now, where he's like because in his recent fights he's been more like he hasn't been showboating like he used to. But I don't know.
He's been announcing himself as retired numerous times. And of course, Dana White, the UFC CEO, would always call him on his shit, and which he eventually ends up resurfacing, finding his way to another fight. But I think even though Conor McGregor and Dana White are personal friends and they do text each other often, I think Conor's just hustling Dana, for better slots, if anything. But Conor is still a good fighter. He's just a bitch.
All right.
He's just a bitch that just talks a lot of shit.
Right. And well, he's paid the price for that. He's been knocked apart pretty heavily. I don't know why he keeps trying to get back in. The price he'll pay for that is going to be probably senile dementia at a very early age or something.
Once you get fame and money, next thing you know, it's like the one consistency I've noticed with people when they get that is they believe that they're going to get more of it and it's going to happen forever. Kind of like Donald Trump's dream of a monarchy.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Right. No. I hear you. And okay. Well, I will start monologuing soon enough, but I want to, since we're nearing the bottom of the hour, let's close off on a good note with Daniel. He's welcome to hang out with us and interject as whenever he feels that it would be constructive to do so. Other than that, of course, when he leaves, just let us know. And if I'm monologuing and deep into it, he can leave a text message that he's leaving. But other than that, he's welcome to stay throughout the night. Since he has his own room now, that is probably going to be easier. How does that feel? How does it feel to have your own room now? It must be quite different, the whole sensation.
Well, this room of mine is more or less a music studio. Which at the same time, it's a music studio and a library. I have my books in here as well, but for the most part, it's it's just me doing music. I have my line of guitars here on one side. There's a keyboard on the other side of the wall that I don't play because I'm not a keyboard player, but there are people that do in the house, and other music stuff. But yeah, I guess this is my appointed place of peace inside of the house. I mean, of course, I have my own personal grotto outside of the house as well.
Right.
But but here in my room, this is where it's easier to hear me.
Well, it's a new house, so it has the old one had a fountain. Does this one have a fountain?
Yes, we still have that fountain. It was a portable fountain that you used to hear. So yeah, I still have that fountain here. I moved it to my little outside grotto.
Okay.
Where I meditate at in the morning.
Amazing. What time do you get up in the morning?
Oh, I usually get up around 8 a.m.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, that's not that.
It's weird because
dude, don't go into bed at 8 a.m. How the hell did you pull that off?
I could stay up until 5 a.m. and still always wake up somewhere close to around 8 a.m. I have a weird sleeping pattern like that. Yeah. But when I'm up, it's like I already know where to go. I'm going outside, getting my stuff set up. I'm going to go get in the zen here.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Now we'll have to do another show sometime soon with Gary States on with us. He's been so busy, of course, with his family and his work since he got his promotion after they busted that asshole who was defrauding his own fellow veterans, that John Victor Lillier, and he essentially killed himself as they were coming to arrest him. That was something that was a great professional accomplishment. So a shout out to Gary States if he's listening, and I know he does, in and out whenever he can. And
I remember they tried to make him lose his job permanently.
What's that?
I remember when they tried to make Gary States lose his job.
Yeah, they tried. Yeah, but it was they failed in that regard. These people are such how would I say it? They this is what they dedicate their lives to. It's absolutely nothing constructive. Their entire life is just dedicated to doing what they can to try and destroy others or damage others. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things I noticed. I don't know why Peter Moon felt compelled to do this, but it was on the same day that Brendan Zogit sent me a link about AI is beating human pilots. Like, okay, like what the fuck would anyone expect? I mean, that's like, to me, that's, how does that even make news? It's like something that I would expect, right? AI is beating human pilots. And then Peter Moon sent me something that was really obtuse, some link. It was along the lines of, let me look it up here in the inbox. And it was just basically, Stephen Outram printed this, and I was like, why would I care what Stephen Outram fucking printed? It was like, but it was some link. Stephen Outram said Air Force creates new information warfare organ and or organization, revamp cyber command teams, and it's like. So what Peter Moon said was Stephen Outram just tweeted this. All his tweets are fed to me by Twitter. It's AI time. So okay, I guess so somehow he felt that this was relevant because the Air Force is creating the 16th Air Force that will combine cyber, electronic warfare, intelligence, surveillance, and I was like. So they've been doing this shit for years. I mean, they're supposed.
So in other words, the Air Force is actually going to get off their ass and do something.
No, I don't even view it as such. I mean, I view this as like this is like their attempt to render themselves still relevant after the creation of a space force. That's basically what it is. And so now that there's a space force, yeah, go on.
At least the world champion chess player Garry Kasparov. It has some respect for AI now.
Yes.
He actually posted about he actually posted about his about the games he played against the computer and how he got beat by it.
Yeah. Well, he got beat by.
He was actually being a good sport about it.
Well, he wasn't at first.
But he at the time, he did say he was mad.
Yes.
Pissed off, but gradually, years later, he developed a respect for it.
Yes, yes, and of course, Gary Kasparov. Where did he fuck up? There was something else politically that he. I think he surrendered to a kind of Putinism eventually, and so did. Huh?
Actually, no. I don't think he shares that. I don't think he shares that enthusiasm.
Okay.
Because I see him on Twitter, and I have posted some anti-Putin memes on his threads, and he hasn't slammed against them. In fact, actually, a lot of his followers also liked it too. And actually, no, he did too. Actually, now that I recall, he actually put a like on them.
Okay.
On my,
Yeah, because maybe he's changed or something. Yeah, I remember for a while he was pretty much falling into to that, or maybe I'm confusing him with somebody else.
I think I might be confusing him with someone else because from what I remember, he got into friction with Russia because he wanted to play against the AI, and they for some reason didn't want it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Right,
because they knew everything for them is about the image, whereas he's like someone who's like, well, I just want to do, this is what I enjoy doing, so let me just do what the fuck I want to do.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So there we are. Okay. So you're right. It was something though that he was saying that was whether it was in no, he's Azeri, right? He's from Azerbaijan, if I remember correctly. It could be that what I was remembering was what he was saying about the Armenians or something like that. But in terms of when it was the man in Georgia, it was who I know for a fact was very much a big disappointment to everyone because then he became like a big Putinist. And he was the guy who was the author of the Gulag Archipelago. Solzhenitsyn, that was it. And he became very anti-Western. And but Gary Kasparov... he lives in fear of being assassinated by Putin, apparently. So, yes, that obviously puts him on the side of right, as far as I'm concerned. And this is because he's apparently spoken up on Trump and Putin and their deal to carve up Europe. So that's important. So I'll try to speak to that more in the future. And thank you for reminding me of that fact that... he was involved with all of that because I remember that it was like it feels like 100 years ago by now, but when he lost to the AI was about maybe the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then what happened was at that time he became involved with actually with Cysys Company. I don't know if you even remember that. Cysys hasn't been around for a while. It was a comparatively small company, but he contracted with them in the design of a kind of a Gary Kasparov automatic chess set that people could have. It was one of the more primitive kinds of computerized chess sets you could buy with three-dimensional pieces. I mean, they had real chess pieces, but it was on a board, so that you could play chess with a computer that was supposed to emulate the mannerisms of Gary Kasparov. And that was sold by the old Sharp Corporation. If you remember Sharp, that was the Sharper Image. The Sharper Image. I don't know if you remember that franchise.
Oh yeah. The catalogs. Used to have those catalogs.
Yes. Yes.
You would have all that exotic stuff.
Yes, that's right. And so
are they still around?
Oh no, of course not. That's as Daniel said, the economy just can't support that anymore. There's nobody who has that kind of money anymore. The Sharper Image, as you said, it specialized in stuff like that. It was stuff that the normal person trying to survive is not going to be spending money on a Gary Kasparov, in your pocket, chess piece. But I knew someone who had purchased the chess set, and I was with him when it was purchased. As a matter of fact, I may have bought it for him as a gift. Now that I remember, so that was interesting. So. It was his birthday or something, and he was someone who was a good friend of mine at the time. One thing that I do notice is a lot of people around me do degenerate into insanity. They fall apart, and there's just too much, and they just can't handle it. And he was one of them, and tragic to see that. And it's it happens again and again around me. But obviously, you gentlemen are immune, and some would argue that that's because you were already insane anyway. The lot
Yes,
of you.
yes. I came out the womb insane,
Yes.
literally.
There we are.
Or whenever I meet people who I used to go to elementary school with, they're like, "Oh, you were that crazy dude," and I'm like, "That's what you guys remember me for?"
Oh, it's
Holy
amazing!
fuck.
Oh, it's amazing. This is what they say. Actually, I'll try and listen to that stupid last interview with Aquino. It's funny to me that the last thing he did publicly was he still had a hammer at my ass. It's like it must be hell to go out dying like that. No wonder his wife attacked me in full force with all the spells she could to people around me and everything else. That was
And for what it's worth, the spells were worthless.
yeah.
I think I'm being warded against listening to anything Aquino says because I've actually made an initiative to actually try to listen to something that he said. No, so in any interviews of him or even hear his voice.
Yeah.
But for some reason somehow that event always gets sidetracked.
I agree. It's probably the cosmos just protecting you from being bored to death. Really, I mean.
Well, yeah. Well, there is. I have a little. How can I say? A demon of perversity on the side, smacking me on the side, saying, "You idiot! Don't go there."
Yes. No,
Yeah.
I agree. There's that too. Yes. As for the Lilith curses and the occult assaults, I mean, I of course am personally immune to the occult for reasons I've gone into before, and that of course has to deal with the possession by Mialik Tausch. But when it comes to the people around me, many of them are vulnerable, and she obviously impacted.
Point taken. I can't diminish their power because I don't know anything about it. I do know that he was powerful.
Yes.
That much I know for certain. But what I do notice is that all these people who seem to turn to these anti-gods, they regress rapidly. They rapidly regress, and that's what I can't help but think. Looking at Aquino's last interview, that he had almost like there was something missing to him.
Yeah.
It's like it wasn't him. It's like. Yeah, I'm used to Michael Aquino, but this doesn't feel like something. This doesn't feel like the same guy.
Yeah, it wasn't the depth.
Like you lose a part of yourself.
Yes. Thank you.
But it's like whatever it is, it's just so severe that it seems like it's not worth veering into that at all.
Yeah, it's true. So everybody take note of that. Well, I'm going to start monologuing, and I will, of course, be counting on our man Jameson in particular to relieve me when I ask, and of course, that's if he's around at the time. So do me a favor.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna take a quick break right now.
Sounds good.
While
I'll
you
start the
monologue.
solicitation. Yeah, I'll start the solicitation. But for Daniel, I want Daniel to say goodnight to the audience, and even if he's staying with us, I do want him to kind of say goodnight, give a little, shall we say, a kind of a bookmarker there, and Derek Talley as well. Though Derek Talley, I'll ask to stay around for as long as he's able, and of course he's welcome to interject whenever he feels the need to as well, and he may have a lot to interject at some point in the narrative, and Jameson as well.
I'll stick around for a while, but yeah, I'll still bid the guys a good evening and ladies.
Yes.
Good evening.
Yes. Thank you. That's a good bookmarker.
I'll give you a good evening now. I know you're going to stick around, but it's the formality, and I got to attend to the cat, so.
Yes. Understood. Thank you, Jameson.
And ladies.
Yes. There you go. And Derek Talley, is he with us? Derek? If not, that's fine. I'm sure he'll be checking in. He may have fallen.
Yeah, I'm
know
here.
what
I'm here. I had it on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes.
Hey, Derek.
Yes.
Derek,
Yes.
that photo of yours that's on Facebook. Every time I see it, I always hear that song "Flashlight" by Parliament playing. I don't know what significance that is, but that's just the song, that just keeps coming on every time I see that photo of yours.
That was my favorite song when I was 6 years old.
Wow.
Well, hey, that does mean something then.
Yeah. There you are. That's okay. That was interesting. I'm not quite sure what any of us can make of that. But there's some resonance going on there.
Yeah,
Yes.
Good of perception.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
And all right. So of course, whenever I'm dealing with all of these schedules and juggling everybody, we have a struggle that's ongoing, and our lovely lady Selena Khan, of course, it's very late we're over there on the East Coast. Of course, that doesn't matter for someone like Jameson who's up all night, but definitely Derek Talley and Mr. Daniel Arola are on the same time zone of Central Daylight Time, and they're only an hour behind the East Coast. But juggling all of these people's schedules is mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. And contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, who we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support, on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle. Selena Khan is still around. Hey, honey, well, do come on and at least say goodnight to everybody before I go deep into the solicitation. Let's see if she's able to grab that mic.
Yeah, good night, everybody. And Danielle, it was great having, words with you. And have a good night, and I hope to see you soon again.
Yes.
Good night.
Yes.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night, Derek. Good night, Jama. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye, honey. That was lovely. And what a wonderful voice. And so, of course, the person that I'm speaking of, our English brother in battle, is John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, as well as Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tiny URL /mmaggot-millions. That's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And he's someone who, of course, of his own initiative, downloaded onto his own personal hard drives the majority of what I've published on YouTube over the years in particular. And thanks to we were able to reconstruct my legacy no less than three times, when I was scrubbed from the internet each time. The majority of my life and legacy were reconstructed with his help. So he's definitely serves as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the cyberspace of our material world, and therefore, in that sense, serves as my creator, the man who enables the persona, which is interacting with yourselves right now online, to exist. And now you too could do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there on the homepage of showsdd.com. A footnote on mine bio, sire, which will give you the meaning behind my biological father's name, which made the man. Just spread the word yourselves, far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay the contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma a Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the interglobal crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's Are Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, he being a bartender, the Mr. George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. He being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. He is, of course, someone who is working on a third video to be published on that same channel. The trailer can be found, of course, on site, that channel, about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and that would be about the Flugelrad and Hanabu technology of the Third Reich, and, of course, the last Dietrachel Guldies, or son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible. Sends generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Javush Mialek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large, Your taxation cannot support me as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click the notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time Zone every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, above and beyond all else, most importantly, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And shout-outs to the donor who wishes to remain anonymous, who donated a 25 United States dollars, $250, and also onto Eric Laystick, whose letter bearing the money order for 25 United States dollars arrived a few days ago. A shout out unto the grand poet Eric Laystick, who graces my page with his poetry every once in a while. And a shout out unto Salman Sheikh, our dear Muslim brother in battle, who relayed unto myself $250 United States dollars as well. $25 from the man of the crescent, who sayest, "Dear brother Douglas, may Allah always bless you and protect you from all evil. I always pray for you and your family. May peace, happiness, love, and prosperity always be around you. As-salam alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. Respectfully, Salman Sheikh." Allah be praised. Peace be upon you, my dear brother in Mohammed. Peace be upon him as well. And that is from the wonderful Salman Sheikh, who is also a Freemason. And there's an organization that just stole everything from the Muslims anyway, right down to their symbology. Now, here's what you need to know. Now, Wednesday, this week, midweek, marks the 75th anniversary of the circus aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The United States ship, the Battlefield Missouri, and that, of course, is the state in which Harry Truman was born, after which that battleship was named after. So Harry Truman begged Hirohito to allow him to hold some kind of circus so that the Americans could get the feeling the war was over. And that would get him reelected so that he could basically continue to administer the reconstruction of Japan by sending in Americans to reestablish the economy with American money, and of course remunerate Japan for damages, which, if in case you don't know this, there was a Marshall Plan for Asia as there was in Europe. Nobody spoke of it, but it was essentially whispered of as the MacArthur Plan. The MacArthur Plan was the Pacific version of the Marshall Plan, in which an equal amount of astronomical sums of money were given to the Japanese to remunerate for damages caused by the Americans throughout the war. This, of course, is the victory of Japan. And yet, this Wednesday midweek will mark the 75th anniversary of a circus which most Americans interpret as the official end of World War II, for what was supposed to be an unconditional surrender, with the Emperor nowhere in sight, and none of the 7 Japanese aboard the battleship Missouri bearing any samurai swords to turn over to the Allies, to signify that anything had happened. This has relevance. I'll get back to talking about it when I get back. Let's see if anyone is here now to break me for a second while I take care of something. Another eye wanker. Let's see if our man Derek Talley is there. Are you still with us, Derek? And if so, that would
Yes.
be... Oh, wonderful. Why don't you hold the fort for me for about 5-10 minutes? I'll be right back, and I really appreciate your being here. Thank you so much. And so I'll go mute now, and I'll be back in about 5-10, okay? 10 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Well, just all of a sudden getting on the spot like this, one thing that comes to mind that I'm looking at here on my Facebook page is I have a menu from McDonald's from 1972. A fish fillet was 48 cents. A cheeseburger was 33 cents. This is McDonald's in 1972. A hamburger was only 28 cents. So the cheese cost you 5 cents back then. Let's see, milk was only 20 cents. And a large order of fries was only 46 cents. Regular fries was 26 cents. You could get an apple pie for 26 cents. And coffee only cost 15 cents. And hot chocolate was only 15 cents. So someone thought ahead to take a picture of a McDonald's menu from 1972. So what are some other things going on here? I posted, it was a video from ABC7, and it said there was a mass shooting, 5 shot, 1 fatally, while eating outside a Chicago pancake house. So I really didn't get a chance to look at the story yet because it was actually on video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that in my search engine, 5 shot, 1 fatally at a Chicago pancake house, and we'll see if we can get some stories to come up. Here it is: 5 shot, 1 fatally outside of a Chicago pancake house. Chicago, 1 person is dead and 5 others were wounded in a shooting outside a restaurant on Chicago's South Side Sunday afternoon. 3 women and 2 men were shot at the restaurant around 1:30 p.m. So this is like in the middle of the day, according to the Chicago police. And my screen just went away. Okay, police said 31-year-old man was pronounced dead when first responders arrived to the scene. Fire officials said 3 victims were taken into critical condition in a local medical center, and 2 other victims, 1 in serious condition and the other in good condition, were rushed to separate hospitals. The victims were eating in a parking lot adjacent to the restaurant when they were shot, fire officials said. Chicago police said the male victim who died was the target of the shooting. He was dining outdoors under a tent when a white SUV drove up and someone fired shots, striking him. No one is in custody. Detectives are investigating. Anyone with information about the shooting is encouraged to submit a tip anonymously to cpdtip.com. Well, they didn't even tell us where the pancake house was. Well, we know it was on the south side. So I used to live on the south side, but the pancake house that I used to go to was on the north side, because I used to live in, I used to work at the Chicago Tribune, and I used to work that midnight shift. And when I got off like early in the morning, I used to go up to the pancake house on Division. But let's see what else is going on in the news here. Member of alt-right group that tried to make trouble in San Francisco 3 years ago, fatally shot in Portland. So here's something that's happening now. We'll open this up. A man wearing a hat with the insignia of the group Patriot Prayer, the alt-right group that attempted to stir the pot in the Bay Area in the summer of 2017 by planning pro-gun and pro-Trump rallies here in an effort to incite street battles with anti-fascist groups was fatally shot in the streets of downtown Portland Saturday night. A large counter-protester of Trump supporters and Patriot Prayer members gathered a car and truck caravan in the suburbs of Portland on Saturday with the plan to encircle the city on freeways. But as the New York Times report, some of the caravan broke off and headed into downtown Portland, where protests against police violence and general unrest have been ongoing for 3 months, though the numbers of people participating have shrunk in recent weeks. While the Patriot Prayer pro-Trump caravan itself was sort of a counter-protester to the far-left associated demonstrations that have accompanied downtown Portland, these downtown protesters became counter-protesters themselves Saturday night, confronting and occasionally clashing with Trump supporters. It is unclear at this point if one of these confrontations or something else entirely that ended with the as yet unidentified man in the Patriot Prayer hat dead of a gunshot wound to the chest. The Oregonian has photos from the scene, an Associated Press photographer, and they report that the shooting took place 5 blocks from the main epicenter of the recent protests. It remains unclear who the shooting suspect may be. So Portland, Oregon is one of those places that when my job sends me out, away from, sends me to a place to work local for a while, we have a plant in Vancouver, Washington, and they built that plant in Vancouver, Washington, which is on the border of Oregon. They built that plant there to service Portland, Oregon. And that was really one of my favorite places to go. And, I would never think that there would be unrest to the point that there is right now, having been there. It's just, I hope they don't send me there anytime soon. Are you back, Douglas? Or who is that?
Oh, it was me, Daniel.
Oh, okay, Daniel. So
Yeah,
what do you think?
It's hard to not giggle at the tragic death of a alt-righter who was pretty much basically getting his due back. While I was listening to you speak, I was seeking for some means of why I should feel bad about why I giggled, but I failed. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay. Yeah. Because it's just we're just living in strange times. Well, here's something. Here's in interesting news. It's kind of like unrelated. I guess you could say this is kind of upbeat news for those people who are vegetarians or vegans. New Zealand food manufacturer creates world's first hemp-based meat. So I know most of these meats, they're made out of different plants. All you got to do is say meat-free, and people say, "Oh, it's healthy." Well, you don't know what they're putting in this with these these burgers or what they're making with the meat. But this is a hemp-based meat. New breakthroughs are emerging in the cannabis industry, and now a New Zealand food company has developed the world's first hemp-based meat. According to the latest cannabis news, Sustainable Foods, the New Zealand-based food manufacturer, has pioneered the making of hemp-based fake meat. The company mainly deals in plant-based fake meat products, which sells throughout Kraft Meats Company brand, and that's Kraft with a C, so it's not the same Kraft that we're used to with the K. Products offered to clients include soy-based burgers, sausages, and mincemeat. Over the past few months, the company, together with researchers from Massey University Institute, has spent time working on plant-based fake meat products. So far, they have produced a line of hemp-based meat products, which are expected to hit the shelves in 2021. The team has been using hemp supplied by a medical cannabis manufacturer, Green Fern Industries. This development shows just how fast the cannabis industry is unfolding, even as the push to legalize recreational marijuana continues. Green Firm Industries is a certified medical cannabis producer. It provides processing and production facilities using hydroelectric power plant. Currently, New Zealand allows hemp to be grown outdoors, and Green Firm believes that the cost of growing hemp locally is lower than that of growing soy. So, well, I hope it works out for those that are going meat free, but they still like to taste the meat, so they buy.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how the weightlifting and bodybuilding community is going to take to that, if it actually even takes effect there.
Okay, that was Daniel.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Respond, Derek. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what I'm wondering too. The whole vegan and vegetarian, group of people, because I'm around a lot of vegetarians, and a couple of them are vegans, and they really put on a strong argument to convince you to give up the meat.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize, though, is that sometimes these vegan meat alternatives, especially things that are soy products made in the United States, are heavily processed. Meaning they're as bad for you as buying a pack of bologna or something, So I mean, here's the thing: if you're going to call yourself a vegan and you're going to be vegetarian, eat actual vegetables.
Thank you.
Because I bumped into quite a few people who ride the trend. Many people are actually trend whores, so they don't really care about what the effect is as long as they're pushing the image. But that's New York in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Right. Well, one term that I don't hear lately is eating clean. Now that takes more discipline than calling yourself a vegan, because they got all kinds of, like you said, overly processed food.
Yeah.
They say vegan, because Oreos are vegan, right? Technically. You can eat Oreos all day. Dip them in some almond milk. You just had your vegan meal.
You can have something that's completely chemically synthesized and call it vegan because it doesn't use any animal byproducts.
Right, but eating clean means eating only things that grow. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
out of the ground.
Well, was there anything else that you wanted to bring up about that? I think it's an interesting point. I noticed that Ronald Stroine is with us in the chat room, so a shout out to Deep Space Pilots. He is, of course, the lead bandsman in that band, and he is also an attorney who I used to advertise for because I definitely wanted to do him a favor. He was talking about eating some 50-cent burgers at Pancake House back in the 1970s. And Daniel LaRolla was bringing that up. And so, Ronald Stroine should be on with us someday. I'd like to bring him on and have him, relate things such as that for us all to ponder over as he shows us his age. And
one of the first things I spoke about was I had a photo of a 1972 McDonald's menu, and I went over some of the prices of the things on the menu that they had in 1972. And then I went on to talk about a member of the alt-right group that tried to make trouble in San Francisco 3 years ago was fatally shot in Portland, Oregon. And
oh wow holy shit. And how did that happen? I mean, he got shot by who? Antifa or something? But they're always
nobody knows who shot him, but he could have, it's somebody, he was mixed in with a lot of the Antifa, but he was protesting for the alt-right, I guess. But it would be ironic if somebody else from the alt-right shot him, thinking that he...
Nothing ironic about it. It was probably a conspiracy that they shot him just so they could claim him as a martyr. You know,
Yeah.
Oh
This
wow,
this way
yeah.
they could push the agenda of Trump, having the stormtroopers take out everything of color.
yes, yes, that's right.
I could see that. I
Yeah.
could see that. Or maybe and maybe the guy was possibly maybe the guy was mixed in with the mob, and they got
Yeah,
caught.
and you know what? Speaking of that, a Christian group is raised over $100,000 for a legal defense fund for that kid who took that AR-15 to Kenosha, Wisconsin, and shot those protesters. And man, these so-called Christians, I got a couple of them on my Facebook page that are just leaving silly ass posts like, "I'm just gonna leave this right here." And then they'll drop that story from some libertarian news rag talking about how the kid was innocent and he was really there to help remove graffiti and everything that you liberals say is wrong. And so then I straight up asked the person who dropped that on my page. I said, what does liberal or leftists have to do anything about it? Yeah, I'm a leftist because I believe this little piece of shit is a murderer.
Thank
You know what I'm saying?
Thank
I
you.
said, I mean, did you mean to say leftist or did you mean to say nigger? You know, because I'm getting about tired of these stupid ass talking in circles, these euphemisms. If you mean nigger, just say fucking nigger.
Yeah. Yes. And this is kind of like one of my stalkers, the primary stalker, Mr. Richard K. Cole, or Mrs. Richard K. Cole, since he's the bitch. And he, on his little blog spot, references myself as leftist, which is pretty fucking incredible to anyone who's ever listened to me praising Nazism and National Socialism. Here we have some individual calling myself a leftist, but to the alternative right, National Socialism is leftist to them because they're so extreme. This is how insane these people are. And like Bolsonaro, when he visited the Holocaust Memorial in Israel, and he said, yes, this shows the evil of leftism. This is where they're at now. They are so extreme that, of course, and I'll mention another person like them in Arc of Narrative tonight, that really shows just how moderate Adolf Hitler was compared to men like them, like King Leopold, who was running Belgium to the ground.
Yes, wasn't that the same guy who went to Africa and cut off all those people's arms and hands?
Yes, I'll speak of that.
He hacked them to bits. What was it? King Leopold II, I think.
Yes.
But you know what? America really escaped somehow. America has some of the best propagandists on the planet because we should be looked at as being Nazi Germany. I mean, we've successfully genocided out more races of people than anybody else on the planet. The last Tasmanian woman, I think she died in 1898. We've genocided out more Indian tribes than we'll ever know. And I keep bringing this up, but President General Ulysses S. Grant had to create the Ku Klux Klan Act, banning the Ku Klux Klan as a terrorist on April 20th, 18 years before Adolf Hitler was born, in 1871. So, who did Adolf Hitler get it from? Margaret Sanger, all the things for genocide has already been set up here in the United States. And anybody who wants to commit genocide anywhere else on the planet could only, hope to learn from the ways of the United States.
Well, to learn from the masters, right?
Well, one of the sad things about the propaganda, though, is that the propaganda is not good propaganda.
Yes.
Anyone with an iota of common sense can see through it. It's more of a testament to how decadent and stupid
Thank you.
the American people have become. They don't need to think. And when they don't need to think, they won't. And what happens is their brain will atrophy. Their thinking processes will atrophy. And this is something that, generally I don't like to even go into topics of race because I'm someone who pretty much I don't belong to. I honestly don't even want to belong to the human species.
I understand.
But if I'm to go there, what I tend to say to people, and especially online, if I ever get into arguments with people who seem to be, white, is that I tell them, listen, you don't need to know the truth. You can live without knowing the truth. You never had to know the truth. You never had to even think. You don't even have to think to get anywhere in this world. I have to know every little thing that I can in order to to put me on the same level as you, who only has to be a fat piece of shit who picks his nose and digs in his ass crack all day and says, "Why can't I get a woman? Why don't women love me? Women are against the man." I mean,
Well, you know what? Before I lose my train of thought, it kind of reminds me of Pontius Pilate in the Bible, because when they brought Jesus to him for him to execute Jesus, he felt bad. He's like, "What wrong has this man done? I find no wrong in this man, right?"
Well,
Yes.
And then all they had to say was, "If you don't execute him, then you're no friend of Caesar's." And that was, that was the punch to the, like, uh-oh. For one, when you study the history, I guess it was written in some of Josephus' writers, the guy who helped Pontius Pilate get ahead in the government, in the Roman government, was eventually executed for treason. So, he didn't. So it hit home to him when they said, if you don't execute Jesus, that you're no friend of Caesar's. That's the equivalent of not being a good Nazi, or you won't get that Sean Hannity blessing saying, well, you know what, you're a great American. I don't want Sean Hannity to tell me that I'm not a great American. I'm a great American. Oh yeah, Andrew Jackson was a good man. This is the liberals that think he killed the Indians. So
Oh my
last
God.
thing you want to be, last thing you want is for them to call you not a good American.
Yeah.
You see what happened to Kaepernick? You don't want to get the wrong opinion, do you?
Yes. No, that's.
well, I just have to bring up something about Pontius Pilate as well.
Please.
Historically, if you dig deeper into the history, he was a very ill-tempered man, and he was actually known to kill people for far less. So even though the Jewish priest class the Pharisees did want Jesus killed, executed for being somewhat of a heretic. He was more than happy to put Jesus to death. So it's doubtful. Actually, there is some historical contention to what was written between three different books in particular, because I think when you look at when each book was written, I think it was James, John, and something else. I can't remember, but there seems to be a difference in opinion as as we see the books that were written after the death of Christ.
Well,
opposed to before.
What you're saying is appreciated, but to put it in perspective so that everybody understands where to stand on this. Basically, we know that Pontius Pilate was very taken with Jesus Christ because of the fact that he basically was confronted with a choice of Jesus being crucified or Barabbas. And Barabbas essentially fills a role most people, other than those very steeped in occult Christianity, even understand. Much ado was made about the Gospel of Judas, and basically what that was an attempt to portray Judas in a sympathetic light, in the sense that had Judas not done what he had done, we would have no Christianity, because Christ would not have died on the cross, and therefore there would not have been the martyrdom and the resurrection, all of which Christianity is based on. So many people are saying that Judas is this unsung hero, but the reality is the person who is unsung is Barabbas. And Nile Barabbas was, of course, in his day, essentially a terrorist. Nile Barabbas had murdered legionnaires of the Roman Empire, and he had done so for an independent Israel. He was essentially an early Israeli nationalist, and as a result, of course, he was headed towards execution publicly on the cross, and that is when Pontius Pilate said, look, we have here a terrorist who has murdered. And we have, on the other hand, when he was gesturing towards the Christ, a man who has done no wrong. And that's when, of course, the Jewish population, and this is why the Christians had, for centuries, basically said the Jews killed Christ. None of that is understood outside of this context. The Jewish people felt much more allegiance to the man who had killed in the name of a nationalist Israel than they did to this individual who they viewed as a crazy person who claimed to be the king of the Jews. And so they said, give us Barabbas. No, that's biblical. That's scripture. They said, give us Barabbas. And that's when Pontius Pilate, again, scripturally, this is in the text of the Bible itself, he said, I wash my hands of this. At that point, he showed his disgust. He said, I can't believe this, is what he's saying, that it was an affront. It was so offensive to him that the most he could say was he kowtowed to the public necessity for the reasons that we are all considering, the fact that there was politics involved, and he knew that he had to cater to the masses to risk another revolt. And he didn't want to revolt under his watch because, of course, that would destabilize his career. And the one thing every man in that position wants is to retire after a stable career. Nobody needs a major revolt on their resume. So he just
Well, the historians do agree that his reputation was already questionable, which is the reason why he was sent there to begin with.
In a sense, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm putting it in the final perspective. Now, what was interesting about Barabbas, what most people don't know, other than from the Apocrypha and from the books that did not make it into the Bible, the books was gone. Where Judas had, of course, been exiled, excoriated, wound up essentially, of course, outcast and either murdered or committed suicide. It was Barabbas who was one of the witnesses that Judas would have been. He was in Judas's place to witness the resurrection. That is something that was in one of the censored books of the Bible. That he became a believer. That he realized he should have been on the cross instead of Christ. But that, of course, was something that was compensated for.
And then his name, Barabbas, Bar meaning the son of, and Abba meaning the father. So it's ironic that, his name is being Barabbas. He's supposed to kind of symbolize us, yes, to where Jesus took our place in death.
Yes, very much so. There we have that. And
so I got it from my father that that prominent women during Jesus' time had a very soft spot for Jesus. We had a long conversation about it, and I concluded that Jesus was probably a little gigolo on the side because of all these women.
Yeah, he was very, yes, Jesus was, without a doubt, you had women, and again, this is scriptural, you had women who basically soaked their hair in honey and were washing his feet with it. That strikes me as a very sensual act, and obviously Christ was in the midst of...
He did say that my dad did say that Jesus did have a large woman following.
Yes, well, there you go. There you go. Yes, he had a lot of groupies. He was like the original rock star. So that's your biblical lesson for tonight, folks. That was the... We've gotten together. That was your Bible circle for the evening. And of course it would go into that direction, wouldn't it? It would just have to go into that direction on my program. There's nowhere else it would go. It would go to the gutter. But by the way, that is not to be discarding or dismissing this reality. Obviously, Jesus was very much in the company of the poor. And in the company of the poor, he was in the company of many prostitutes. And this was something that was, again, scriptural and brought up. Now, whether Mary Magdalene was of that kind of profession or not is up for debate. But
She wasn't.
Yeah, yes.
Actually, that idea was put forth by, I think, Pope. Oh God, I can't remember his name. Pope Innocent, I think. I don't even remember what pope it was. But
it could have been. It sounds ironic enough where it probably was. Yes, but go.
But before then, she was actually more looked upon as one of his best disciples.
Right.
So their relationship would not. I believe, now this is just me. This is just my idea. I believe that to some degree she was responsible for initiating him into deeper secrets. And I believe that some of those secrets may have been relative to what I guess people would today call sexual magic.
I'm not one to argue with that. I'm not one to find that.
And it seems to make sense because that would be because for someone who like a pope to all of a sudden just slam a woman like that. Granted, they hated women. A lot of those were just guys who loved guys who just loved to keep that shit in secret, which is why.
It's true. Yes, the Middle East is rife with that. But go on. Yes.
Why else would you have an order of just guys who stick with guys?
Thank you.
Put one and one together.
Right, but then the Bible told us that was coming. So these are the same people who executed the apostles. They didn't become, they didn't usurp the church until after Constantine. Constantine's the one who stopped the persecution of the church in 313 AD. Then he held a church council with Athanasius and Arius in 325 AD. But at that point, Christianity was the state religion of the very state that killed the apostles. Right. But it was after that point to where the state usurped the church and the state became the church. So all the atrocities that were done in the name of the state, and the state, usurping the church.
Thank you. That's all very important. And
we also,
go on.
Well, I was thinking we also need to take in context that what prostitution was, originally.
Yes.
Again, prostitution originally was not something where a woman was being pimped out and having sex with guys for money. No, prostitution, they were priestesses, again, who initiated men into the mysteries of Godhead through what would be called sacred sexuality.
It was an ecstatic experience. Yes.
Yeah, it was spiritual. It wasn't anything. It didn't have it wasn't anything negative as we would connect to prostitution today.
Right. Well, or rather, it wasn't negative to the majority of the Semitic or various other desert cultures in area. But
that's until the patriarchy rose,
and Jewish the patriarchs were the ones who condemned it, even while they used those services. Mind you, that's also pretty much historically one of those things that's a given. Yes, so the sacred prostitutes, as they were known, I went into this when I spracketh on Lilith, that phenomena, not Aquino, but who's merely usurping the name and profaning it, but rather the original true Lilith, the mother of witches, as she was known. So yes, an important point, and a point well taken. Did you want to round that off, or kind of finish that thought?
Well, what I would say is that, Mary would have played a much more important role to Christ, because, there's, I don't know, I guess there's reason to believe that, I'm not sure from how accurate I am with this, that she was from somewhere else. And so the idea, I guess, would be that she would have had the secrets of, like, the East, of, like, the Egyptians and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's important. And, of course, this is from where the royal houses of Europe claimed the Merovingian bloodline was from the Christ, hence the divine right of kings. That is started with the union of Mary Magdalene and Jesus Christus, Jesus the Christ, as post resurrection. That was essentially that other thread of occult knowledge that was, you could say heresy. It depends on how one looks at it, what their theological doctrine is. But that was, of course, the rationalization for the divine right of kings for centuries. So, excellent. All right. With that, we will return to my monologuing before I had to dent with that eye winker. Definitely, it's a condition I've brought up before when I've spoken of Alexandria's Genesis, which is usually...
Could I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you have a double row of eyelashes?
It's almost that fucking bad. Yes.
So
yeah.
It's something. It's something I have too. It's hereditary. It's called eyelash dysplasia.
Yes. That there is that. This is what I was bringing up when I was speaking, of course, of the of Alexandria's Genesis and how it's compounded by other conditions that I inherited from my biological father. Either one of them, whether it was George Dietrich or Adolf Hitler, they both had Alexandria's Genesis. This is why no one historically knows what Hitler's eye color was. When you see colorized photographs of him, you see colorized photographs where his eyes are brown and other colorized photographs where his eyes are blue. And you could just say, oh, it's people are just fucking up the colors, or maybe they were propagandizing to make him look like a blue-eyed Aryan. No, it's like nobody was fucking with the colors. It's the colorized photographs were showing him as was reflected by color photos. It's the fact that his eyes were changing color, which is part of the issue with Alexandria's Genesis. And which that's one reason why my mother, who had, of course, consummated with Adolf Hitler and had retrieved the sperm samples from him, was attracted to my father, was because he, like Hitler, had the same eyes. That was one of the reasons she told me she had actually hooked up with him. So there you have that. And so it's it's an issue. It's one of those things that is a constant struggle in my life, and you can see the thickness of my eyelashes in the photographs. So aside from all of that, I want to thank all of you for your participation. Wonderful education that people dearly need in terms of Christianity. They certainly don't know enough about it, and you're all correct. You're all there's certainly I would say none of us are wrong in what we say. So in terms of the monologue and returning to that again, in terms of here being what you need to know, and this being an important part of tonight's lessons. But by the way, before I actually dive into this, because once I start, I suck all the oxygen out of the room, and I never really stop. Was there anything else that you wanted to say, Derek, or Daniel, or Jameson? Anything else?
Oh, no, I'm good now. I'm good. I mean, I got some more stories lined up, so if you need another break, just let me know.
Sure. No, definitely appreciate it, and I may very well need another break tonight. And go on.
I do like to add that Mary Magdalene as a figure is highly revered in the Quran.
Yes. Thank you for that. And it's also important to emphasize that in the Muslim Quran, that Jesus is writ of as one of the prophets. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. But not as the Messiah. He's written of as a prophet. And so Muslims are aware of Jesus. They can't understand the West's infatuation with him as they would feel it. They would feel that is blasphemous in that sense, but they certainly do respect him as a prophet. And it's amazing how confused people can get. There are people who actually are confused, and they think that Islam is the oldest of the monotheistic religions for some reason. And I guess that's because it seems to some Westerners to be hidebound and reactionary. So you can understand why Westerners might interpret it to be the oldest, but it's not. It's the youngest.
Islam has a high level of tolerance for this shit.
Yes, that's quite true. Yeah, Islam has a high level of tolerance. That is true, comparatively speaking, or it can. Yeah, that's the better way of saying it. So in terms of what you can see in intolerance, when it does manifest in Islam, it really manifests. it really, it manifests pretty severely. Definitely want to thank all three of you gentlemen. You're all incredibly astute and very intelligent. We're very blessed to have your company, and aside from that, just as a hint, so you can give people kind of like a preview. If I bring you on to spell me later on in the evening, Derek, what were some of the other stories that you thought were important, so people can look it up in case you don't come on later tonight, in case you go to sleep or something, which I encourage you to do when it gets too late. Or did he go on mute? If he went on mute, that's fine. And
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
Usually I have my therapies on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This week I have it on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I gotta wake up early tomorrow.
Oh shit!
But the stories I had: California's secret fire, Navy dodges questions about 80,000 acre blaze. That's one, and the other one is Arkansas sheriff resigns over racist rant and leaked recording. Black jogger detained by SA. I guess that would be I don't know what SAPD. SAPD wasn't suspect they were looking for, but now he's being charged with felony assault because they assaulted him and he twitched when they punched him, so that's assault to an officer.
Right.
So.
Oh, I knew this one son of a bitch who was we were on private security contracts together, and he was, like many people in that field, a wannabe cop, and it's amazing. He had learned the tricks that corrupt officers use, and one of the things that corrupt officers use is they'll say, "Don't move, stand still," and they'll have needles that they carry in their pockets, so they prick the person with them that they've asked to stand still, so when they twitch, then they can say he's moving, and they beat him down. This is the sort of thing that is done, and I was personally witness to him trying to carry out this kind of corruption on the job, and he couldn't get away with that while I was around, but it's one of those things that people have to be aware of. Aside from that, I am interested in the secret fire. This is on a Navy base, and they're trying to hide it. So if you could give us just a quick rundown on that, so that you can get to sleep, since you have to get up early tomorrow. Now that's something that we need to share with the public. Also, are all of you gentlemen aware of the fact that Derek Chauvin, the man who murdered George Floyd, is asking for the judge to dismiss the case? Yes,
but that's ridiculous. But but I'm aware of that.
No, not
but
wow.
as far as this, and I'm also aware of what the police union said. All three officers are eligible to get their jobs back. Yes, they did nothing wrong. So that's why I hate the police union. If there's anything I hate more than the crooked police, it's the crooked police union.
Right.
So,
right.
While more than 1 million acres of California has been scorched, one major fire hasn't made the headlines. In fact, outside of Kern County, most haven't even heard of the 80,000 acre fire on one of the largest military bases in the world. Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake was struck by lightning on August 19, sparking a fast-spreading wildfire, an all too familiar story in California right now. The fire, among the largest in the state over the last month, was reportedly out within a week. Fire suppression was done without the help of outside state agencies that have been fighting the fires across Los Angeles, Monterey, Santa Cruz, Napa, and Tulare counties. So why is no one talking about this fire? It may have to do with the ingrained priority of protecting the mission at China Lake. When you work at the base, what you see and hear stays there. Ridgecrest resident Maurice Lurker said, "We don't share it in the public for security reasons." Lorick worked for 9 years as a contractor on the base at China Lake. She said the military workplace culture strongly discourages or even prohibits talking about work away from the job site. China Lake personnel repeatedly declined to reporters on how many acres have burned on the containment percentages. The Bureau of the Land Management, the BLM, however, first estimated on August 21st that the North Range fire had burned 50,000 plus acres and was 0% contained. So, you know, and that is something that's true about talking to reporters. When I was in Puerto Rico, one of our Marines had got shot by another Marine. And this was real hush, and, you know, we weren't talking about it. And that weekend, you know, there was a real pretty lady at the bar. She started, you know, talking to Marines and, "Hey, I heard one of your guys got shot, and, you know, tell me about it." And, you know, she was buying the drinks, and people were just, you know, just running their mouths and stuff. Next thing you know, it's in the Spanish newspaper, all these quotes, you know, like she was getting names and phone numbers, like, "What's your name? You know, what's your, you know, how can I get a hold of you?" You know, like she was really interested. So she was giving direct quotes from these Marines. "Oh, they got in trouble. You do not talk to the press." But we didn't know she was the press.
Right.
You know?
Right. Oh my God. Yeah. But by the way, I want Jameson to know that he's not coming through. When he's talking, it sounds like he's, you know, far away, and you know.
That was me.
Oh, okay, there you go. But Jameson sounded the same as you. So it's Daniel Arola, of course. We know he's got that audio effect, but with Jameson too had a bit of it. Anyhow, let's see. Give me a short test there, Jameson. Can you talk? Let's see how your quality is.
Yeah.
See, he's sounding really low. Does he not sound low to you guys? Yeah, he's really low.
I'm low.
Yeah, it's like he's all muffled and shit.
It could just be my headset's just not working.
Yeah, do something about it, because if I need you to break me later in the night, that's not going to help. That's not going to.
Am I better?
Kind of.
I really gotta get close to this laptop.
Yes.
There we go.
No?
But then now you got the echo.
Now,
Really?
that's interesting. Now Derek sounds like he's far away. That's funny. Yeah. So talk again, Derek. See how you sound now. For
All right. I do have a story under the funny. If you guys can hear right quick.
We can barely hear you. He's really muffled. Derek is.
Well, you guys can't hear me?
I can barely hear you. I'm wondering why that is. How's our quality of sound in the chat room? We need people to explain. By the way, yes, just so that I clarify what Jameson was bringing up. I'm more familiar with my conditions of my eyelashes as distichiasis, and distichiasis is where you've got the lashes from the orifices of the posterior of the eyelid, basically kind of like a double row. So that's, it's what he was describing, except I know it by a different name than he does. But anyhow, so everybody, I need you in the chat room to tell us how we sound. By the way, Nathan Brooks is in there. And hello to Nathan. And Maria Grigorich says, "It's good, I hear Derek perfectly." Okay, so as long as everybody hears him perfectly, that's fine. So what's the funny story you want to tell before you retreat into the gentle night and go to sleep?
The New York City tenants say they were tricked into appearing in Republican National Convention video. One of them says, "I'm not a Trump supporter." One of the tenants said, adding that she was furious that her interview with a government official was used for the conversation. So they went and they interviewed all these black people about different things having to do with, their living conditions or, living in public housing or whatnot. And they were recording it, but they weren't being told that everything they said was going to be used for propaganda for the Republican National Convention. That's the only way they can get black people to show. Well, they did get one black guy in front, but he didn't get his handshake. So poor thing. He tried to shake the hand of.
I saw that.
But in order to get the rest of the black people, they had to pre-record them and edit the video out to make it look like they were actually endorsing Trump. Like, what do you think of LeBron James? And and then they'll answer, and then they'll record themselves saying, "So, what do you think of Donald Trump?" Well, he's really smart, and he's done a lot for this, and he built a school, and they trick these people into being in the commercial. It started with an unexpected call last week from Lynn Patton, a longtime Trump associate who oversees federal housing programs in New York. Ms. Patton told a leader of tenants group in New York City Housing Authority, the nation's largest, that she was interested in speaking with residents about conditions in the authority's buildings, which have been long in poor repair. 4 tenants soon assembled in front of a video camera and were interviewed for more than 4 hours by Ms. Patton herself. 3 of the tenants were never told that their interviews would be edited into 2-minute video clips that would air prominently on Thursday night at the Republican National Convention and be used to bash Mayor Bill de Blasio, the 3 tenants said in the interviews on Friday. "I am not a Trump supporter," said one of the tenants, Claudia Perez. "I am not a supporter of his racist policies and immigration. I am the first-generation Honduran. It was my people he was sending back." So here it is. You got these people, and they had to interview them for 4 hours to get 2 minutes of footage. And the footage was used to bash Mayor de Blasio, and they cut those interviews up pretty good so they could edit it out and have it like they wanted, so they can uplift Donald Trump. And now the people who are using those commercials are very upset.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. But not so funny after all. That's okay. All right.
Notice how the RNC never once mentioned Herman Cain and his passing? I think that's exactly how they treat black people.
Yes, thank you.
Well, yeah, they don't care about him. He did his job. Now he's gone. Now he's out the way.
Yes. Actually, they were exploiting him in death. There were after he was dead, it was like a dead man's hand. There were some tweets that were emerging in his name supporting Trump, and that's when the Democrats were making jokes about the Republicans being so desperate to have any black support. They were digging them out from the grave and using them like ventriloquist dummies. So.
Oh, we did have one more death because we lost the Black Panther star, but former Portland Trailblazer star Clifford Robinson died at 53. So we lost Clifford Robinson. If you're into basketball, NBA, Portland Trailblazers.
Oh, that's so sad. So sorry. Thank you for sharing that. So I will go back to monologuing now, and I appreciate all of you gentlemen. My love to all, and of course, you get to bed, Derek. The other 2 guys can stay with me as long as they can stand it, and other than that, I want all of our listeners to tell me how my quality of audio sounds. Let me know about how I'm sounding, because I want to make certain that I'm coming across okay, because we're holding steady with the audience, and that's important. Bizarrely, somebody uploaded a video just now on my channel, which I'm assuming is Selena. I can't imagine it would be Brendan. He's not even out of work yet. Yes. So there's a video on my channel that's just been uploaded even while I'm transmitting bandwidth. If Selena Khan is up and listening, she's welcome to let me know what's going on with that or how that happened. She might be just testing things out. Okay, so Maria Gregor says, "I'm sounding excellent. Thank you, honey. Love you." And with that, I'll just continue. The sticky asses and all. And all right then. And this is on Vietnam entities, satanic crimes, and child trafficking somehow got loaded. There we have that. Isn't that interesting? And if Selena Khan is not the one who uploaded that, well, that would be a mystery. That would be a mystery. But these things happen. And sometimes the only thing I can attribute it to is the Dietrich Act, really. We know it's not the enemy because it would never do anything constructive. But here's what you need to know. As I said, on Wednesday midweek, they're going to be promoting that bullshit that it's the 75th anniversary of the quote-unquote official end of World War II. It is not the fucking official end of World War II. You can look up Title 38 of the United States Code, which is law as established by Congress, which, by the way, goes above the president. That means that they call it the Congressional Medal of Honor, by the way. They don't call it the Presidential Medal of Honor. The Congress is, in effect, the highest branch of government. It is supposed to be the collective representation of the people. Whether or not they represent you or I is a moot point. But the Congress does not recognize that date, September, the middle of the first week of September, as any fucking end of World War II. They say that it enters ceasefire on the 31st of December in 1946. So the 1945 circus ceremony is not recognized by the United States of America's government. End of story. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no excuses. Yet they'll promote the bullshit that it was Japan's unconditional surrender as formalized aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. Far more important than that was the fact that America was forced into paying reparations to both Europe and to Japan. Normally this is done by people who lose the war, which is exactly what had happened with America. Now, that brings us into the Marshall Plan that failed, which was the American attempt to work with China, which of course, my nationalist China, which is reestablished on the islands of Taiwan, into which I was born, was at that point on the side of the Axis. This is ultimately why we were thrown out of the Security Council of the United Nations. And that brings us to the Marshall Plan that failed. Now, before George Marshall transformed American foreign policy in Europe, he lost a major political fight in China. Well, that can remind you of Donald Trump today, who said throughout his campaign and deep into his presidency, "We used to win! We don't win anymore!" Now, for all the outrage that line has regularly elicited, it in fact reflects one of the few points that Trump and his critics in the foreign policy establishment, the State Department that he so gutted because it represents Hillary Clinton to him, who was former head of state. Nevertheless, he and they agree on that. Both parties look back with nostalgia to a lost golden age when America did great things at home and on the world stage. Now, Trump's story of decline is just a cruder version of a more widely accepted narrative. It was able to take its toll because he delivered it to a nation already in thrall to its own myths. More than any other period in American history, the years just after World War II, as Americans misunderstand them, are taken to represent that foreign policy golden age. They mark the start of the American era, the American century, a period of bold leadership that gave us the doctrines and accomplishments we invoke today, and the Marshall Plan, which saved Europe from poverty and despair, the construction of America's global alliances, the democratic renovation of Germany and the Japanese Empire, the containment strategy that ultimately defeated the Soviet threat, the valor of the greatest generation. Nothing great about them, except great shit, or rather, a big pile of stinking shit that thinks their shit don't stink. And the vision of the wise man, all fit tidily into a narrative of power and purpose, reshaping the world, and ultimately leading to America's victory in the Cold War. Now, more than any other figure in that narrative, General George C. Marshall, the only military man to ever win the Nobel Peace Prize, embodies the conception of American power at its best. And as an Army general, he led these United States, according to popular myth, to victory in World War II. As the Secretary of State, the role of Hillary Rodham Clinton. And then Secretary of Defense, because, the Japanese won the war, and therefore there was no more Department of War. The United States had to dismantle it and establish instead a Department of Defense. And as Secretary of that department, George C. Marshall forged a model of global leadership that fused strength and ambition with generosity and wisdom. Okay, now Maria Michaela Grigorich says, I went to click on the notification for the upload you just mentioned, and it says the video is unavailable and it's private. My. The mystery deepens. Holy shit. I guess it's Selena just testing things out. She's probably just, uploading something and then seeing if she didn't want to distract people from my transmission. So she did what she did. Well, that makes sense, I guess. Now, the so-called greatest generation, again, the lamest generation, look to the greatness of George C. Marshall. The so-called wise men sought out his wisdom. Persuasively or not, officers and policymakers in every generation since have claimed to be carrying on the legacy of General Marshall. Challenges from the Middle East to Middle America are still met with calls for another Marshall Plan, which would mean basically, let's lose another fucking war. Well, America's been doing that. Selena Khan says, yes, hon, was my self-testing, was a mistake. Oh, quite all right, honey. Thank you. There we go. But there was, and is a problem, with this triumphal narrative. It leaves out one of the central events of both General Marshall's career and American foreign policy during that so-called Golden Age. In between General Marshall's purportedly heroic service in World War II and his visionary statesmanship at the dawn of the Cold War, he took on the most difficult mission of his life, involving the nation into which I myself was born. Remember that China was the nation I was born into. Simply its legal government relocated to island China, or the 100 Islands, the 100 Formosa, or in the Portuguese, beautiful islands of Taiwan. And when my nation was still on the mainland, across the Black Strait that separates Taiwan from communist China today, when my nation still held the mainland, the nation into which I ultimately was born in exile, on that nation, for 13 months, from the end of 1945 until early 1947, General George C. Marshall was dispatched as the special envoy to China, laboring to broker peace in the civil war between Mao Zedong's communist guerrillas and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist army, and to lay the groundwork for a United States allied Chinese democracy. When he so completely, totally, and utterly failed, both the fallout and the lessons shaped the rest of his acclaimed career and decades of foreign policy in consequence. Now, Americans, for years thereafter, would ask, who lost China? And some argued that General Marshall deserved a sizable share of the blame, my father being one of them. Because General Marshall's China mission cuts against the usual depiction of the man and the time, it has, of course, been completely censored out of the story altogether. A critical omission, hence the name for my very program. The full story should not just be about success and power's possibilities, but also about struggle and power's limits. Now, General Marshall's achievements have done plenty to inspire Americans over the years. His failures, however, may have even more to tell them about his legacy and about where the American empire be today. You see, General Marshall did not want to go to China. After a grueling 6-year tenure as Army Chief of Staff, which began the day my biological father, Adolf Hitler, invaded Poland in 1939, General Marshall wanted to retire. But a civil war in China and the risk of a communist victory threatened to demolish America's vision for post-war world order. So Harry Truman ordered General Marshall, whom Harry Truman himself, remember, Harry Truman himself was a former Army officer who served in World War I on the front lines, and he called General Marshall the greatest military man this country has ever produced, or any other country for that matter. Ooh, my. And he ordered him to take on what was meant to be his final mission. And it is propagandized that General Marshall's sense of duty would not allow him to say no. In a matter of weeks, General Marshall achieved what even cynics were calling a miracle. Truman wrote a letter to him, and reading from that letter, well, the most important sentence in it would read as follows. It looks as if the Chinese program is working out exactly as planned, thanks to you. Under Marshall's guiding hand, the nationalists and the communists agreed to a ceasefire in a civil war that had raged for 2 decades, with the Chinese nationalists acronymous as the Chinats, or the Sino-Nazis, fighting the Chi-Coms, or the Chinese communists, one side referenced by the Americans colloquially as the Red Chinese and the other as the Blue Chinese. The Chinese managed to kill off more of themselves than even the Japanese did, and the Japanese killed 100 million. That's how vicious the Chinese Civil War was. And it had gone on for 20 years. Now, there had been various ceasefires and settlements before, but under General Marshall, they settled on the principles of a democratic government, even pretending to listen as George Marshall explained the Bill of Rights and read aloud from Benjamin Franklin's speeches. And they signed off, the communists and nationalists did, on a plan to merge their troops into a single army. When General Marshall visited the communists' remote revolutionary headquarters in the caves of Yunnan, where the communist Chinese had pioneered underground farming techniques, towards which they had entire fields of mushrooms growing under sun lamps. Mao declared, "The entire people of our country should feel grateful and loudly shout, 'Long live cooperation between China and the United States.'" Mao had already instructed his communist cultists that they were entering a new stage of peace and democracy, and talked about how much he could learn from a visit to America. Other communist leaders, such as Zhou Enlai, were speculating about what jobs they would get in a new government led by Chiang Kai-shek, the Generalissimo and founder of my country, for all effects and purposes. But as we knowest now, the groundwork General Marshall laid for a peaceful, democratic, American allied China would not survive. Discussions moved from the high-level accord to the details of implementation. An apparent agreement gave its way to irreconcilable differences about China's future. As tensions between Washington and Moscow grew, Joseph Stalin went from supporting Marshall's efforts to encouraging Chairman Mao to accelerate his insurgent guerrilla war. Marshall struggled for another 10 months to avert a breakdown and the consequent risk of communist victory and renewed world war. Officials in Washington would compare him to Sisyphus, the mythical Greek demigod who is sentenced to forever push a boulder up a hill only to have it roll crashing down upon him, that he may be pulped and reconstituted to roll it up that mount again. As Marshall was trying again and again to restore progress. Only at the end of 1946 did he finally give up. And that's when the United States government, on December 31st, per Article 38 of the U.S. Code, which is law, as established by Congress, recognized World War II officially entering ceasefire. Peace would not be established until 1952. But at that point where ceasefire was entered was when George Marshall concluded, well, I'll read his words. "It is now going to be necessary for the Chinese themselves to do the things I endeavored to lead them into." Now, I could have told him from the beginning, reading your fucking Bill of American Rights and speeches from Benjamin Franklin aren't worth shit. Yet his China mission had left General Marshall with little help that American help could make a decisive difference there, and convinced him that a major military effort to stop Mao Zedong would bring enormous risks, while using American resources that were, he felt, desperately needed elsewhere, such as paying remuneration to the Japanese and the Germans, as well as the Italians. Ultimately, General Marshall himself warned that the American empire would have to be prepared to take over the Chinese government, practically, and administer its economic, military, and governmental affairs, and that would involve the United States government in a continuing commitment from which it would be practically impossible to withdraw, as well as a dissipation of resources that would inevitably play into the hands of the Russians. Yet to General Marshall, the challenge was not just about resources. A full-scale military commitment would involve, in his words, obligations and responsibilities which, I am convinced, the American people would never knowingly accept. We cannot escape the fact that the deliberate entry of this country into the armed effort in China involved possible consequences in which the financial costs, albeit tremendous, would be insignificant when compared to the other liabilities involved. So just a few years after General George C. Marshall and Mao Zedong toasted a future of peace and friendship, the communists, with Russian collaboration and sponsorship, conquered all of China, and Chiang Kai-shek, Grand High Generalissimo, fled to Taiwan. At the height of his mission, General Marshall had been hailed by figures across the American political spectrum for having saved China. Now he was savaged for having lost it. The implication that American policymakers had, out of some combination of timorous passivity and treasonous perfidy, lost China to communism, set off one of the darkest ever turns in American civic life. In a 3-hour tirade against General Marshall and the criminal folly of the disastrous Marshall Mission, Senator Joseph Tail Gunner Joe McCarthy spracketh of a conspiracy so immense and an infamy so black as to dwarf any previous venture in the history of man. Now, Tail Gunner Joe McCarthy had this speech published as a book entitled America's Retreat from Victory, and subtitled The Story of George Catlett Marshall, which be the middle name that the C stood for. In the McCarthyist fervor that followed, even General Marshall's own protege, Dwight David Eisenhower, would fail to defend him when campaigning for president at Tail Gunner Joe McCarthy's side. For generations of Cold War policymakers and strategists, the lesson was all too clear. They could not leave themselves vulnerable to charges of having lost a country to communism. As he agonized over an intervention in Vietnam that he doubted would succeed, Lyndon Baines Johnson, then President of the United States, was quoted as pleading, "God Almighty, what they said about us leaving China would just be warming up compared to what they'd say now." Some of his contemporaries went a step further, calling Vietnam an opportunity to pursue the course that should have been pursued in China a decade and a half before. Even into the 1980s, the analogy would maintain its grip, with the loss of China invoked as an argument for intervention everywhere else on Earth. But General Marshall himself drew different lessons from failure, especially when it came as to the global Cold War struggle against the Soviet-backed communism that was just beginning as he took over as Secretary of State. He observed, and I quote his tea at length, "The benighted people, the little people of the earth, have begun to realize how tragic their situation is, how unfair. The communists seize this growing revolt as a springboard for their own purposes. They use it. We have largely ignored it through the years, with all our kindly and generous feelings towards our fellow men. Much of our present troubles spring from this source." Yet while he recognized a need for American leadership in addressing this challenge, he also recognized the limits of what American power could achieve on its own. And so he stressed, and again I quote his tea, "The main part of the solution of China's problems is largely one for the Chinese themselves." When facing the prospect of collapse in Europe as the Cold War began, it was these lessons that General Marshall applied. He saw the needs to address hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos as precondition to averting the spread of communism, as well as the need for America's partners to take as certain steps before American help could even hope to be effective. He stressed these basic principles to a new State Department unit, the Policy Planning Staff, charging it with finding a way to prevent devastation in Western Europe from opening the way to Soviet domination. The result was the Marshall Plan, the largest foreign assistance effort in American history. This was brought about, of course, by the threat of the Third Reich to detonate Die Glock, the bell bomb, on the Canary Islands of Spain. And it's the reason why the Spanish fascist dictator, as the Americans would perceive him, Generalissimo, another Generalissimo like Chiang Kai-shek, Francisco Franco, the man who had aided Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini to power. Indeed, to such extent that the Spanish Civil War, which the Phalangists, or the Spanish fascists, won through the help of Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, was known as Hitler's greatest victory, because they installed a fascist dictator complete with death camps, Europe's only death camps that continued to operate into the 1960s and 70s. After the fall of the Third Reich and Mussolini's Neo-Roman Empire on the surface world, why did the Americans and the Allies never overthrow Francisco Franco? Because he had Die Glock, the bell bomb on the Canary Islands. He had but to press the trigger, and a large part of the mass comprising the matter, the material components that rendered the island itself physical, would phase out of this dimension and trigger, thereby, a tsunami through the displacement of physical matter, disturbing the ocean itself. Such displacement would trigger a tsunami that would wipe America off the map. You might say, well, it's only the East Coast. Don't forget, the Atlantic seaboard is America. At that point, Los Angeles and San Francisco, important as they were nothing compared to their size today. Everything was on the East Coast of the United States. Wiping out the East Coast wipes out America itself. With but the single press of a button, Francisco Franco could destroy America in a matter of minutes. That's why General Marshall is responsible for the greatest surrender in human history. The surrender of America's wealth to the reconstruction of Europe and Japan. What is considered the greatest accomplishment in the history of American foreign policy. At the beginning of Barack Obama's presidency, that policy planning staff, established by George Marshall to oversee reparations to the Axis powers for their victory, over 60 years later, that policy planning staff was still in effect because America is still legally at war with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile in Unterland. Die Glock, the bell bomb on the Canary Islands of Spain, is what enabled the Reich to retreat in peace. Or Franco would press the button and America would die. When Barack Obama became president and consulted the policy planning staff, both senior government officials and prominent outside commentators continued to invoke General Marshall's example and call for a version for our own time. A Marshall Plan for Southeast Asia, a Marshall Plan for Central America, a Marshall Plan for Tunisia or Egypt or the entire Muslim world, Dur al-Islam, or all the land under submission to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Even a Marshall Plan for the decaying North American interior. Never mind that these calls were coming amid an acute financial crisis and budgetary shortfalls, whilst the actual Marshall Plan's contribution was, as a percentage of the gross domestic product of the American empire, equivalent to around 1 trillion United States dollars today to Europe alone, and another trillion US dollars to Japan. Marshall's China mission, meanwhile, remains completely censored and suppressed, a critical omission, even though it would have proven a far more valuable object of study than surrender. In that failure, you see the cycle of great expectations and bitter disappointment that continues to characterize America's relationship with China. You see the hard questions of when and whether to intervene and how to aid partners who may not govern or fight the way we think they should. You see the reality of a foreign policy that must reckon with wicked problems and manage the consequences of failure. But the echoes go far beyond specific foreign policy concerns. As Americans agonize and argue over fears of national decline, the story of Marshall's China mission is, in one sense, the most sobering. Because even at the height, the perceived height, of the American empire's power, when the United States had just presumably led the Allies to victory in World War II and accounted for nearly half the global economy, it still could not solve every problem. But the story should also be reassuring. In what is propagandized as America's moment of greatest leadership, it did not have to solve every problem to show that it was still strong enough to ultimately contain and defeat the Soviet Union with the aid of those nations it had lost the war to: Germany and Japan. And yes, Italy as well. Now, Japan's Prime Minister, Abe Shinzo, surname first, the name of his family coming before his first name. The Prime Minister, Abe Shinzo, has resigned for health reasons, taken his final bow off the stage of Japanese imperium. Abe Shinzo suffers from ulcerative colitis, a chronic, debilitating condition. He is still Japan's longest-serving prime minister, having taken charge of the world's third-largest economy from 2006 through 2007, and again from 2012. I've attested before that he should have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics for his Abenomics program, Abe Economics, because whereas Japan's Industrial Revolution, after its victory in the Second World War, made the Japanese Empire great, Abenomics rendered the Japanese Empire just, as in equitably providing economic justice and equity throughout its domain. Now, Abe Shinzo's exit will very well threaten regional stability and the Japanese Empire's alliance with these United States. Rumors concerning the Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo's health had circulated for weeks, and while his resignation on Friday into this very weekend could not have come as a complete shock to United States officials, the timing of the announcement is worrisome. Tensions in Asia have been on the rise. While the American Empire and the Communist Chinese Empire trade war marches on and on, meaning that the trade war continues to escalate as the greatest economies in the world decouple. Red China has been taking increasingly provocative actions in the East China and South China Seas. Just a few days ago, for example, Communist China fired 4 ballistic missiles into the South China Sea, where 6 different governments are engaged in territorial disputation. Red China has also ratcheted up tensions with the Japanese Empire by continuing to allow its ships to sail into the disputed waters near the Senkaku Islands, administered by Tokyo. Red China, which calls them the Diaoyu Islands, also claims sovereignty thereunto. To top it all off, the Communist Chinese Empire's crackdown on Hong Kong and its threats to mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan have sparked fears that a major conflict in Asia is inevitable in the coming years. Abe Shinzo, who recently became Japan's longest-serving prime minister, was a primary source of stability in region. Although his nationalist sympathies sometimes drew negative attention, inclusive his 2013 visit to the controversial shrine of Shindo, that is oftentimes considered a symbol of the Japanese Empire's military, or rather militant past, offended China and South Korea, and disappointed the United States. Abe himself was a committed multilateralist who tirelessly pushed for a rules-based international order. At the same time, Abe Shinzo was unwavering in his dedication to secure and improve the Japano-American alliance. In 2015, he pushed through domestically controversial national security legislation that reinterpreted the Constitution's clause, limiting use of force to self-defense. The legislation allowed the Japanese Empire to exercise collective defense responsibilities and therefore come to the aid of the United States if necessary. See, what Americans don't understand is that Japan was never obligated to come to America's defense. Abe Shinzo augmented the Japanese constitution so that if America is invaded or finds itself existentially threatened by any enemy, Japan has now promised to come to its aid. This was under former President Barack Obama. But when President Donald Trump was elected, Abe Shinzo did not miss a beat, flying to New York to become the first foreign leader to meet with the president-elect in Trump Tower. Even after Trump withdrew from the 12-nation Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, free trade agreement, that Abe Shinzo knew was crucial for both economic and strategic reasons, the Prime Minister both preserved the overall deal with the remaining 11 countries as the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the CPTPP, and thereby brought all those nations, inclusive Canada, into the new Japanese Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Basically, realizing what military generals in World War II could only dream of, and uniting all the Pacific powers, excepting the Communist Chinese and American empires, under Japanese economic umbrella status. And then Abe Shinzo agreed to work with the Trump administration to form a separate bilateral agreement, which, though more limited than the TPP, matched many of the tariff levels and, more importantly, helped to avoid trade tensions between the two allies while Donald Trump declared trade war on everyone else on Earth, inclusive Mexico, Canada, and the major European economies. The Japanese Empire is in an awkward position when it comes to Communist China. While Japan is increasingly leery of growing Red Chinese power, hence its need to foster close security ties to the United States, it is economically bound to its larger and wealthier neighbor. Abe Shinzo had to walk a tightrope by securing Japan's relationship with the United States without unnecessarily provoking Red China. This was evident in the month of June, but the month before yestermenses, or the month before last, when the Japanese government expressed its concerns regarding Beijing's actions in Hong Kong, but avoided signing a joint statement with the United States, Britain, Australia, and Canada condemning Red China for passing a national security law that essentially ends the one country, two systems principle in which Hong Kong maintained its autonomy. Several names are being floated as possible successors to Abe Shinzo, including Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshihide Suga, former Defense Minister Shigeru Ishiba, and the current Defense Minister Taro Kono, as well as the former Foreign Minister Fumio Kishida. Whoever is chosen next month by the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party that has ruled Japan forever, will have to figure out how to balance Japan's competing interests on the world stage. Hopefully that balance will continue to tip, as it did under Abe Shinzo, in favor of these United States. It should not be forgotten that a few years before Abe returned to office in 2012, Japan, under the since dissolved DPG, or the Democratic Party of Japan, led by Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama, seemed to be moving the Japanese Empire towards a much closer relationship with Communist China, towards a Sino-Japanese axis. Fortunately, the alliance between the United States and the Empire of Japan has been strong enough that ties between the countries have become somewhat institutionalized. Exempli gratiae, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, referenced as Quad, or Quad 2.0, referring to its revival circa 2017, has resulted in regular meetings between the United States, the Japanese Empire, Australia, and India to maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific region. The year 2020 continues to throw curveballs at the world, and Abe Shinzo's resignation may pale in comparison to a global pandemic and a looming economic depression. While Abe's departure may not seem immediately alarming, it poses a serious challenge to the stability of the Indo-Pacific region and all Asia, given China's dominance. While we don't know who the next leader of the Japanese Empire will be, we can only hope that he be as committed to the alliance with the American Empire as Abe Shinzo has been. And of course, to compound all these losses, the world is mourning the loss of actor Chadwick Boseman, the Black Panther, which is not just fiction. The Black Panther's Wakanda has historical roots in the nuclear age Congo. Now, the nuclear age is not something that began at some misty halfway point between World War II, which has never ended, and the emergence of the Soviet Empire, which had been a part of World War II. The nuclear age started with World War II itself, which was a nuclear war. Now, Marvel's Black Panther connects everything I've just articulated about the so-called end of World War II on the battleship Missouri and Abe Shinzo's retirement per force of circumstances of health. It's a situation in which you only begin to understand it when, in historical context, you grasp the ultimate source of the Hiroshima bomb. The secret to Wakanda's superiority is vibranium, an indestructible alien element that is found only in Wakanda, but is in great demand by both scientists and evildoers. The source of vibranium is a meteor that landed in the country long ago, and T'Challa's father kept it secret from the world as he developed his nation. That's in the universe of the Black Panther franchise. Now, the character of the Black Panther and his nation of Wakanda first appeared in Fantastic Four, issue number 52, which was released, or rather published and circulated, on the 1st of July in the year in which I myself was born, 1966. And his story was elaborated in the next issue, issue number 53, published and circulated this month, but in the year I was born, August of 1966. So Black Panther is as old as I. Now, Marvel Comics' dynamic duo, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created the character. Or rather, Jack Kirby created it and Stan Lee imposed or rubber stamped it, imposed his name upon it, and thereby co-created it by co-option. And Black Panther's debut was more than 3 months before Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, name spelled S-E-A-L-E, formed and founded the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California, in October of that year, in both the month and year that I was born. So Wakanda's location has shifted over time, and writers have attributed various African inspirations for the story. But the Black Panther's backstory makes it clear that the Congo was Lee and Kirby's imaginative jumping-off point for Wakanda. When Marvel published its Marvel Atlas #2, circa 1988, Wakanda was mapped near Lake Turkana, that would be northwestern Kenya near the Ethiopian border, and was near the fictional nations of Canaan, Niganda, Rudyana, Uyanka, Gudaja, Moanda, Zvortide, and Azania. Some have looked to the Mono-Mutapa civilization of the Great Zimbabwe as the inspiration for the Black Panther story. The writer, Ta-Nehisi Coates, who has penned the storylines for the Black Panther comic since 2016, has also pointed to Ethiopia, a nation that defeated the Italian forces in 1896 and remained independent during the colonization of Africa, as the inspiration. The movie's director, Ryan Coogler, has said that he was influenced in part by his trip to Lesotho, the small kingdom surrounded on all sides by South Africa, became allied with my own native homeland and heartland of Taiwan, an alliance which proved crucial to its avoiding the worst of colonialism and never having been absorbed by the communists who ultimately overran the former white settler apartheid regime of South Africa. But to locate Lee and Kirby's original idea, that year that I myself entered this Vale of Tears, 1966, the comics themselves, or rather the graphic storyboards, providest better clues. Chala explainest his own history and that of his country in Fantastic Four, issue number 53. Mr. Fantastic of the Fantastic Four, that's Reed Richards, the scientist who can bend himself like he's the rubber man, Mr. Bend and Stretch, who notes that though the Wakanda tribe lives in the tradition of their forefathers, they possess modern super-scientific wonders we can only marvel at. Chala then tells Richards and his friends that Western greed and a quest for African resources had disturbed peaceful Wakanda. And the way he described it was that it was not just a greedy ivory hunter, but someone much more dangerous. The evil Ulysses Claw sought out vibranium as the one element I need, the one element which will power his all-destructive weapon, a sound transformer that could convert the energy of sound into living forms. When Chala's father, Chaka, tried to prevent Ulysses Claw from controlling the vibranium supply, Claw had him killed. Chala witnessed this as a boy and vowed to avenge his father's death. Now, both Stan Lee and Jack Kirby had served in World War II, and working together in 1966, the year I myself first laid eyes on this world, they were steeped in the science and technology of their day, the nuclear era, and the space age. In 1961, they had created the Fantastic Four, a foursome of American astronauts whose exposure to cosmic rays graced them superpowers. The next year, they rolled out the Incredible Hulk, the green monster alter ego of scientist Bruce Banner, who emerged after Banner was exposed to gamma rays during the detonation of a gamma bomb. Now, our man Jameson Rees says Wakanda kind of reminds me of what ancient Nubia and early Chem Egypt were to surrounding cultures in the ancient world. Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, that's part of the shtick, is that the Wakandans worship the ancient Egyptian pantheon. So even though they're black and Bantu, they are acculturated in Egyptian religion because they apparently source from the time of the latter black pharaohs of Egypt. Now, in 1962, Stan Lee introduced the Spider-Man, an unlikely hero created after wallflower teenager Peter Parker was bitten by a radioactive spider. The following year, Jack Kirby and Stan Lee teamed up to launch the X-Men, a group of human mutants who were born with superpowers. And after exploring all these possibilities of radiation and mutation, it be no wonder that they turned their attention to the source of such powers. Indeed, in the half-decade before the Black Panther appeared to protect vibranium, the world had watched a struggle for the control of the source of another element that could power fearsome weapons of mass destruction: uranium. And it was found in the Congo. Now, the Shinkolobwe mine contained the richest deposit of uranium anywhere on Earth, and it just happened to be in darkest Congo's Katanga province. Albert Einstein himself had writ to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1939 about Enrico Fermi's atomic work and the potential for weaponization of his equation, E equals mc squared, so that it would materially convert mass into the release of energy. They would need high-quality uranium, and Einstein so noted, and here I quote his T, "The most important source of uranium is in the Belgian Congo." That brings us to the hidden Holocaust of King Leopold, who the blacks of Africa have always said was more than twice the monster Hitler is claimed to be by the whites. King Leopold II of Belgium was born 185 years agone on the 9th of April in 1835. He was a racist monster. He was a racist white savage. He was a racist devil. He was the worst, sadistically racist, genocidal maniac in modern world history. During his rampage of colonization, his colonial reign, he mass murdered, at lowest estimate, conservatively, an estimated 15 million black African women, children, and yes, of course, men, in the Congo, which totaled at least half the human population, and which comprises more than twice the number of the officially recognized 6 million Jews mass murdered by my biological father Adolf Hitler on the European continent. To paraphrase Mark Antony in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, I come to condemn Leopold, not to praise him. For about 90,000 years, the black Bantu people lived alone, it is, with no white folks to bother them, in Central Africa, a region that, due to its beautiful weather, colorful foliage, crystal clear rivers, and tropical scenery, has been described as heaven on earth. So heavenly, with fruit literally falling from the trees, with game so plentiful you could grab it with your bare hands, such as young Dick, the pygmy deer, that the blacks had no need to ever invent the wheel, or much by the way of clothing, or advanced weaponry, beyond that which killed game. But then the devil arrived in the incarnation of King Leopold himself. Leopold certainly emerged into this world as an unattractive figure, described as a young man by his cousin Queen Victoria of England as an unfit, idle, and unpromising, an heir apparent as ever was known, and by the Jewish foreign minister who ran the British Empire, Disraeli, as having such a nose as a young prince has in a fairy tale, who has been banned by a malignant fairy. As king, Leopold did not even bother to deny charges in a London court that he regularly had sex with child prostitutes. When the Bishop of Ostend told him that people were saying he had a mistress, Leopold is reputed to have replied benignly, "People tell me the same about you, Your Grace, but of course I choose not to believe them." His wiliness in convincing the world that he had only humanitarian motives in annexing the Congo, in persuading the Belgian government essentially to pay for his purchase, and in buying up journalists, including the great explorer Henry Morton Stanley, to promote his cause, showest both cunning and skill of malevolent nature. In 1885, Leopold and his army of demons arrived, and for 23 years, nigh a quarter of a century, until 1908, he hellishly colonized the Congo, now known as the Democratic Republic of Congo, and previously known as Zaire, and turned it into his private multi-billion-dollar corporation. In the process, he viciously forced the indigenous peoples to produce massive daily quotas of ivory, and later, much more massive daily quotas of rubber. If they failed to reach their nearly impossible quotas, he'd have their hands, arms, and legs chopped off. Have them then, as quadruple amputees, unable to resist or ward off their assailants, gang raped, and ultimately murdered. He had entire limb huts constructed throughout the country to collect and publicly display severed body parts to systemically terrorize the black populace. He had rape huts constructed to systemically sexually brutalize the black women and girls and breed out the black race of the Congo with yellow children bearing the mark of Leopold, the white skin. Things were so horrific
that they shocked the conscience of many whites during that time. Exemplar gratiae, John Harris, an English missionary, so wrote, "I have just returned from a journey in the Congo. The abject misery and utter abandon is indescribable." Professor Jean Stengers, a Belgian historian who wrote profusely about that period, described the rubber-producing areas of the Congo as areas transformed from Edenic, heavenly oases into veritable hells on earth. Mark Twain, himself a soldier and a combat veteran who fought on the side of the Confederate States of America, sardonically ridiculed the Belgian monarch in King Leopold's soliloquy, in which he said, "Never, as a slave owner, have I seen blacks in America treated with such expendability as the Belgians do treat their blacks in the Congo." Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who gifted us Sherlock Holmes, in 1909 penned The Crime of the Congo to expose Leopold's brutality as a crime against all humanity. The author Joseph Conrad's 1900 book, entitled Heart of Darkness, on which the movie Apocalypse Now was based, only transposing the location from Africa to Vietnam, was a fictional but accurate account of Leopold's barbaric reign, and that book was later made into a movie. And as I said, you know it through your experience of watching Apocalypse Now, starring Marlon Brando in the historic role of King Leopold. But the greatest denunciation came from Roger Casement, an Irish nationalist and Easter Rising leader, who, surprisingly, wrote Britain's official document regarding Leopold's wickedness in the Congo. That document, dated 1903, is entitled The Casement Report, and it goes into gory detail. It's both a must-read and a disturbing read. At your own risk, you can log on to archive.org/stream/casement report/casement report small _ djvu.txt. Again, that's archive.org/stream/casement report, casement being spelled CASEMENT after the name of Roger Casement, casement report/casement report small _ djvu.txt. Although King Leopold was clearly the head monster, he had several demoniac lieutenants whose sadism was horrific. It'd be quite clear that many of Leopold's officials in the depots up the Congo River terrorized the local inhabitants on their own, forcing them to work under threat of having their hands and feet, and, in their place when they needed their limbs for work, those of their children instead cut off. Women were gang raped, men were executed, and entire villages were burned in pursuit of profit for the king. The perpetrators included, among several others, Leon Rome, known simply as the Devil, René de Parmentier, known as the Butcher of Congo, and Leon Fivez, known as the Head Collector, who oftentimes boasted of having 100 heads cut off for his personal collection, of boiling them to slow off the skin so he could take the white skulls of the blacks and paint them a shining ebony. Leopold and his demons weren't alone in their devilment. They were enabled by the active support of 14 European nations along with these United States when they co-signed his wickedness during the Berlin Conference of 1884 through 1885, where Africa was sliced up like a pie by the greedy white empires. It was because Europe and America banded together to gang rape and mass murder their African colonies that the relatively small country of Belgium was able to dominate the Congo, which covered an expanse of 910,000 square miles and was a whopping 76 times larger in landmass than Belgium itself, an artificial nation that should not even exist, created as a satrap to England after the Napoleonic Wars, so that the British would have a toehold on the continent, a tripwire to guarantee neutrality of, should France or Germany ever threaten to cross the Channel. Unfortunately, for all mankind, the Italian anarchist Gennaro Rubino couldn't shoot straight and missed each of the 3 shots he fired on the 15th of November in 1902 when he attempted to assassinate King Leopold. So damn his soul to hell for fucking that up. But the creator caught up with the devil 7 years later on the 17th of December in 1909 and dispatched him back to hell. Historian Adam Hochschild disclosed that when international outrage began to mount, due in large part to the Casement Report, King Leopold was pressured to leave the Congo and give up his authority thereover. Shortly thereafter, to read from the book itself, the furnaces near his palace burned for 8 days straight, turning most of the Congo state records to ash and smoke. This record genocide was followed by Leopold's bland comment that I will give them my Congo, but they have no right to know what I did there. Oh yes, they do. Because the planes which soar over the greenhouses of Belgium as they depart the capital of Brussels, which is now the capital of United Europe, even today, sometimes carry human cargo. Black asylum seekers being unceremoniously deported, occasionally naked and still bleeding, back to Africa. In September of 1998, the Belgian Immigration Service succeeded in suffocating one of them, a Nigerian woman called Samira Adamu, who was but 20 years of age when she died on board the plane that was to take her home, by shoving her head under a pillow so they could hear nothing but her muffled screams while they raped her in a line. We know of this because the police videoed themselves chatting and laughing about how to maintain their erections while they pushed her head down. And it took them 20 minutes of fucking and suffocation before she died. We know when she dies on the tape because her kicking stops and her body goes limp. And the men say it's no longer fun to fuck her because her vagina is not retracting and contracting anymore to provide them muscular stimulation for their penises. This is why the blacks of Africa in the Congo contracted radiation cancer by the hundreds to dig out uranium with their bare hands to give to German spies disguised as Belgians all the uranium that Adolf Hitler needed to build his nuclear bombs. This is why, when my biological father deployed one of those bombs in Kurland to stop the Soviet advance in Estonia, so that his man, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, of the U-boat or submarine arm of the Kriegsmarine, the War Marine or the German Navy of World War II, would be able to expedite the largest evacuation of humanity in all recorded history, Operation Hannibal, saving the Germanic peoples of the Baltic littoral states of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania from communist extermination, because they had been former colonies of the Teutonic Ordnung, or the Germanic Order of Knights, and therefore unto Hitler as German as anyone in Berlin. When that bomb was dropped onto the Russians and literally disintegrated their advance, that was when Adolf Hitler realized the radiological repercussions that until then only the blacks had known. These were the same blacks that Albert Einstein was willing to have die by the thousands, digging up uranium for a bomb that he wanted deployed against Germany, when instead the Germans themselves deployed that bomb, was when my biological father, Adolf Hitler, discovered the phenomenon of radiation disease. When it was reported from the front lines what the bomb did to people in area, was when my father, Adolf Hitler, said, the atomic bombs must never be dropped again in Europe. We have affidavits concerning interrogation of Luftwaffe officers, test pilots, released during the Clinton administration, along with, of course, Schutzstaffel, Secret Service, the SS General Jacob Sporenberg's Polish war crimes trial affidavit, that provide irrevocable evidence that the Third Reich tested the atomic bomb via cruise missile delivery on the Isle of Riga, what the Allies called the V2 or Rocket Island, 8 months before the end of the war as perceived by Americans, several months before Trinity. In October of 1944, when a mushroom cloud on the Baltic coastline of Kurland literally disintegrated the Soviet advance, a mushroom cloud that emerged a full kilometer in diameter with continuous internalization of combustion, leading to electrical interference with instruments back in Berlin itself. And Great Britain then put all constables, fire departments, and medical evacuation teams within its civil defense infrastructure on atomic alert. That's on the records. This is why American troops hit the beaches on D-Day with Geiger counters. All of this is a fact. Had the Soviet advance not been stopped, millions would have died. Instead, they were evacuated by Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who thereafter, in 1945, because of his success in helping millions of Germanic peoples escape extermination, Adolf Hitler appointed him the last Führer of the Third Reich, the Kriegsführer, the war leader on the surface of the earth, to negotiate peace with the Allied powers, while Hitler escaped, along with many pure Nordic Aryans, into Unterland. None of this would have been possible without the thousands of blacks who died digging uranium with their bare hands to provide the Germans with the weapons they needed to help the millions that went missing at the end of World War II escape into Unterland by stopping the Soviet advance on the Germanic littoral satellite states of the Baltic. And because the Germans had built standardized ordnance, little boy bombs, as the Americans would call them, in standardized casements that the Allies knew were operational, there was no testing of the uranium atomic bomb. Only the domestic plutonium bomb that the Americans produced themselves needed testing. And when the Americans, under Harry Truman, who took over after Franklin Delano Roosevelt died, FDR hated Charles Augustus Lindbergh, my father's own personal hero, because, of course, he was known to the Americans as the Benedict Arnold of World War II. He was a proud American member of the National Socialistische Party, an American Nazi, a true Nazi, not like these neo-Nazi skinheads. And Charles Augustus Lindbergh, FDR promised, would never step foot in Europe while he was president. In fact, he was sent to Asia to fight the Japanese. As soon as Harry Truman succeeded the presidency, he brought Charles Augustus Lindbergh out of the Pacific and dispatched him to Europe because as an identified Nazi celebrity, he was able to talk the Germans into giving the Americans one of their atomic bombs, the little boy uranium bomb. This was built using uranium from Shinkolobwe mine in the Belgian Congo, uranium dug out by the bare hands of black resistance to give the Germans a fighting chance against their colonial masters. And it was in 1945 that uranium from Shinkolobwe in the Congo was used in the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Thereafter, protecting the mine from any further such smuggling involved deep espionage. Jameson adds, "It's interesting how Ebola's initial spread was in the Congo. I can't help but think it was no accident." When the Belgian Congo became independent, on the 30th of June in 1960, it was asked, of course, what would happen to its uranium, who would control it. Less than 2 weeks later, Katanga seceded from the Congo under the leadership of Moïse Tshombe, with the support of Belgian industrial and military interests. Patrice Lumumba, Congo's prime ministress, sought to regain control and called on the United Nations for help. When the United Nations proved reluctant to subdue the Katanganese rebels, Lumumba turned to the Soviet Union. In the resultant Congo crisis, Lumumba was overthrown and assassinated in 1961, and the United Nations Secretary General was killed in a mysterious plane crash later that same year. As this crisis unfolded, American support helped defeat forces that remained loyal to Lumumba. In these United States, Malcolm X injected Lumumba and the Congo strongly into debates about black African American rights. Malcolm X called Lumumba the greatest black man who ever walked the African continent. He criticized the Johnson administration's support for Chombe and called on black American veterans to go fight in the Congo. If Congo was controlled, as Malcolm X himself argued in New York in December of 1964, by a real dyed-in-the-wool black African nationalist, we could build the Black Bomb that would bring an end to white rule in southern Africa. By that, Malcolm X was demanding the nuclear attack against Angola, southern Rhodesia, Southwest Africa, and South Africa itself. Aside from advocating the deployment of nuclear weapons, brought by hand if necessary, into the white settler regimes, Malcolm X also linked the United States civil rights movement to the Congo. To quote his T, the same schemes are at work in the Congo that are at work in the Mississippi. Black African representatives at the United Nations picked up this comparison, and even the New York Times covered it. Actually, forgive me, I believe what Malcolm X actually said was, the same schemes at work in the Congo are at work in the Mississippi. Now, Malcolm X lectured on Lumumba and the Congo until he himself was assassinated the year before I was born, circa 1965. Later that year, the Congo crisis came to an abrupt end because many of Malcolm X's followers withdrew, who were serving as black American insurgents on the continent of their biological origins. Army Chief of Staff Joseph Mobutu led a coup d'etat that put him in charge of a unified Congo. Now, Mobutu, a ready ally of these United States, assured that the world's most important deposits of uranium would never fall into Soviet hands. So the origin story of Black Panther, introduced in the year that I was born, looks like what would have happened if Batman/Bruce Wayne's parents had been Patrice Lumumba and Malcolm X. In the face of their murders, the loyal son dons a mask and uses the wealth at his disposal to avenge his parents' death. For Black Panther, this also meant keeping the world safe from the misappropriation of vibranium. And Black Panther took on white supremacy. As his storyline developed, Black Panther fought apartheid in South Africa and the Klan in the southern United States. We can now locate him in the pantheon of Marvel heroes and as the star of his own feature film. When we go looking for Wakanda, however, we can find it an unofficial Axis ally in a Cold War crisis down an African mine. And from vibranium, we go to coltan. That's spelled C-O-L-T-A-N. And that's how Marvel's Black Panther mirrors real-life issues in Africa today. Marvel films have a tradition of tackling some fairly heavy real-world issues. Exempli gratiae, anyone familiar with NSA or National Security Agency scandals, wherein Michael Aquino himself was a deputy director. Over those last decades of himself being scandalous enough, and the many scandals surrounding him within the NSA, whether involving him directly or not, certainly I've kept as much track as I could. And anyone like myself would easily recognize the themes and concepts of the Marvel franchise film entitled Captain America and subtitled The Winter Soldier, which used fiction to shine a light on contemporary political controversies. When Black Panther was released, 2 or 3 years agone by now, the film stood firmly in that tradition as well. 10 days of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's annual Legislative Conference were treated to a panel on what was then the upcoming Marvel movie, 2 to 3 years agone by now. And director Ryan Coogler thence made a powerful statement on the film's themes. He explained that the movie would treat vibranium as an analogy for the real-world mineral coltan, which has driven the conflict in the Congo since World War II. Now, when it comes to the conflict mineral itself, let me see if I can find if this is from my webmeister. And I'll ask Selena to check on that for me. See if there's something that somebody's trying to tell me via a code that's needed to access the site. By the way, I'm getting the news that we're having a major internet outage, that many websites are down. So it's a wonder that anything's working at all. At any rate, okay, nothing going on there apparently, so I thank Selena Khan for that reassurance. By the way, our man Jameson Reese confirms that they get the tantalum from coltan. Yes, I'll go into that. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciated. Very astute. Very insightful. And, okay. Good girl. Now, coltan is a dull metallic ore found in the Congo. But when refined, it becomes a metal called tantalum, a heat-resistant powder that can hold a high electric charge. It's a vital component in modern capacitors, and it is used in almost all laptops, cell phones, and pagers, which the modern West doesn't use anymore. But if you have a cell phone, there's blood in it. And that's black African blood. Because unfortunately, as any academic will tell you, there's a strong correlation between valuable resources and civil wars. In the Congo, controversial United Nations reports have proven that neighboring countries have been involved in smuggling coltan from the Congo itself, exploiting the revenues to fund the war, Black Africa's World War I, where millions have died in mercenary army conflicts, where entire armies are in the field, fielded by corporations instead of countries. By one estimate, the Rwandan army made at least 250 million United States dollars over a period of only 18 months through the sale of coltan, even though no coltan is mined in Rwanda, the nation of genocide that is also candidate as the model Wakanda. While the director of Black Panther, Mr. Coogler, has drawn a deliberate parallel between the fictional vibranium and the real-world coltan, he's taken a subtly different approach. In regards to coltan, foreign powers learned of the vital minerals, and the Congolese conflict became far worse. In other words, the discovery of the very material on which the postmodern world is built exacerbated pre-existing conflict. With vibranium, however, the Wakandans discovered the mineral themselves. The movie imagines an African nation where the tribe who run the area had discovered the mineral, capitalized on it, and then rejected the rest of the world, using it to their advantage. Instead of plunging the area into civil war, the discovery of vibranium was used by the Wakandans to create a strong, peaceful nation. As Coogler himself describes it, we asked ourselves, did the vibranium make Wakandans special? Or were Wakandans already something special and made something of vibranium? We decided it was the Wakandans. Now, in the movie entitled Avengers and subtitled Age of Ultron, it was revealed that vibranium smuggling has already become a career choice for dangerous men like Ulysses Klaue. Historically, Andy Serkis's character even enslaved Wakandans to man illegal mines, but was discovered and defeated by the Black Panther. Unfortunately for Wakanda, Age of Ultron then demonstrated to the world just how powerful and useful a mineral like vibranium could be. Meanwhile, governments are no doubt shoveling money into research projects to create planetary defenses after the Chitauri invasion of New York. In such context, vibranium would be very useful indeed. Now, we already know that Black Panther involved an international conspiracy working to unseat T'Challa, aiming to help his brother Killmonger take the throne. Killmonger is portrayed as thinking he's trying to restore Wakanda's isolationist ways, but the world powers have only one objective: to destabilize Wakanda in order to acquire the nation's vibranium mines. There are definite real-world parallels here, although the context is different. The Congo was already in a state of unrest when the world realized how valuable coltan could be. So Ryan Coogler hoped, even then, at the time of release of the film, we identify the man who died but yesterday represents the black actor with cancer whose name always escapes me, and Chadwick Boseman. And Derek didn't remember it either, because his character is so outstandingly portrayed, you lose the actor behind it. But Ryan Coogler hoped that The Black Panther would be a film that leaves a strong impact. And the panelists were united in their desire that the movie would spark debate and that it would inspire a renewed interest in science and technology. They even held out hope that it could transform the tourist industry of the African continent, encouraging black African Americans to visit after seeing a respectful glimpse of a heritage that's never been shown properly on the big screen before. With all those hopes, it was particularly impressive that Coogler chose to pay equal attention to the darker issues of Africa as well. Because Black Panther as a movie is a reminder that Africa still stands and powers all the world. Now, unless you're living under a rock, you've probably at least heard about the Marvel comic Black Panther. And even if you're not much of a cinephile, you may also have heard that the film broke a historic record on the week of its release. In fact, in under 24 hours, it sold more pre-sale tickets than any Marvel movie ever. Now, a lot of the excitement for that movie stemmed from the stellar cast that the director and writer Ryan Coogler, who also wrote and directed critically acclaimed movies like Fruitvale Station, released in 2013, and Creed, released in 2015, had brought together before. And the big name Black African American and Black African actors, such as Chadwick Boseman and Lupita Nyong'o, Dane Guevara, Danielle Kaluuya, and Forrest Whitaker were starring in the film alongside an equally diverse supporting cast. And as the film's executive producer, Nate Moore, asserted in an interview he conducted with Empire magazine, did say, or was quoted as saying, T'Challa isn't just the first black superhero to headline a Marvel film, he's the first African superhero, period. But not only was the movie chock full of black actors and actresses, its fictional story was, and is, deeply and intentionally African. Because the movie deals with issues that are especially relevant and timely for the entire African continent, a fact that must be acknowledged in today's complex and rapidly changing Africa narrative. And as such, it's not enough that we acknowledge that the film has a good cast and equally good music as produced by the American rapper Kendrick Lamar. It'd be imperative that we contextualize the importance of its setting in our current socio-political context. Because the entire series, as set in the fictional country of Wakanda, a small, isolated Afro-futuristic kingdom in East Africa, is chilling reminder in and of itself of a real African country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The reclusive Wakanda is shielded by both natural barriers like mountains and a font that it produces third world textiles that masks its truly advanced technological society. Wakanda was never conquered, colonized, or disturbed anyone in turn. And furthermore, it be the only country with vibranium mines in the world, the conceit of the Marvel franchise, vibranium being, within the Marvel universe, the rarest and force-rendering metal that allowest Wakanda to develop technology that the rest of the world cannot even dream of. The story, then, of the technology, well, of the Black Panther, T'Challa's, is that of a coming-of-age story to defend the country against both internal and external forces and maintain his father, King T'Chaka's legacy. And like Wakanda, the DRC, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a mineral that holds the key to the future itself, especially for a world that is increasingly and perhaps invariably dependent on technology itself. According to a National Geographic report issued in the year 2013, Congo's mines produce nearly half the entire world's known supply of tantalum, as well as a large percentage of its tin ore, tungsten, gold, and dozens of other minerals, all used in electronics, as gold is. Tantalum is the rare blue-gray metal that conducts electricity through the smart devices we are all addicted to. And thanks to skyrocketing demand from electronics manufacturers, tantalum, along with a handful of other rare minerals, is an incredibly sought-after metal. The same for cobalt, a component in the lithium-ion batteries used to power electric cars and mobile phones. for which the DRC, the Democratic Republic Congo, produces about 2/3 of the entire global output. But rather than yield the tremendous power that Wakanda commands in the world, all indicators suggest that the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo under communism, is the poorest country in the world. The presence of the country's tremendous natural resources is fueling violence, hunger, and disease, rather than aiding in its supreme reign over the world. And for many reasons, unlike Wakanda, the communist DRC is the second largest country in Africa by size and the fourth by population. It has one of the most gruesome and brutal tales of colonization the world has ever seen. And yet, the overwhelming majority on Earth have never heard of King Leopold, the Stalin of Africa. The country is consistently full of multinationals who continue to scramble for the country's wealth and has been in the international media for decades over the issue of what be termed economically as conflict minerals. Excuse me while I... Now, in fact, at a time when Africa continues to dominate the international news in equally terrifying and fantastic ways, from the Libyan slave trade outrage to the peaceful ousting of one of Africa's oldest dictators, Robert Mugabe, another communist, and both those stories circulating circa 2017, the same year Trump became president. The director Coogler and the executive producer Nate Moore's intentional portrayal of a morally astute African superhero, T'Challa, and a technologically superior, advanced, fictional African country by the name of Wakanda is powerful even now. But we must remember that it is powerful because it allows for a critical juxtaposition and questioning of the real-world realities of black African lives. Questions such as, what would the DRC be had it enjoyed Wakanda's developmental trajectory, absent colonization, imperialism, violence, and war? More importantly, what can Wakanda inspire in the fight to fully liberate all Africans, especially black brothers from the DRC, from economic and socio-political struggle? Who is the T'Challa of the DRC we need to praise? Because the DR Congo, or the Democratic Republic thereof, loses 1/5 of its total mining revenue to corruption. Indeed, the real legacy of King Leopold and of the white supremacist, racist Belgians who ran the country until they were bloodily booted out circa 1960 has been the chaos in the region ever since, and a rapacity among rulers such as Mobutu Sese Seko, which outstripped even the kings. Leopold made £3 million in 10 years between 1896 and 1906. Mobutu filched at least £3 billion. When the Belgians left, there were only 3 black Africans in managerial positions in the Congo's administration and fewer than 30 graduates in the entire country. And now we pledge times to 3,000 tons of explosives on continent. You see, Mali, a different nation in Africa, Mali's mining industry ordered ammonium nitrate, the same chemical that exploded in Beirut. Because of the coup, it was stuck in the port of Dakar in Senegal. I mean, as if terror, violence, and a military coup were not enough. Mali is facing another challenge these days: several thousand tons of ammonium nitrate, the chemical of which 2,750 tons exploded on August 4th in the port of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, and half the city in rubble and ashes laid. The Mali branch of the explosives company Maxam, spelled M-A-X-A-M, has ordered the ammonium nitrate for use in Mali's gold mines. The product comes to Mali via Senegal due to the lack of its own access to the sea. It's a landlocked nation. And recently, 3,050 tons of ammonium nitrate for Mali were unloaded in the transit zone of the port of Senegal's capital, Dakar, and made their way from there. Now, August 18th put the military in Mali and closed the borders. That was this month, just days ago. And on Friday into this weekend, the West African Economic Community, acronymous as ECOWAS, ECOWAS, followed suit for its part, closed all borders with Mali, also from Senegal. Mali's military junta reopened the borders on Monday of last week, but the ECOWAS border closure remained. When the border traffic was stopped, only 350 tons of ammonium nitrate had reached Mali itself. 2,700 tons remained in Dakar, an amount equal to that which triggered the Beirut blast. That caused a stir in Senegal, understandably enough. Like the newspaper Le Soleil calculated, most of Africa is francophonic, they speak French. The explosion in Beirut caused severe damage within a radius of 10 kilometers from port. And of course they speak French in Lebanon as well. It used to be a French colony, and they've actually petitioned to actually re-enter France as a department of that nation, because they obviously, under successive corrupt governments, you cannot trust their own. And at the port of the 3 million city of Dakar in Africa, well, to quotist the locals, the official seat of the president, the headquarters of the West African Central Bank, several banks actually, and 3 hospitals, the central government building, and the parliament are located within a radius of less than 5 kilometers from all the ammonium nitrate they've got stored, equal to that of the Beirut blast, which destroyed everything within twice that area of range. Twice that range of area. And Senegal wants to get rid of the shit. So that Dakar does not blow up, Senegal's Ministry of the Environment ordered the transport of the explosive cargo. With reference to the border closure, the responsible freight forwarder, Zlogue, or Xlogue, spelled Xlogue, suggested that the stuff be temporarily stored in Diamniadio, or Diamniadio. That's spelled Diamniadio. That's 30 kilometers from Dakar, but the ministry refused. Environmental Minister Abdou Karim Sall, well, at least finally on Saturday, via the website Seneweb, the Senegalese web, S-E-N-E web, Seneweb, he stated the official stance of the nation, essentially. The General Secretary of the port has assured me that the product is on its way to Mali under escort. Now, it was later specified that the transport would be completed by Wednesday. That's according to the Associated Free Press, the AFP news agency. Senegal's authorities did not yet know at that time, or at least on Monday opening this last work week, whether the ammonium nitrate had actually crossed the border with Mali. And Senegal's discussion has unsettled Mali's public. I mean, if stable and peaceful Senegal, where the state actually functions, is not comfortable with 2,700 tons of explosives, how is Mali supposed to do that? And so on Tuesday of this week last, Mark Dabou, Secretary General of the Malian Ministry of Transport, attended one clarification forced. It's all quite normal, really. You see, Mali imports tens of thousands of tons of this shit every single year. In fact, the ministry said that Mali is constantly importing gigantic quantities of ammonium nitrate, over 19,000 tons circa 2018, over 21,000 tons throughout 2019, and 12,700 tons are planned for this year. 700 tons are already there for explosions in the Lulo and Guangoto gold mines. So the ministry specified, or as they specified, I shall quote as they, the transport of these goods, a common order for mining companies for use in the mines, takes place in full compliance with the rules for the transport of dangerous goods. You can rely on mutual understanding. After all, to get to the gold mines of Lulo and Guangoto, operates the Canadian mining company Barrick Gold. The trucks full of ammonium nitrate don't have to go far. This gold area is located in western Mali, directly on the Senegalese border, so they'll feel whatever blow comes. But it's the Canadian mining company Barrick Gold that operates it all. So we can lay the blame on them should anything happen. Again, the goddamn white man. This time, the Canuck, flying the goddamn red maple leaf. That's the national flag. And the national symbol is, I don't know, it's either the moose or the beaver or some shit. Anyhow, California itself, where I'm stranded, is a preview of climate change's devastation for the entire world. If you're worried about blasts in Mali, Senegal, or Beirut, dwell on that. By the way, our man George Knight says, much love, Douglas, my hero. Much love back, brother. At any rate, California prides itself on being a national and global trendsetter. Unfortunately, my golden state is also setting the pace for climate change disasters, with searing heat and intensive wildfires now regular features of our endless summer. Last Sunday, is it last Sunday by now? Well, Sunday before last, on the 16th of August, the Ides of August, or the mid-month, mid-Menses period, the aptly named Furnace Creek Ranger Station in Death Valley posted the highest temperature ever reliably recorded on Earth, when the thermometer hit 130 degrees Fahrenheit. That same weekend, lightning strikes north of Lake Tahoe set off the massive Loyalton fire in desiccated Lassen and Sierra counties, producing a rare flaminado, a fire tornado, as high winds whipped flames into a violent, all-consuming vortex, a fire gin, sending a pillar of smoke and ash miles into the air, as if it were a nuclear explosion. The statewide heat wave resulted in rolling electricity blackouts, which you might remember divided my transmission that night into 3 parts, and a situation which our governor, Gavin Newsom, called unacceptable, but was, of course, himself powerless to prevent. Last week, Yester Septimania, as smoke from the Loyalton fire darkened the normally brilliant Sierra Nevada sky and turned Lake Tahoe's famously blue waters a dull gray, with a coating of ash floating over the surface thereof. Residents and vacationers hunkered down indoors, unable to even see across the water, much less enjoy a view that Mark Twain rightly called the fairest picture the whole earth affords. They had plenty of company across all California, of course, where more than 24 major firestorms have been a-raging since the first day of the first month of this year, January 1st. My state has experienced 6,754 wildfires, up from about 4,000 this time last year. My California's plight is a direct consequence of the human addiction to fossil fuels, a dependency that threatens to make many portions of the earth unbearable, even uninhabitable, over the course of this 21st century. Thanks to the steady accumulation of atmospheric greenhouse gases, the past 2 decades, 20 years, have included 19 of the hottest 20 years since modern record-keeping began around 1880, just before, shortly after the American Civil War, during the frontier years of the American West. The planet Earth has warmed only 1 single degree Celsius since the Industrial Revolution began. And yet, since 1980, the number of dangerous heat waves worldwide has increased 100-fold. By 50 times. In 2019, scorching summer temperatures shattered records in Europe. This June, the thermometer topped 100 degrees Fahrenheit at the Arctic Circle. In July, Baghdad in Iraq hit 125 degrees. Hell on Earth has only just begun. And in the coming decades, the entire planet will feel heat more searing than humanity has ever experienced. According to the World Meteorological Organization, the world is on track for a rise in average global temperatures of 3 to 5 degrees Celsius by the year 2100. Even if countries meet their emissions reduction commitments, an extremely unlikely scenario, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, calculates that the planet will blow past even the fallback target of a 2 degrees Celsius increase that countries agreed to in the Paris Agreement back in 2015. Now, scientists have long warned that a warming planet will alter climate patterns and bring extreme weather events. Their predictions are now being borne out before my very eyes, in the form of more dangerous hurricanes and monsoons, torrential rain and flooding, punishing droughts, rapidly melting glaciers and ice caps, scorching heat waves, and, not least, frequent and intense wildfires. Now, since 1970, the fire season in the western United States has lengthened by 2.5 months, bringing conflagrations like the Mendocino Complex Fire and the Camp Fire that devastated portions of Northern California the year before yesteryear. And in June of yesteryear, wildfires burned more than 2.5 million acres of boreal forest in Alaska. Around the globe, months of bushfires in Australia destroyed some 13.6 million acres in New South Wales between July of 2019 and April of this year. The global surge in wildfires underscores the critical connection between climate change and all the world's forests. When healthy, forests serve as important carbon sinks. As the planet warms, however, they become increasingly stressed, reducing their carbon storage capacity and rendering them more susceptible to insect infestation and, thereafter, fire. Compounding matters, every year the world loses another 125,000 square kilometers of forest, an area comparable to the size of the nation of Greece or the state of Mississippi. This deforestation, which accounts for an estimated 10% of human greenhouse gas emissions, is most acute in the large tropical rainforests of Central Africa, Southeast Asia, and most especially South America. In Brazil, escalating wildfires and rampant clear-cutting threaten to transform the Amazon rainforest from a carbon storehouse to a net carbon source by mid-century. The most obvious and urgent response to this deepening climate catastrophe, including the wildfires it be spawning, is to slash emissions as quickly as possible. After years of steady increases, global emissions dipped by 17% in April thanks to the pandemic-induced recession. The International Energy Agency estimates that total emissions for 2020 will decline by 8% from last year. The risk, of course, is that they will rebound sharply to previous levels as transportation, industry, agriculture, and other activities return to pre-COVID-19 levels. Many environmental advocates are imploring governments to build back better by accelerating the decarbonization of the world economy. This rallying cry has been picked up by the United Nations itself, as well as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, among others. Unfortunately, countries are not aligned on this agenda of the non-governmental agencies and international organizations. The American empire is a main offender. The Trump misadministration is on schedule to quit the Paris Agreement on November 4th, the day after the United States presidential election. And it continues to dismantle Obama-era environmental regulations, whilst doubling down on fossil fuels. In fact, but Yester Septimania, last week, was when, and as the American West was sizzling, out here on the frontier, where people were burning alive when they collapsed on the sidewalk, and frying like eggs when they hit the pavement, the White House approved the opening of Alaska's pristine Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, often referred to as America's Serengeti, to oil and gas production. Trump reversing 60 years of protections for the country's largest remaining wilderness area. The Republican Party remains wedded to a policy of drill, baby, drill, even if it means burn, baby, burn. A rapidly warming planet has raised the stakes in the United States presidential election even higher. Should Trump prevail, the United States will continue to play spoiler in climate change politics, forfeiting 4 more critical years as the window of opportunity to alter the planet's environmental trajectory closes forever. Should Joe Biden win, the world will have a far better chance to bend emissions downward. The former vice president has outlined an ambitious $2 trillion United States dollar climate change plan that envisions eliminating carbon pollution from the nation's power sector by 2035 and achieving net zero carbon emissions by mid-century, the year 2050. At the multilateral level, a Biden victory in November would mean an American return to the Paris Agreement and a vigorous American role at next year's pivotal Glasgow Climate Conference, postponed from 2020 due to the coronavirus pandemic. Since Joe Biden selected Senatoress Kamala Harris of California, my California, as his running mate, much has been made of her multicultural background, which embodies our nation's diversity and its demographic future. Her identity as a native Californian is also critical, however, because during Kamala Harris's adult lifetime, my state has moved to the front lines of the global climate catastrophe, giving her a front row seat to the devastation that global burning portends for the entire world, unless humanity acts now. Now, amidst this, you get a comparative distraction. The United States Marshals finding 39 missing children in Georgia during Operation Not Forgotten. Authorities have indeed found 39 missing children in Georgia during a 2-week effort to rescue endangered minors. The United States Marshals Service Missing Child Unit led the search, dubbed Operation Not Forgotten. It collaborated with the agency's Southeast Regional Fugitive Task Force, as well as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, acronymous as NCMEC, and state and local agencies. That's a lot of people. A lot of adults. And this operation, requiring all that coordination, resulted in the rescue of 26 children and the safe location of 13 others, as announced by the U.S. Marshals in a news release on Thursday into this last weekend. Now, Jameson Reese is wondering whether these were children detained because of immigrations and customs enforcement. In other words, whether these were kids from ICE detention, ICE detainees. Well, I wonder at such things myself. This seems to be legitimate enough to degree. By that, I'm going to mean to degree of disappointment, in the sense that as positive as we want to see this, the negatives have been brought up. These children are going to wind up as Satan food in the foster homes. I couldn't resist that. Nothing humorous about this, but the foster homes are foster farms for child pimpery, child prostitution. They're literally adopted out to families who gang rape them to death in cases. I've gone into this in the past. It's not some morbid fantasy. Meanwhile, the United States Marshals Service Director, Donald Washington, issued statement to effect, well, just let me read from his statement. The U.S. Marshals Service is fully committed to assisting federal, state, and local agencies with locating and recovering endangered missing children, in addition to their primary fugitive apprehension mission. That means like immigrants, right? The message to missing children and their families is that we will never stop looking for you. Isn't that something they usually say to fugitive criminals? Well, during the operation, authorities did arrest 9 people, cleared 26 warrants, and filed additional charges for crimes related to, yes, sex trafficking, parental kidnapping, registered sex offender violations. Doesn't that warm your fucking heart? Guys who are registered sex offenders on the loose with kids in captivity. It's like, why are these people alive? Drugs and weapons possession charges, because they Rambo'd up. And custodial interference. All confirmed by the U.S. Marshals. Now, some of the rescued children are known to... yes, they were ICE officials. Sex offenders, says it all. Anyhow. Now, some of these rescued children are known to have been victims of child sex trafficking, child exploitation, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and medical or mental health conditions. Others were missing and located at the request of law enforcement to make us sure they weren't in danger. Now these children, these children ranged in age from 3 to 17 years of age, as confirmed by U.S. Marshals Service Director Washington via news conference. He so saying the rescues were the most at risk and challenging recovery cases in the area. Now, the reason that this isn't worth a shit, other than that, of course I hope that all these children find a happy future. Wouldn't that be nice? But realize this publicity stunt, this political hoax, weigh that up against the fact that every 40 seconds, a child goes missing in these United States. That's accounting for 765,000 missing children a year, as officially admitted by the FBI itself. Now, since the United States Marshals partnered with the NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in 2005, the agency has recovered more than 1,800 missing children. Now that's since 2005. Okay? Now we've got 765,000 children disappear every fucking year. Now, let me try and figure out how many years since 2005. That's 15 fucking years. So, that's just counting since then. Of course, there's been many more disappearing at that rate for many years beforehand. 765,000 times 15 years. At that rate, we've lost 11,475,000 children. 11,475,000 children have disappeared over the last 15 years. And the U.S. Marshals, because they teamed up with the agency that keeps track of these missing kids over these last 15 years, has recovered 1,800 kids out of that number? What does that give us? If we were to use a percentage of that, remember that number, 11,475,000. I mean, just 1,800 divided by 11,475,000. How much of a percentage is that? That's like about a little over 1.5% have been recovered. We've recovered a little over 1.5% of the kids that have been stolen over the past 15 years, thanks to this concerted effort between volunteers, between a voluntary nonprofit and the U.S. Marshals. For this year alone, 765,000 went missing and we recovered 39? This is not something to be proud of. This is a disaster. If this is a war on child trafficking, you fucking lost long time ago. And the enemy is running the show. The pedopathophilocracy. And they weren't closing down trafficking rings. These were just individual registered sex offenders. The men wearing the ankles on their bracelets. That's how they found them. They tracked them down by turning on the radar and following the blip. That's all they did. Why aren't they doing this every day? Why aren't cities shut down until all these children are found? So if you come up now and say, oh, Trump's rescuing kids based on this shit, you got your head so far up your ass you're high on your own fumes. It's called rectal defilade. Now add to this another element no one ever thinks of. Missing black and Latina children are a crisis for all of us. I'll turn towards an authoress who wrote of this, Roxanne Jones, a black African-American woman. And I'll read what she wrote. It's short, but it's not sweet. And it's something that it pains me to read this, but I'm going to have to, so you understand what it's like. Everything you're going to hear for the next few minutes sources from the writing of Roxanne Jones. And she wrote a book. I guess I'll give you an introduction to her. You should know a bit of her background. She actually has got quite the background, as a matter of fact. So I will try and present that background to you so that you can appreciate that this isn't just some crack whore that a lot of whites are going to assume her to be. She's the founding editor of ESPN magazine, which is a news source of great repute. She's the former vice presidentress of ESPN, the major network. And she's worked as a producer, reporter, and editor at the New York Daily News and the Philadelphia Inquirer. And she's the co-authoress of a book entitled Say It Loud, subtitled An Illustrated History of the Black Athlete. So she talks politics, sports, and culture weekly. I think she does so on radio. If I remember, it would be Philadelphia's 900 AM WURD. So that's something that will give you a bit of her background. Now, basically, you could say something stupid like, well, the crisis of missing black girls needs more attention. Okay, that doesn't cut it. Let her describe it. Again, in the words of Roxanne Jones, my mother knew about the predators who prey on black children, and she made it her mission to protect us. We understood early the lesson that it was best for black folks to try and take care of their own. We were scared. Mommy was crying, something we rarely saw her do as kids. But my little sister was missing, and our mom was terrified. She knew how evil the world could be to little black girls. My sister walked to a friend's house earlier that day and never came home. It was dark outside, and she hadn't called. No one had seen her. All of us, Mommy, my younger brother, and I, were all piled in the car driving around town to find her, which we did eventually. We were blessed. This scene repeated itself more than once while I was growing up in small-town New England. One of us broke curfew, lost track of time, snuck off to a party, and didn't call home. Mom would be out there searching for her chicks, knocking on doors, calling neighbors, screaming our names, threatening us if we didn't get in the house. Neighborhood kids mocked us for our overbearing mother. It was embarrassing. She knew too much about the predators who prey on black children when no one else is watching. And she made it her mission to protect us as best she could. But she never called our all-white local police department to help. It was the 1980s, and maybe she feared that police would look at our mostly black neighborhood and stereotype her as just another irresponsible, single crack whore mom, it wouldn't matter that her kids were just doing what all the healthy teenagers do, testing the limits of their freedom, challenging authority. We understood early the lesson that it was best for black folks to try to take care of their own, an attitude that hasn't evolved much some 30 years later. Well, that's what she had to say. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Caucus on Black Women and Girls, is led by a group of black congresswomen, and they're trying to do just that, take care of their own. Because according to the Black and Missing Foundation, and yes, there has to be a separate foundation for that, 64,000 black women and girls were missing nationwide the last time I checked their records, which was something like 2014 or some shit. And it took just one caring black woman to finally ring the alarm. And so, oh my God, if I remember correctly, exactly what year that was, I'll have to rack my brain for that. This is why you shouldn't do drugs yourselves. It was in 2017, the year that Donald Trump became president of the United States, that you finally had a situation where Chanel Dickerson, the new commanderess of the Washington Metropolitan Police Department, the capital of our nation, launched the Twitter hashtag Missing DC Girls with photos of missing youths. And social media responded with outrage that not enough was being done to find the children by law enforcement. Well, nothing was being done at all, neither by law enforcement nor media outlets, who always cover stories, well, at least oftentimes do, when they're involving missing white children. And so, answering Dickerson's call, a group of congresswomen at that time took the lead in a national conversation about the crisis of America's missing black and Hispanic children, demanding that the FBI and Justice Department immediately dedicate funds and commit to policies to address that problem. And so Dickerson's hashtag tapped into a frustration that is both real and a situation that is quite bleak. Because across the American empire, about 35% of all missing children are black, and another 20% are Latino. Now, I confirmed that myself with Robert Lowry, the vice president for the Missing Children Division of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And according to the National Crime Information Center, the NCIC, there were about 170,899 missing black children under the age of 18 in these United States in 2016, while Trump was campaigning to become president. And that, I confirmed, back then was more than any other category except for the white Hispanic. They call them white/Hispanic, which just means whites, period, who might also be from Spain, European Spain, not Mexico, equaling a combined number of 264,443 altogether. So out of the whites and Hispanics that go missing as kids under 18, that's because the Hispanics, by the way, in case you didn't know it, don't consider themselves brown. They're under the category of Caucasian. So that's 264,443 in the year 2016, with another 170,899 being black that go missing, under the age of 18. So the caucus was asking, are these children the victims of sex traffickers? Or are there other factors at work? Which are good questions. So the group hosted a town hall discussion in that year that Trump became president between lawmakers, law enforcement, and Justice Department officials, and child advocate groups. And the importance of that conversation several years ago cannot be overstated. It is long overdue, or was long overdue. I don't know what came of it. Maybe this operation that finally manifested, it's in Georgia. You would expect a lot of the children to be black or even brown. Now, the protection and safety of black and brown children is not the responsibility of law enforcement and government alone. Though absolutely stronger policies and communications are needed to make sure these children are not ignored and written off as troubled runaways or hardly worthy of an Amber Alert when panicked families report them missing. In their own cultural communities, black and brown schools and churches, they also all together have to address this crisis. What is their role in keeping their children safe, in truly being their brother's keeper? It means acting when they see children who are in trouble, even when they are not your own. So, of course, kudos to Dickerson, a black woman who was not afraid to act. She reminds us that no child should be invisible in plain sight, no matter what their coloration. But certainly, missing children is obviously a national emergency. If we're missing well over 11 million children in a decade and a half, how is it everyone is only aware of this as some vague conspiracy theory on the net that they're stupid enough to think Donald Trump is saving us from? I'm the only son of a bitch who has ever done anything about major trafficking rings. I had the second most important military base in the American empire after the Pentagon itself shut down because of what I exposed. And what do you get? Get a bunch of crackers on some chicken shit little bandwidth radio program talking to Aquino and kissing his ass while he says, "That damn Dietrich fucked my day up." That's what I get. And I guess I can take some satisfaction from the fact that the last word Aquino had to say to the open public was, "I hate that Douglas Dietrich." I guess there's some satisfaction to be had there. Now all of us, all the American empire, aside from the crises I've just articulated, faced 3 specific crises emergent. On Wednesday night, while I was in transmission, while Derek Talley's son was discovering that the love of his life was brain dead, we had a monstrous hurricane tearing towards the southern Gulf Coast. The American COVID-19, as officially admitted by the United States, or rather what the American empire is willing to officially admit to, the United States COVID-19 death toll neared 180,000 that night, and a small Wisconsin city, Kenosha, which sounds a lot like a faraway magical African kingdom, Wakanda, in the bizarro, fantastical name itself. Kenosha had become the latest theater of yet another national crisis. And so, while I was burning bandwidth in the latest transmission prior to tonight's, Wednesday, midweek last, Hurricane Laura was barreling toward Texas and Louisiana, strengthening into a Category 4 storm on the way. And as people in parts of Louisiana and Texas rushed to follow evacuation orders ahead of the storm's landfall, the NHC, the National Hurricane Center, warned, "Little time remains to protect life and property. And according to the NHC, storm surges of up to 15 feet on the Gulf course could be unsurvivable. How's that for an ominous term? This while we're all bracing for the third wave. No, not the storm. Well, a storm of a sort. The storm of pestilence, COVID-19. Because even as my golden state of California finally begins to see declines in COVID-19 deaths and hospitalizations, health officials and experts are beginning to prepare for a potential third surge of coronavirus cases fueled by two groups that already have been hit hard: low-wage essential workers and young people. The summer spike in COVID-19 has started to ease, and government soon will need to consider how they might begin to reopen the economy further. Our Governor Gavin Newsom, is expected to outline his plans on Friday of this week. California's first effort at reopening was disastrous, with the spring's worst weekly death counts doubling to nearly 1,000 during the summertime. Last week's total fell to about 900. The first time we were beneath 1,000 on the summertide thus far. But there already are warning signs about what the fall might bring. And experts conclude that robust coronavirus testing that achieves results much faster than we see now must be at the centerpiece of a broad reopening of society. Because our President Trump's coronavirus record is troubled at best, and here I'm being beyond generous. From his bungled tests to chaotic messaging, the president's handling of the pandemic hasn't exactly been any smooth sailing. And yet on night one of the 2020 Republican National Convention, President Donald Trump was praised for his mismanagement of the coronavirus pandemic. Indeed, Amy Ford, a registered nurse from West Virginia, said, "As a healthcare professional, I can tell you without hesitation Donald Trump's quick action and leadership saved thousands of lives during COVID-19. The fuck, were they in China or something? It sure as hell wasn't here. Even Trump gave himself a pat on the back. Well, that's no surprise. During his acceptance speech. And he said, "When the China virus hit, we launched the largest national mobilization since World War II. But with over 180,000 deaths from the virus itself and millions of people unemployed. 55 million? Just how successful has Trump been in leading the nation's pandemic response? Well, I myself have been tracking his progress from the start. COVID-19 testing is broken, and there be no plans to fix it. When COVID-19 first escalated in the spring, President Donald Trump briefly came to recognize there was a battle to be fought. In March, he said, "I view it as in a sense, a wartime president. It's a medical war. We have to win this war. It's very important." But 1 month after setting up a coronavirus task force in the White House and putting his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in charge of expanding testing, Trump effectively shifted primary responsibility for the battle to the states. It was as if, during World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt had told governors to devise their own military strategies and produce their own tanks, ships, and planes. And a horrifying American COVID curve has a simple explanation. A sluggish initial response and failure to ramp up testing let the virus spread far and wide in these United States. And instead of coordinating any coherent and aggressive national response, President Donald Trump has consistently downplayed the threat of the infection and left decisions to insufficiently supported states. As a result, decisions over lockdowns and reopenings have been chaotic and have ignored all the guidelines put forth by federal public health officials. And the hydroxychloroquine saga is just how science works. After President Donald Trump touted hydroxychloroquine as a game changer in March. The drug became the center of a political battle that led to retracted papers, lawsuits, and yes, even death threats. It's also now the most widely studied treatment for COVID-19. Indeed, Trump's own immigration strategy is a casualty of COVID-19. If Trump had made a genuine effort to keep COVID-19 from spreading, he might have had a better chance to cast the disease as a fellow traveler of immigrants. Instead, now it's Americans who are shut out of countries that have done a better job containing the virus than us. And if you ask, did Trump really slow down coronavirus testing? Presidential leadership matters in encouraging action, especially quick action. That kind of leadership certainly hasn't been apparent during the pandemic. Trump's public statements have waffled between outright hostility to testing and a kind of mission-accomplished swagger about having ramped it up. In reality, rates of coronavirus testing have continued to improve, but it took all too long a time, and they had nowhere to go but up. And Trump was claiming success when daily levels were half of what they be now. So whether Trump ever deliberately tried to slow down testing probably hasn't mattered that much. But his lack of leadership most certainly has. And yet, this is how Trump could win. President Trump went into this week's Republican convention trailing Joe Biden by an average of about 8 points in national polls. He likely ended the week in roughly the same place. But in this era of deep, hardened partisanship, neither side is likely to get the sort of boost that pollsters used to call a convention bounce. Maybe a convention blip if they're lucky. The race has moved through the summer with the steadiness of an ocean liner. The size of Biden's lead has remained virtually the same since mid-June, in sharp contrast to the volatility of the 2016 race. But no law says that can't change. A path to Trump victory clearly exists. With the conventions over, now's the time to examine what it might look like. First, change the subject. In interviews, Democratic and Republican strategists and outside analysts all agreed on the starting point. Trump probably can't win so long as the coronavirus dominates voters' attentions. That means Trump doesn't fully control his electoral fate. The prerequisite, declining concern about the virus, depends on events he has a limited ability to shape. The Gallup poll has asked voters for years to list the most important problem facing the country today. In mid-August, 35% said the coronavirus and another 22% said the government or poor leadership. As John Sides, or Sidis, of the Vanderbilt University said, those two issues alone provide the basis for an anti-Trump majority, and that was polled this month. During the convention, Republicans took a stab at portraying Trump as the hero, not the goat, of the coronavirus story, but changing minds on that issue isn't likely. Trump has been making the same arguments for months about his handling of the pandemic, that his partial ban on travel from communist China saved hundreds of thousands of lives, that his administration ordered the largest national mobilization since World War II in response to this disease, that officials are working diligently to speed research into a vaccine. The public isn't buying it. Another poll by the Pew Research Center in early August, this month, for example, found that only 37% of Americans gave Trump a good or excellent ratings for his handling of the virus, while 63% called his performance fair or poor. Asked how the United States' response compared to that of other wealthy countries, 62% in the Pew survey said these United States had done worse. Only 13% said better, while 25% said about the same. Similarly, a Monmouth University poll, also taken shortly before the conventions, found that 57% said Trump was doing a bad job on the virus, compared to 40% who said he was doing well. Since Trump has largely failed to persuade the public to see his actions as a success, his best hope lies in getting them to pay more attention to some other issue. That's why, at the convention, speakers like Larry Kudlow, Trump's economic advisor, the chronic alcoholic, referred to the pandemic in the past tense, and why Trump insisted on giving his acceptance speech before a large crowd of people not wearing masks. It's also why Trump has repeatedly hyped any signs of progress. His first step toward political recovery requires convincing the country that the pandemic is mostly behind us. Well, I can attest to the fact that after the convention, we had a Republican bump in coronaviral infections because everybody was spreading it. Well, not just spreading the shit, but actually spreading the plague. Isn't that so apropos and so karmic? Democrats, of course, well, Democrats know that basically the Republicans need to distract from the reality of the plague, which is why Vice Presidential nominee Senatoress Kamala Harris traveled to Washington on Thursday into this weekend to give a speech a few hours before Trump's, in which she ripped into the administration's response to COVID-19. She's so saying, instead of rising to meet the most difficult moment of his presidency, Donald Trump froze. He was scared. In the end, however, neither party can truly control how the public sees the pandemic. The virus itself holds the deciding vote. The relentless spread of disease into Republican parts of the country in late spring had a lot to do with Trump's decline, and the path of the pandemic in September and October could be the biggest single factor in the public's mood as the election approaches. On that score, Trump has some reason for optimism. The tide of disease appears to have ebbed in Arizona, Texas, and other Sunbelt states that it ravaged this summer, although cases are now on the rise in other areas, including Iowa, Kansas, and the Dakotas. There be at least a possibility that the fall could look significantly better than this spring, and as Mike Murphy, the longtime Republican strategist and now fierce Trump critic, has said, many voters who have spent months in worried semi-isolation will be desperate to believe in good news. The next step for Trump would be to get voters to focus attention on an issue on which he believes he has an advantage. And as I saw it this week, finally making time to review what I could about the Republican convention. Republicans made it clear at their convention that they think crime and urban unrest will drive swing voters their way. And for now, that's a tall order. In Gallup's poll, only 4% of Americans listed crime or violence as the country's most important issue, putting the issue in fifth place behind the virus, poor leadership, economic problems, and racism. In that order, the way I said it. Virus first, racism fourth. If that's still true on Election Day, Trump will almost certainly lose. If the number of people citing crime as the top problem rises significantly over the course of the next several weeks, it could be an early sign of a Trump resurgence. Then there are the presidential debates, scheduled to start the 29th of September. Ordinarily, debates really don't change many minds, but this year, they could play an outsized role. The same polls that show us Biden leading also show us many voters with doubts about his age and stamina, as if Trump himself weren't an old fuck. Republicans have pushed hard on the Biden health issues, portraying the former vice president as weak and doddering. That Republican effort has a strong possibility of backfiring, as the Republican strategist Alex Conant observed. He himself so noting that they risk lowering the bar too far. so that a successful debate for Biden would require little more than showing up and avoiding looking feeble. Regardless, however, the debates probably offer the last best chance for Trump to persuade wavering voters of the central theme that he's adopted for his campaign, that Biden is a hapless puppet of his party's left wing. Finally, as Democratic strategists be painfully aware, Trump doesn't have to erase Biden's entire lead in the polls. Trump's re-election strategy does not depend on winning a majority at all, something he'd never achieved even in 2016 and is most certainly unlikely to get this year. Trump lost the vote by a landslide to Hillary Clinton, by well over 2 percentage points in 2016, but he gained an electoral college majority by eking out tiny wins in a few key states. This time around, he could probably lose the nationwide vote by an even larger margin and still win those states if everything fell his way. If the vote gets close, then all the other factors that keep Democrats up at night, problems with mail-in voting, Republican efforts to persuade Black and Latino voters not to show up at all, long lines at the polls and the like, could come into play. So that's the path. Declining worry about the virus, rising concern about crime, a strong debate performance, a Biden stumble. A lot would have to fall Trump's way. It's at least equally likely that events will head in the opposite direction. Economic conditions will worsen this fall as government support runs out. Democrats have additional issues, such as Trump's moves on health care, that they could exploit more fully. A resurgence of the virus in late fall cannot be ruled out at all. In all those cases, Biden could end up with an even larger victory than the one toward which he now seems to be on track. But while the path for Trump may be an unlikely one, it's certainly still possible. By early October, we should know if it's begun to unfold. That brings us to this quote. This quote: "Most of Donald Trump's America is peaceful." Who said that and why? What does that even mean? The White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, said that. And he was referring to violence that has racked Democratic-led cities in recent weeks, but actually delivered one of the most unintentionally revealing comments about this entire presidency by saying such. From his first day in office, Trump has behaved as if he is running in a constant Republican primary campaign rather than as a president for all Americans. Division has been his tool of power. He is betting that there are just enough Americans open to his brand of cultural warfare and ostracizing enemies within to get him over the line for a second term. In his mind, there really does seem to be a Trump's America and one for everybody else. The president's instincts kicked in over a summer of unrest, tension, and protest following the death of Minnesota man George Floyd, who stopped breathing with a police officer's knee upon his neck. Trump is now seizing on new violence in Portland, Oregon, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, in a bid to brand his election foe, Joe Biden, as a tool of radical left-wing looters and anarchists. The confrontation, which has the potential to define a campaign Trump is trying to turn away from his disastrous coronavirus pandemic response, will escalate this week with both candidates stealing for a direct confrontation. Trump will travel to Wisconsin either Tuesday of next week, or he may have done so already, yesterday maybe, to stand with police and inspect damage in Kenosha. Biden intended to make a speech in Pennsylvania on Monday, asking the question, "Are you safe in Donald Trump's America?" as he tried to ease concern in his own party about his capacity to repel Trump's fearsome attacks. Biden must reconcile a desire to support demands for black justice while unequivocally condemning inner-city violence that Trump hopes will scare crucial white suburban voters from voting for the Democrats. In this last week in Wisconsin, police shot a black man, Jacob Blake, 7 times in the back, and evidently, by that I mean by all evidence, pro-Trump vigilante, then confirmedly shot dead 2 protesters in Kenosha and critically injured a 3rd within an inch of their life. And on Saturday night into this weekend, after Trump supporters clashed with protesters in Portland, a man, by all evidence, belonging to a right-wing organization, as confirmed by Derek Talley, was shot dead. America is on the precipice of an autumn of violence and dislocation under a president ready to tear us apart to win re-election. That brings us to the unrest in Kenosha. The trouble in Kenosha, Wisconsin this week started Sunday when police shot Jacob Blake 7 times in the back as the 29-year-old black man tried to enter a sports utility vehicle wherein which his 3 children sat watching. Nights of unrest followed, and on the 3rd night, 2 people were killed and 1 was critically injured amid a hail of gunfire. On Wednesday, authorities arrested a 17-year-old white trash piece of shit who has often praised police, what we used to call in the security business a cop fuck, a wannabe, who now stands charged with homicide in what officials described as a vigilante act. The protests against the police shooting that left Mr. Blake paralyzed have played out not only on the streets but also in sports and politics. What started with the Milwaukee Bucks refusing to take the court for Game 5 of their NBA playoff series against the Orlando Magic quickly led to the league's 2 other scheduled games being halted. By the end of Wednesday, the Lakers and Clippers had both decided as teams that they did not want to play any more games, though whether their decision will stand is unclear. In baseball, both the Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants players decided not to play, and the game was one of 3 major league games postponed out of protest. Other leagues, such as the WNBA and Major League Soccer, did not play games either. And the arrest of 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse on charges of murdering 2 people has fed the nation's culture wars yet again and presented an incendiary challenge to President Trump's re-election campaign. Details have emerged that Rittenhouse posted to social media in support of the pro-police Blue Lives Matter movement. He spracketh to reporters before the shooting about being a self-styled citizen patrol who came to Kenosha to protect businesses from black vandalism. And he appears in photos at a Trump rally this year in Des Moines, Iowa. Doubtless he considers he's acting under direct presidential orders. And the police he so supports? Why, that brings us to all the sputtering police reform. 3 months after the police killing of George Floyd ignited national outrage and filled California streets with protesters, and as a police shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin has sparked fresh demonstrations, the California legislature is in the final hours of a session that is poised to deliver a much more modest law enforcement reform agenda than many expected or any wanted. More than a dozen bills regarding police accountability and oversight were introduced in the weeks following Floyd's death in May. Now, legislators are lukewarm on passing some of these reforms. Backers blame several factors, from external sources, a shortened session due to the coronavirus and the urgency of focusing on wildfires, to fierce opposition from law enforcement unions, which have long been major power players in Sacramento, the capital of my Golden State, and have asked for a special session of the legislature on policing. Some of the measures that failed to advance include a proposed law to require fellow officers to intervene if they witnessed excessive force, a plan to streamline oversight boards of sheriff's departments, and an attempt to further constrict how police use deadly force. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmidt Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you'll find excerpts from books yet to be published by the Baron Ben Estenius, or rather, his book yet to be published, and, of course, excerpts or clips from cinematic documentaries he's been working on. The screen film footage, in other words. Screen film footage, not scream film footage, though that could also apply. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. The Red Rapist was, of course, a communist who felt that all things should be shared equally. That's why he felt that women should share some of that ass that he just grabbed because it's community property. As a communist, he felt that was share and share alike among people. He was sharing what he had, which was his dick. If this doesn't convince you communism is a bad idea, I'm not quite sure what will. Now, these devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. Of course, Tucson was voted the stupidest city in the world by Family Guy. How could you resist going there? I mean, just for the entertainment of watching really stupid people do their thing. The TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben Estenius himself to lead you through the stupidest city in the world at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Don't forget to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Yes, Baron Ben has his own YouTube channel now. Had a really attractive young lady with a large bosom in a tight shirt promoting his landscape of AstroTurf. And that bounced really well. The turf, I mean. Well, she was on top. It all worked out well. At any rate, you can see that on Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. Click likes on it all. And view drone footage of his work. And you get the idea. Now, far from trying to ease tensions in some American cities, Trump is most definitively attempting to exacerbate them. You know, like the conflict minerals have exacerbated conflict in the Congo. The president used Twitter to cheer a convoy of supporters heading into Portland. In other words, a gang of troublemakers who are looking to start some fucking trouble so he can look like the law and order president while he puts it down. The governor of the state said Portlanders are on to you. By the way, Exit Lose on Travel in the chat room says, DDD, all the best from me. Thank you, Exit Lose on Travel. Oh, I have no idea what that name means, but it's intriguing. And best wishes and hugs. All right, and okay, we've got a while left before I need to be concerned. Now, the Western City of Portland's Mayor Ted Wheeler spoke directly to Donald Trump during a news conference in which Wheeler was quoted as saying, "Your campaign of fear is as anti-democratic as anything you've done to create hate and vitriol in our beautiful country. You've tried to divide us more than any other figure in modern history, and now you want me to stop the violence that you helped create." And Trump himself, back at the White House after a round of golf, seemed to be watching on television because he tweeted an attack on the wacky, radical, left, do-nothing Democrat mayor of Portland and said, "Portland will never recover with a fool for a mayor." Well, let's travel from Portland to Kenosha, Wisconsin. The 29-year-old black security guard, Jacob Blake, yes, I found out he was a security enforcement agent, was paralyzed from the waist down when police officers fired at him at least 7 times. By the way, I think it's been more. Just some of the shots missed, some of the shots glanced, bounced off a rib, whatever. 7 went inside of him. He was probably shot at more than that. In front of his 3 children, mind you, this past Sunday. Consider the deadly double standard faced by black citizens in context of the perverse reporting on Kyle Howard Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old domestic terrorist who shot 3 people and killed 2 of them during the Kenosha protest. No matter how many times I review clips like the one of fellow private contract security enforcement agent Jacob Blake, I will never understand the insistence by some that there seem to be only 2 options for law enforcement to follow when dealing with black people. Like, are we really meant to believe that the only 2 options a law enforcement officer has is do nothing or shoot somebody in the back 7 times? That's all we have? Even literal wild animals on the loose in populated communities are given less lethal treatment, with authorities frequently employing tranquilizers and even nets to subdue them. I never thought I would wish for black people to be treated at least like a wild bear, but here we are. My own response to people who might distractingly ask why Blake didn't follow the policeman's orders be that it doesn't matter. Maybe he had outstanding warrants. Maybe he saw what happened to George Floyd, who followed the policeman's orders. Maybe he just wanted to get his sunglasses, but forget all that. The police say they were stopping Blake from reaching his car. Shooting someone in the back is a terrible way to stop someone from getting into their car. But Blake wasn't shot just once in the back from point-blank range. What purpose do bullets 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 serve? One thing is very clear. The Kenosha police simply did not see Blake as a threat. They very specifically did not recognize him as a human being. Jameson Reese observes that maybe Mr. Blake knew he had a better chance of survival getting it in the back than in the chest, torso from the front. Maybe. Per Blake's own sister, Latetra Widman. Now, Latetra Widman, I'm going to quote her at length. And I found about 3 paragraphs transcribed from what she had to say online. I'm going to read them to you. And when you say the name Jacob Blake, make sure you say father. Make sure you say cousin. Make sure you say son. Make sure you say uncle. But most importantly, make sure you say human. Human life. Let it marinate in your mouth, in your minds. A human life. So many people have reached out to me telling me they're sorry that this happened to my family. Well, don't be sorry, because this has been happening to my family for a long time. Longer than I can account for. It happened to Emmett Till. Emmett Till is my family. Philando, Mike Brown, Sandra. This has been happening to my family, and I've shed tears for every single one of these people that it's happened to. This is nothing new. I'm not sad. I'm not sorry. I'm angry. And I'm tired. I haven't cried one time. I stopped crying years ago. I am numb. I've been watching police murder people that look like me for years. I'm not sad. I don't want your pity. I want change. Now, that was LaTetra Widman, the sister of the victim. The anger black people have is based not only on the violence perpetrated on black bodies, but the continuing lack of accountability for the predominantly white people murdering and maiming black people. And it's because of that frustration and anger and pain that once again people took to the streets to express their rage. I have since reviewed clips of news outlets reporting on the civil unrest, fires, and clashes with police that took place after the day's peaceful protests continued into the night. Of course, we've seen who tends to be the real aggressor at these protests. White infiltrators from out of state. But this cycle has become so predictable that I could record 5 of them and go on vacation and you'd probably never know. But this time, things have gotten worse. As a 17-year-old domestic terrorist named Rittenhouse decided to come in from Antioch to, in his own words, protect private property, instead he shot and killed 2 people. 26-year-old Anthony Huber and a 36-year-old Kenosha man who has yet to be identified to my knowledge. Some white trash piece of shit decided to drive to Kenosha with his militia buddies to protect a business, and apparently, well, by self-evidently, ended up shooting 3 people and killing 2. But don't worry, the business is okay. And let me tell you something, no one drives into a city with guns because they love someone else's business that fucking much. That's some bullshit. No one has ever thought, oh man, it's my solemn duty to pick up a rifle and protect that TJ Maxx. They do it because they're hoping to shoot someone. That's the only reason people like him join these gangs in the first place. And yes, I said it, an all-white gang. Enough with this militia bullshit. This isn't the Battle of Yorktown. They are a bunch of dudes threatening people with guns. And while what happened with those shootings last night is tragic, what happened afterwards is illuminating. Because it made me wonder, it really made me wonder why some people get shot 7 times in the back, while other people are treated like human beings and reasoned with and taken into custody with no bullets in their bodies. How come Jacob Blake was seen as a deadly threat for a theoretical gun that he might have and might try to commit a crime with his 3 children in area? But this white trash piece of shit gunman who was armed and had already shot people, who had shown that he is a clear and present public danger, a genuine threat, was arrested the next day, given full due process of the law, and generally treated like a human being whose life matters. How did Dylan Roof shoot up a church, James Holmes shoot up a movie theater, and both live to tell about it? Because they're white trash pieces of shit. Why is it that the police decide that some threats must be extinguished immediately, on sight, in front of their own children, while other threats get the privilege of being diffused? I'm asking these as questions, but I knowest. We all knowest the answer. The answer is that the gun doesn't matter as much as who is holding the gun. Because for all too many people, black skin is the most threatening weapon of all. But inside the bubble of the Republican National Committee, a different reality prevailed. Donald Trump is a compassionate, towering statesman, a friend to black Americans, and has fought the coronavirus to a standstill. If you missed the last 4 years and just tuned in to the election, this might have been the impression you took away from the first night of the Republican National Convention. A 2.5-hour ode to the president. His famous fury, tweets, erratic leadership, feuding with foreign allies, tearing at social and racial divides, assaults on the rule of law, and wondering aloud if disinfectant could cure COVID-19 got little mention. A neophyte would come away fearful that Democrats Joe Biden and Kamala Harris plan to open America's door to extremists who hate it, steal the liberty of its citizens, like their right to own guns, and bear them, as was borne to the cost of 2 human lives just the other night. And all, as Trump's son Donald Jr. put it, to drag us into the dark. The long, niggardly night of the soul. The convention took massive liberties with the truth. No one brought up the fact that the United States had one of the world's worst responses to the pandemic, and is still mired deep in crisis. And there were more threats of disaster and ruin than you might expect from an event that Republican leaders promised would focus on positivity and optimism. Yet from the point of view of a Trump cultist, there was much to like in the smooth show, including effective videos featuring Americans who say the president's decisions on hostage negotiation, healthcare, and economy, the economy, changed their lives. But the key question is still unanswered for now. Can firing up Trump's most loyal, angry voters clear the path to a second term? Or has the president already so alienated everyone else that he can't be reelected? Speaker after speaker piled praise on the president, portraying the man who pursued a policy of separating migrant children from their parents as a leader of deep humanity. Trump may have once boasted he could grab women by the genitals because he was famous. But on Wednesday night, midweek last at the Republican National Convention, he was a champion of woman. One acolyte put him on a par with the Founding Fathers. He is indeed on par with them, because of what you know about them if you've ever listened to me. Though he constantly tears at the limits of constitutional norms. And another seemed to forget his lashing out at immigrants from shithole countries, praising him as more progressive on race than Democrats Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. There were passing mentions about the Category 4 storm on the United States South Coast, notably by Vice President Mike Pence, who spoke from the historic fort in Baltimore, where a battle with the British inspired the United States national anthem. But Pence whitewashed the administration's response to the pandemic, one of the world's worst, and punted on America's racial reckoning. Instead, vowing to stand with the police, Pence said, "We will have law and order on the streets of America." He did not mention Jacob Blake, shot 7 times by police in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And he ignored the shooting deaths of 2 people there linked to a white trash teenager, part of a Trump militia. Yet Pence seemed certain that destruction of these United States looms. by the liberal agenda of the Democratic Party. Citizens across the country might face life and death disasters that night and tonight and on any given night in America, Trump's America. But the challenge facing the American empire, to hear Pence tell it, is whether America remains America. What does he mean by that? Whether it remains white. That's what brings us to law and order. Law and order was already a planned theme of Wednesday night's Republican National Convention. The upheaval in Wisconsin made the debate over what exactly that means all the more urgent and immediate. With most of the convention speeches pre-recorded, there was no mention of the unrest stemming from Kenosha, even after Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden had condemned the police shooting of Mr. Blake and the violence that followed. One speaker after another invoked riots, chaos, and mayhem in the nation's cities, and all hailed Trump as a friend to the police. It was left to Vice President Mike Pence, who spoke last, to weigh in. And accepting his formal nomination to a second term at the historic Fort McHenry in Baltimore, Pence said, "President Trump and I will always support the right of Americans to peaceful protest." But as he then went on to say, "The violence must stop, whether in Minneapolis, Portland, or Kenosha. Too many heroes have died defending our freedom to see Americans strike each other down. We will have law and order on the streets of this country for every American of every race and creed and color." Unlike all but one other speaker, Pence acknowledged the looming threat from Hurricane Laura and urged residents along the Gulf Coast to stay safe, and as the most powerful storm to hit the United States this year was poised to crash into the upper Texas coast and western Louisiana within hours. Up to 20 million people were potentially in its path when I was last burning bandwidth before tonight. Then, Hurricane Laura came ashore as a Category 4 hurricane, leaving mass destruction in its wake. Hurricane Laura was one of the strongest hurricanes to ever impact the Gulf Coast. As it came on shore in the middle of the night, it sustained winds of 150 miles per hour, tore off roofs, blew over trailer homes, and toppled trees. Flooding from the storm surge and heavy rains impacted areas many miles inland. In one Louisiana community, power may be out for 2 months after deadly Hurricane Laura hit. The spectacle at the White House on Thursday night suggested a president entering his re-election campaign not strong and confident of victory, but insecure and faltering. That's what brings us to the malign fantasy of Donald Trump's convention. Because using the White House as his stage prop, the president made war on Joe Biden and pretended the pandemic is all but defeated. Now, for 4 fucking years by now, Donald Trump has been asking us to believe the unbelievable, to accept the unthinkable, to replace harsh realities with simple fantasies. On Thursday night, using the White House as a gaudy backdrop, the president made his case to the American people for 4 more years of this shit. His speech capping the Republican National Convention was long, acerbic, untruthful, and surprisingly muted in comparison to the grandeur of the setting, which no chief executive before him has dared to appropriate in such a partisan way. He promised, "We will make America greater than ever before." And even for a salesman like Trump, it was never going to be an easy deal to close. What with a deadly pandemic, massive unemployment, nationwide protests over racial injustice, and even a killer hurricane smashing into the Gulf Coast but hours before his speech. Some 70% of Americans currently believe that the country is on the wrong track, according to all recent polls, and who can blame them? This should be devastating context for a president, any president seeking re-election. A true picture of American carnage to replace the false one that Trump conjured 4 years ago. Yet the strategy of Trump and his team is now clear. To talk about how bad things would be in Joe Biden's America. A violent socialist ruin in which freedom itself will no longer exist, and rampaging protesters, like those now committing rioting, looting, arson, and violence in Democrat-run cities, will be coming soon to a white suburb near you. Vice President Mike Pence, on the night before, had said, "The hard truth is, you just won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. No one will be safe in Bidenian America." Well, actually, Trump said that on the night after, Thursday night. "No one will be safe in Biden's America." To say this sounded a bit off in actual America, Trump's America, does not do justice to the bizarre dissonance of this year's Republican convention. Americans know Trump pretty well by now, and so it was more than a little discordant to hear him extolled throughout the convention this week as a family man, promoter of women, friend to African Americans, champion of religious liberty, and lover of immigrants, who interrupted his own convention to preside over a White House naturalization ceremony for 5 lucky new citizens. A courageous patriot who works from dawn to midnight, as his daughter Ivanka told us. This convention Trump personally charmed Deutschen Chancellor Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and made peace in the Middle East, and single-handedly saved American industries and unborn babies. And then there was his response to the coronavirus pandemic, perhaps the misadministration's shining hour, in which the president bravely disregarded the so-called experts to ban flights from China, thus saving millions of lives, while working closely with America's governors, providing medical workers with all the resources they needed, reopening schools and businesses, and putting the greatest economy in history on the path to a fast recovery. The trolling was as epic as the setting was legally questionable. Sitting and listening to Trump were more than 1,000 supporters, packed together tightly in white chairs on the White House lawn, and almost none of them were wearing masks. While this publicly and flagrantly flouting public health standards, Trump touted his response to the pandemic as one that is focused exclusively on the science, the facts, and the data. Did they expect anyone to believe it? Who knows? Maybe who cares? But politically, at least, the spectacle suggested a president entering his re-election campaign not strong at all, and most certainly not confident of victory, but insecure, faltering, a president whose prospects, left unvarnished by lies and fantasy, were so poor that his strategists had to reinvent him as a different person altogether. The departure from reality was so complete that I spent much of the time after I reviewed what I saw feeling sorry for the many journalists now employed as real-time fact-checkers. The truth is that Trump's heart wasn't really in the ridiculously uncredible makeover anyway. Fear is his preferred political drug, and nasty personal attacks are his default setting. This is what he is pushing now and forever. Minutes into his speech, he framed the election night as a fight to save the American dream and the American way of life from Democrats who would give free rein to violent anarchists, agitators, and criminals who threaten our citizens. Now, when I counted, Trump attacked Biden by name 41 times in his prepared remarks. Some kind of record in a convention speech, I'm sure. Biden is a destroyer of American greatness itself, Trump said. And he supports the most extreme set of proposals ever put forward by a major party nominee. He is a pawn of Red China and the radical left. A Trojan horse for socialism. A representative of a failed political class. And a loser on the wrong side of history, no doubt. He and his party will demolish the suburbs. They will confiscate your guns. You know, like the ones that white trash piece of shit went out and killed a couple of people with. Biden, in short, will end America as you know it. You know, the one where white people go around shooting people because it's a thrill. The problem, of course, is that America as we know it is currently in the midst of a mess not of Biden's making, but of Trump's. Suffice it to say that by the time Trump's speech was over and the red, white, and blue fireworks spelling out 2020 had been set off over the National Mall late Thursday night, more than 3,700 Americans had died of the coronavirus since the start of that very convention. More Americans than died on 9/11. In just the time of that speech alone. We had a Twin Towers collapse in the shape of America's lungs. And 180,000 other Americans total had succumbed to the disease. A disease that Trump himself repeatedly denied was ever even a threat. Trump's botched handling of this pandemic was the very reason that his convention was taking place on the White House lawn out in open air in the fucking first place. But the real message of the evening was that nothing, not even a deadly plague or a cratering economy, can stop Trump from being Trump. He bragged. He lied. He even ad-libbed a taunt at his critics, using the White House itself as his prop. Pointing to the flood-lit mansion behind him, he said, "We're here! They're not!" 4 years ago, the Republican National Convention was not an electoral game changer for Trump, but it was an important marker for the man and his party. If you listen closely, it was a herald of the scorched earth campaign to come, and especially of the fundamental dishonesty of the misadministration that would follow. Trump's presidency, just like that 2016 convention, has always been a puzzling combination of the incompetent and the dangerous. From the start, it has been equal parts dystopianism and hucksterism, with a strong side of nepotism thrown in. Pretty much all of it was on the giant gilded platform in Cleveland, plain to see. Perhaps the most quoted line from Trump's 2016 speech was a memorable expression of his aspirational authoritarianism. I alone can fix it. That, it turned out, was not a throwaway line or an odd exaggeration by a narcissistic political novice. It was a precursor and a prelude to the radical reimagining of the presidency as a one-man show. Cleveland was a prologue. What happened at the White House, Thursday night, was its tawdry and perhaps inevitable sequel. Trump appears to believe that what really worked about that Cleveland speech were his repeated calls for law and order. The dark hellscape of America in the Obama years was not the subtext of his candidacy back then. It was the text thereof. And if it did not actually exist, well, that was okay because Trump was more than willing to invent it. 4 years later, an actual hellscape is unfolding beneath our feet and before our very eyes, and there be another act of invention, pretending that the cataclysm is not happening, or spuriously claiming that the true crisis is not the pandemic or the economic catastrophe or police brutality towards black people, but a plague of illegal aliens and open borders and attacks on law enforcement. All the same old racially coded appeals to the president's white supremacist political base, freshened up and brought back out against the backdrop of this summer's protests, which began with the police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis and have escalated once again this week following the police shooting of another young black man, Jacob Blake, in Kenosha, Wisconsin. For Trump, Kellyanne Conway, his soon-to-depart White House counselor, told Fox News on Thursday morning, even as pictures of looting in Kenosha dominated the news, the more violence reigns, the better it is for Trump. Trump thinks law and order won him the election 4 years ago. He thinks it will do so again in November. Back in 2016, the only unscripted drama at the convention involved the final defeat of what remained of the Republican resistance to Trump, culminating in a primetime speech by Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who had stayed in the Republican primary race long after it was apparent that Trump would win. Instead of endorsing Trump, Cruz ended his appearance in Cleveland not with a pitch for party unity and getting behind the future president, but with a defiant plea to vote your conscience. As it turned out, it was not Cruz's last-ditch rebellion that mattered. It was the boos and jeers that followed him off the stage. This year, Trump wanted it to be all about him, and it was. There were no Ted Cruzes left to resist. And indeed, Ted Cruz himself, now a reliable Trump ally on Capitol Hill, was not even invited. With a primetime lineup heavy on Trump family members and current White House officials, it appeared that Trump was down to blood relatives and paid staffers, as the late John McCain loved to quip. Now, Trump's ever-slavish vice president managed to mention him 33 times, I counted that too, in his 36-minute speech, almost once a minute. Not surprisingly, all the speeches praised Donald Trump, which was over the top but also telling. Yesterday, last week at the Democratic convention, Biden was also praised as a loving husband and father and a friend to Amtrak conductors, as a relentless extrovert given to randomly calling the mothers and grandmothers of the young people he meets. A boy he befriended on the campaign trail recounted how the former vice president gave him the courage to speak publicly despite the childhood stutter that he was determined to overcome, as Biden had. No one said anything remotely like that about Trump this week. Claims about him were outlandish and completely untrue. The Trump youth activist Charlie Kirk said, "Trump is the bodyguard of Western civilization." His own wife, Melania, little more than a year after it was revealed that Trump lied about paying hush money to a porn star to cover up their extramarital affair, attested Trump be a paragon of total honesty. Even so, there was barely a suggestion that Trump was personally empathetic or loving or even capable of love. The only speech that seemed to humanize the president at all came from his White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, when she talked about how he called her on the telephone when she was recovering from surgery. Now, Trump is Republicanism, and Republicanism is Trumpism. At least for the duration of 2020. By the way, Daniel Arola bids adieu, is signing off for the night. Blessed be to he. Sweet be his dreams. Now, the party's transformation into the cult of Trump, and Trump alone, was made explicit from the start of this convention, when the Republican platform for the election was released on Sunday evening. It said, "Resolved," all in the uppercase. That's the Republican Party has and will continue to enthusiastically support the president's America First agenda and his second-term plans, whatever they may be. And that was it. That's Trumpism. One of the more enduring subplots to come out of Cleveland was Melania Trump's botched speech, which lifted portions from Michelle Obama's speech at the 2008 Democratic National Convention. A mini-scandal that lives on in countless memes about the largely inscrutable and intensely private current First Lady. The plagiarism that occurred at this year's convention, however, was not by Melania, but by Trump himself. The president can't help but recycle his own lines. He has no other playbook. He is fighting for law and order. His opponent is a phony, the captive of sinister leftist forces. It's what he said about Hillary Clinton circa 2016, and it's what he said about Joe Biden on Thursday night. Even his 2016 campaign slogan, the one that he himself stole from Ronald Reagan, has been repurposed for use once again in 2020, no matter how odd it sounds for an incumbent president to be running on the promise to make America great again. Running as an incumbent was always going to be a problem for Trump. He is a divider, a fighter. He prefers to be against things, not for them. He loves to take credit and to avoid responsibility. His speeches skew dark and grievance-ridden, even in the best of times. And, despite Trump's bombast and lies, these are not the best of times. We don't know if Trump will be re-elected in November. But as he enters the final 66-day race to Election Day, we do know this. Donald J. Trump has only one script in politics, and he is determined to use it over and over and over again. Just as Russian President Vladimir Putin sent his warmest wishes to his embattled Belarusian counterpart Alexander Lukashenko on Sunday, as thousands of anti-government protesters attended a rally in Minsk, where they faced off with riot police. So that brings us to what Putin fears, because this is the parallel between the twain. Russians and Belarusians are tired of backwards-looking autocrats. The old tools of truncheon and syringe may keep them in power, But for how long? Nothing is as inspiring as seeing people take to the streets to demand their freedoms. And nothing is as terrifying for the dictators they be defying. In Belarus, among scenes that recall the revolts of 1989, people are turning out in their hundreds of thousands after a blatantly rigged election, heedless of the threat of state violence. In the Russian city of Khabarovsk is a Russian city in the Asia-Pacific region on the other side of the Eurasian continent. And there, tens of thousands march week after week to protest against the arrest of the local governor and the imposition of Moscow's rules. And Vladimir Putin himself is rattled. Why else is Alexei Navalny, an anti-corruption crusader and Mr. Putin's greatest popular rival for the Russian presidency, lying poisoned in a Berlin hospital bed? Because regimes that rule by fear live in fear. They fear that one day the people will no longer tolerate their lies, thieving, and brutality. They try to hang on with propaganda, persecution, and patronage. But it looks increasingly as if Mr. Putin is running out of tricks, and as if Alexander Lukashenko, his troublesome ally in Minsk, is running out of road. That is why, despite the Kremlin's denials, they are falling back on the truncheon and the syringe. And it is why, as the protests roll on, they must be wondering whether state violence can even secure their regimes. So let us examine what the Russian president's decision to cancel a referendum on his amendments to the country's constitution really says about his hopes to cling on to power for years to come. It's all about being afraid of the known, not the unknown, but the known, because Russians now see Putin as a threat and not a savior. Against the backdrop of the coronavirus pandemic, Russian President Vladimir Putin canceled a largely symbolic nationwide referendum on his constitutional amendments, including the nullification of the presidential term. But Viktor Shenderovich, a Russian journalist and playwright, believes that Putin's motive in doing this has nothing to do with his sense of responsibility for people's lives. Shenderovich puts forward two possible explanations for Putin's behavior. First, the president may simply not gain the necessary turnout and percentage of approval required on the 22nd of April, as he outlined it then, to cement his power and socially legitimize his amendments. Secondly, the act of coercing votes can only aggravate popular discontent. That's what brings us to Russian fears. According to the latest Levada Center poll, only a third of Russians would vote on the constitutional amendments, and less than half of them would ever support them. Allowing Putin to be elected for another 2 terms after 2024 was approved by 48% of the survey's respondents, with 47% disapproving. Thus, it is no longer possible to talk about a Putin majority, and it is obvious that at least half of the respondents did not want to see Putin in this post for another 16 years. The fact that the nullification presented to the public as a spontaneous proposal, when it had, in reality, been prepared by the Kremlin in advance, would be put to the public vote did not help to raise Putin's ratings. At the end of February, earlier this year, the Center for Political Conjuncture, an organization loyal to the Kremlin, published a report listing the main fears Russians have, which it claimed included the intensification of the struggle for power between various political groups, a new redistribution of property, a reduction of the state's social obligations, the loss of Russia's authority in the world, the threat of foreign policy defeats, and the loss of continuity of power. According to that report, people fear disorder and a loss of stability with some participants commenting that there is no one to lead the country except Vladimir Putin. The fear of interethnic conflicts and separatism follow, along with the worsening economic situation and a war with NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But, it's all bullshit. It's just like law and order in the United States. What the Russians are afraid of is a Putin president. There'd be no reason to believe that report reflected the true mood of Russians at all. But it can be stated with confidence that it repeats the very fears that Russian propaganda has been trying to instill in the population for many, many years. Even 5 years ago, half a decade ago, I noted that the basis of propaganda myths is the fear of revolution, famine, chaos, devastation, and war, and that Putin is positioned as the only means of salvation from these threats. With the coronavirus, the Kremlin has again played on the fear of death, comparing the current reality with a future catastrophe colorfully created by television. This tactic has proven itself quite effective. However, in recent years, it seems to have stopped working, because people have nothing to lose, and life is so bad that death is no longer something to really be afraid of. It really is, in a sense, a step up. Opinion polls from independent think tanks show that the population's main fear is shifting from a fear of change and revolution to a fear of the disease, the arbitrariness of the authorities, and a possible world war, the fear of the consequences of Putin's rule, not the mythical consequences of his departure. This is precisely what the 2019 survey conducted by the Levada Center indicates. The state of medicine, the arbitrariness of the security forces, and aggressive foreign policy that constantly raises the degree of confrontation with the West are the realities of modern Russia, rather than the idea of an impending catastrophe, which was so popular but just a few years ago. Simply put, Russians have become more afraid of Putin's present than of any unknown future. Against the backdrop of the coronavirus plague, this fear of the present has intensified even more, evolving into the very fear of death upon which the Kremlin formerly relied. Thus, any actions of Putin that could lead to an increase in the number of infections, such as holding a nationwide referendum, threaten to turn this most important fear against him. There be peaceful nostalgia. Even the cult of the USSR, which was promoted by propaganda to legitimize Putin's power and mobilize the population, no longer fulfills its original task. One of the latest opinion polls devoted to the analysis of the reasons for the high level of nostalgia for the Soviet Union is quite interesting. As it turns out, the myth of socioeconomic well-being, stability, and social justice in the USSR prevails in the minds of nostalgic people, just as the British Empire prevails in the mind of nostalgic Britons. As the subjective reasons for their desire to return to the past, the respondents cited the need for participation in a great power, the negative consequences of the destruction of the united economic system, and the loss of the sense of cohesion and trust that they associated with Soviet society. Another blow to propaganda has been the reduction in the percentage of people trusting Russian television, from 79% to 52%. As if sensing a change in public sentiment, the Kremlin is betting on repressive methods, primarily the National Guard of Russia, the legitimization of which is also included in its propaganda efforts. It seems that the Russian population no longer believes in illusory constructions and now most fears a shift from the realm of myths to an unattractive reality. One in which Trump accepted his nomination by the Republican Party. Because in Putin's America, the president he hacked into power, spracketh in front of a packed and mostly maskless crowd outside the White House, and cast himself as a defender of the American way of life against an assault by radical forces. Directly from the Putin playbook. So when you take a look at Trump's White House rally, as I did, I timed a 70-minute plus speech aimed at reframing the election, in which President Trump closed out the Republican National Convention at the White House, and in which he accepted the Republican nomination before a packed crowd on the White House South Lawn, delivering a storm of angry broadsides and false charges against Democratic nominee Joe Biden, as he sought to redefine the November election as a choice rather than as a referendum on his first term, the way Russians are seeing Putin now in light of the trail behind him. And after 4 nights of ego-boosting warm-up acts, the great showman's big speech was a little boring. So with the country gripped by a deadly pandemic, deep recession, and racial unrest, Trump offered a completely opaque agenda for a second term, focusing instead on savaging Biden by name, as I said, no less than 41 separate times, accusing his opponent of catastrophic betrayals and blunders. Trump warned of left-wing anarchy and mayhem if the Democrats retake the White House, even as he stoked fears of widespread protests this summer over systemic racism and police abuses. Checking out our man Sammy Romero, who says, great transmission, Doug, especially the Belgium, DRC, and the Third Reich A-bomb connection. Once again, you show us why you are our Vulcan intervention. Thank you, Sammy Romero. Hugs. Loved my brother in battle there. Deeply appreciated. So, when it comes to President Donald Trump delivering his nomination acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention from a spectacular, politicized, and legally dubious backdrop on the South Lawn with the splendor of the White House over his shoulder, leveraging all the trappings of the presidency, Trump addressed a crowd of more than 1,500 people on the South Lawn, ignoring ethics rules about using the White House for partisan events, and public health guidelines about social distancing and avoiding large gatherings during the coronavirus catastrophe, with the crowd sitting close together in narrow rows of chairs, completely unmasked. The number of people in attendance was only slightly larger than the number of Americans who died of COVID-19 that very night. Wednesday, midweek last. But in many ways, the convention's final night played out the way the first 3 had, focusing entirely on Trump and his family, while cutting connections with the Republican Party's past. And the vision was predictably dark. Trump warning that if he lost in November, a radical Marxist movement would dismantle America and its economy. He so saying that Democrats see America as a wicked nation that must be punished for its sins. Yea, so. And would open its doors to violent anarchists and criminals. Like Trump. Bizarrely, Trump himself, who had gathered a crowd of 2,000 people on chairs close together with no masks, also accused rival Joe Biden of wanting to ignore science and to surrender to the pandemic. But it just wasn't vintage Trump, because unusually he kept to his script. He was somber and disciplined, an apparent attempt to appear presidential that drained the energy he normally draws from raucous rally crowds. At an hour and 10 minutes, His speech was more than twice as long as Biden's at the Democratic National Convention, but the week before. And it came across as a sort of meandering State of the Union style box-ticking address. Perhaps reams of tweets, endless calls to Fox News, and freewheeling back and forths with reporters had, well, they've just finally taken their toll altogether. So as political theater, his big moment lacked the shock value, that is, of his stark 2016 convention address or his American Carnage inaugural speech. It didn't even live up to the image of an empathetic, energetic strongman painted by all the earlier speakers, grooming the viewer, the reviewer, for his arrival. Still, Trump's performance aside, the Republican Party itself put on an effective show in the middle of a pandemic, particularly in the testimonies of regular Americans whose lives had improved during Trump's presidency. While his flame-throwing rhetoric may have scared off some of the centrist voters he needs, Trump may well have activated white males who didn't bother to vote in 2016, but who have a strong emotional and cultural affinity to his message. By turning the White House itself into an electioneering prop, Trump showed he will cross any boundary for advantage. But win or lose in November, it's unlikely that his surprisingly low-energy address in front of the People's House on Thursday will be the reason. Instead, Trump's Republican National Convention was a spectacle fit for a would-be king. Because on Thursday night, when Donald Trump stood on that south lawn of the White House and spracketh for over an hour, well, nominally, this was the final speech of the Republican National Convention, during which Trump was accepting the party's nomination for a second term as president, in which he mangled the procedural line, saying that he accepted the nomination profoundly rather than proudly, as his script indicated. But he looked less like a candidate than like a king standing in front of his castle, flanked by members of his familial dynasty, warning of an insurgency at the gate. The entire 4-day spectacle of the convention that I reviewed in quick time seemed designed to assert the existence not of a government, which begins and ends with elections, but of a Trump regime, born of a revolution and challenged by what Trump called anarchists, agitators, rioters, looters, and flag burners. Thus, Trump's use of the White House, where he appeared every day of the convention, the Washington Monument, illuminated by fireworks at the convention's finale, Fort McHenry, where Vice President Mike Pence delivered his speech on Wednesday, and the United States government-owned Andrew W. Mellon Auditorium, where most of the convention speeches were delivered, is, on the face of it, a violation of the Hatch Act, which bans the use of federal property for campaign purposes. It is also an assertion of impunity. Violations of the Hatch Act are punishable by removal from office. But Trump shows that he can get away with this just as he gets away with using the presidency for personal profit and rejecting congressional authority during impeachment proceedings. It is also a territorial claim. Toward the end of his speech, Trump went on an apparently unscripted riff about the White House itself, saying, "The fact is, I'm here. What's the name of that building? But I'll say it differently. The fact is, we're here and they're not. To me, one of the most beautiful buildings anywhere in the world, and it's not a building, it's a home, as far as I'm concerned. It's not even a house. It is a home. It is his home," he dared to say. And the socialists, as Democrats were repeatedly and inaccurately branded throughout the convention, are trying to divest him of his property. The Trump regime represents a break with the past. Unlike at the Democratic National Convention, no past presidents bracket at the Republicans' gathering. Every night was anchored by Trump's family members. The Republican Party dispensed with a platform this year, and its entire agenda could be summed up on a single sheet of paper. The party supports Trump. Most speakers at the convention talked of Trump as having wrought revolutionary change, ushering in a new political era, indicating again that Trumpism is not merely the governing philosophy of another Republican administration, it is a new system in and of itself entirely. Trump's regime broadcast an image of itself as solid, established. Speakers appeared framed by the imperial architecture of Washington, D.C. The Democratic National Convention, pulled together from dozens of pre-recorded clips and live streams, had an out-of-space, out-of-time quality to it on my review. Like many of us these days, DNC speakers seem to inhabit spaces that are nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Rooms that consist only of what is in front of a laptop camera. One got the sense that the Democrats' cameras were angled so no one could see the bed, or the child, or the mess behind the speaker. The Republicans' camera, on the other hand, showed the pillars and grand vault of the Andrew W. Mellon Auditorium, where speakers made grand stage entrances even though, apparently, they addressed an empty room. Most of them were in one place, Washington, D.C. On the last night, at the White House, the cameras showed a bank of American flags and, during the finale, lingered on the raised platforms, a red-carpeted arrangement that Trump apparently favors for the grandest of his grand appearances. After he spracketh from a similar structure during the militarized festivities on the 4th of July, but yesteryear he incessantly tweeted aerial shots thereof. To call things what they are, the Republicans adopted an almost monarchic, dynastic, imperialist aesthetic in the authoritarian, autocratic mold of Kim Jong-un of North Korea for this year's convention. It was in the pillars and the flags, the military-style outfit that Melania Trump wore to deliver her speech on the second night, the screaming fervor with which many of the speeches were delivered, the repeated references to law and order, and phrases like weakness is provocative, which the Republican Senator Tom Cotton offered on the final evening. The communist militant aesthetic and the rhetoric held out the carrot of greatness of what the Jewish philosopheress Hannah Arendt, explaining the appeal of totalitarian movements, called victory and success as such. The prize of being on the winning side, whatever that side may be. The seduction of greatness may grow proportionately to anxiety the more scared one is of losing one's job or health insurance, or of the coronavirus, of the world never getting back to normal, among other worries. The more reassuring it is to say, better yet to scream, that one lives in the greatest country on earth. One looks at people shouting triumphantly, none of them social distancing, none of them wearing masks, and one feels somehow uplifted by the fantasy of being one of them. The Republicans offered greatness. The Democrats, in contrast, propose goodness. The theme of the DNC, Democratic National Committee, was, in effect, that Joe Biden is a good guy, a compassionate man, a man who has experienced great tragedy, a great father, husband, grandfather, friend. It's remarkable that while every adult member of Trump's immediate family spoke at the RNC, the Republican National Committee, including his oldest son's girlfriend, none of them even attempted to make the president sound relatable in any similar way. The DNC's, Democrats' convention singular message is that Americans ought to choose to live in a country run by good people rather than callous liars. It is an overwhelmingly modest proposal. To reject greatness in favor of goodness is a particularly difficult choice to make in an anxious state. In its own way, the Democratic National Committee was revolutionary in its understated aesthetic and its humble message. Its homespun, scrappy feel might be fitting for an insurgent party. Democrats, however, continue to insist that they be the true establishment. The party has adopted Build Back Better as its campaign slogan, a vague and actually misleading phrase. It tells us nothing about what it would be like to live in a country whose guiding principles are mutual care, empathy, and goodness. Americans have not, in fact, ever lived in such a country before. It may be that voters have such deep reserves of both decency and confidence that they will reject the siren call of greatness in favor of the amorphous promise of goodness. But whatever the polls may say now, it would be foolhardy to count on such an outcome. That brings me to Trump's Chinese dissidents. You see, on the long list of speakers attending the United States Republican Convention this week last, a name unfamiliar to most Americans stood out to myself as a Chinese speaker. Chen Guangcheng, a blind Chinese human rights activist who fled to these United States circa 2012, used his spot on Wednesday midweek last to praise President Donald Trump for leading the fight against the Communist Chinese Empire's aggression. So Chen, who also criticized the Obama administration's negotiations over his departure from China, said, "Standing up to fight unfairness is not easy. I know. So does President Trump." Now, supporting Trump and other reactionary figures can appear at odds with the human rights beliefs that Chinese dissidents defend back in Red China itself. There, Chen was persecuted for speaking against the one-child policy, and as a autodidactic, that means self-taught attorney, represented women facing forced abortions and sterilization. Trump, who once famously called the 1989 Tiananmen student protests a riot, has backed a fervently anti-immigration agenda and refused to condemn violent white supremacists. Indeed, murderous white supremacists. Yet he has also put enormous pressure on the Communist Chinese Empire by placing tariffs on most of its goods, putting sanctions on Chinese and Hong Kong officials for violating the territory's autonomy, and threatening Red China's technologies companies. That has led many exiles to pin their hopes upon him to further counter the Chinese Communist Party, when few governments seem willing to do so. So Ten Biao, a United States-based Chinese human rights attorney, has gone on record to say, for many Chinese dissidents, their highest or even only goal in life is to fight with the party, the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, that runs a single-party dictatorship on the mainland. In some cases, dissidents aren't able to empathize with movements like Black Lives Matter because they feel the United States has free expression, so protesters don't need to voice their discontent in the streets at all. Many older Chinese dissidents also still use WeChat and Chinese media as their main source of information, which shapes their views on American movements. Comparisons between United States social justice activism and the political extremism in Red China's own history are common on Chinese language social media. At times, Chinese dissidents are also drawn to reactionary beliefs through causes that appear familiar, such as opposing abortion, but that have quite different politics in the United States and Red China. And so, Ting Biao says, eventually, if Trump loses this election, then some of his dissident supporters might become quiet, but their reactionary views won't be able to be reversed overnight. So, let me try and articulate the many risks of Trump's hawkish turn on Red China. Not long ago, the New York Times labeled President Donald Trump the biggest obstacle to his own misadministration's China policy. Trump's trade war with China, which he launched as part of his campaign promise to get tough on its unfair trade practices, has always had unclear and shifting goals, while producing minimal results. Even as his administration has taken a relatively tough line against Red China's high-tech industrial policies, Trump's odd affinity for authoritarian leaders, including his good friend in China, communist dictator Xi Jinping, kept getting in the way of a coherent policy, especially when it came to protecting human rights. Any ambivalent feelings about Red China and its government seem to have vanished with Trump's need for a scapegoat to blame for his own mishandling of the coronavirus pandemic. Until this summer, the White House mostly ignored Beijing's efforts to squelch dissent in Hong Kong and took relatively minor measures in response to egregious human rights violations against the mostly Muslim Uyghur minority in Xinjiang, who are ethnically Caucasoid. In his memoir about his time in the White House, former National Security Advisor John Bolton asserts that after large protests broke out in Hong Kong last year, Trump said he didn't want to get involved. Bolton heard him say, "We have human rights problems too." Well, you would know. Worse, while Red China was putting Uyghurs in so-called re-education centers that are really forced labor camps for mass sterilization, Bolton claims that Trump told Xi Jinping to keep building the internment camps because he himself believed that was exactly the right thing to do, and he wanted to do such here himself. So do beware. But now, the gloves have suddenly come off, as the American empire has imposed an array of new sanctions over Beijing's repression of dissent in Hong Kong and its human rights abuses in Xinjiang, Uyghur, northwestern China, would be rightfully eastern Turkestan. The White House also has also further tightened export controls on Chinese telecoms giant Huawei earlier this month, as it issued an order banning Americans from doing business with the two hugely popular Chinese-owned apps, TikTok and WeChat. Congress can take us some credit for this more aggressive White House approach to China. Late yesteryear, Congress passed two bills authorizing sanctions against individuals responsible for committing acts that violate internationally recognized human rights in Hong Kong and restricting exports of the Hong Kong police of items that could be used against protesters, including tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets, stun guns, and tasers. And after expressing concern about the legislation because his misadministration was in the midst of trade negotiations with Beijing, Trump signed it, but then did nothing to implement it. After the Red Chinese government imposed a harsh new security law on Hong Kong earlier this summer, which authorizes further measures to crack down on dissent there, Trump issued an executive order withdrawing Hong Kong's special status with these United States. This means that Hong Kong will no longer be treated more favorably than China itself with respect to trade and diplomatic relations, since the United States considers China in violation of the one country, two systems arrangement that it agreed to as part of Britain's handover of Hong Kong in 1997, which was designed to give it substantial autonomy from Beijing. The Trump administration followed that up this month with its first sanctions under the 2019 legislation. It barred Hong Kong's chief executrix, Carrie Lam, and other senior officials in Hong Kong and mainland China from traveling to these United States and froze any assets they might hold under American jurisdiction. These sanctions are largely symbolic. Carrie Lam said she would laugh off the sanctions since she has no assets in these United States and no plans to travel here. But at least they send a belated message to Red China that its actions in Hong Kong are no longer acceptable to Washington. Congress also compelled the Trump misadministration to punish Red Chinese officials allegedly involved in the repression in Xinjiang by passing the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act this spring. Trump already had authority to take its action under the Global Magnitsky Act, which authorizes similar sanctions for human rights abuses anywhere in the world, but Congress included new reporting requirements in the legislation as added pressure on the White House. The Trump administration had imposed restrictions on exports of some items to local government entities and Chinese companies implicated in forced labor and other abuses in Xinjiang. But until recently, it had not targeted high-level officials or companies that are major suppliers to American brands, such as Apple and Ralph Lauren. In a revealing interview recently with Axios, Trump admitted that he had not done more to sanction China over Xinjiang in 2018 and 2019 because he didn't want to interfere with the trade negotiations. Now, however, with his re-election campaign heating up and the coronavirus still raging through America, even Trump's much-coveted Phase 1 trade deal with Red China be at risk. Trump, earlier this month, himself said that he had canceled bilateral talks to discuss implementation of the agreement because I don't want to talk to China right now. Aides later said that the talks had merely been delayed and that the agreement, much less a Phase 2 deal, they said the postponement did not mean that the deal was off, but the future of that agreement, much less a Phase 2 deal, is very much up in the air, with Red Chinese purchases of American soybeans and other goods lagging the Phase 1 commitments by a substantial amount. While congressional pressure has played a role in triggering a more aggressive posture toward China, electoral politics are also clearly at play. Action to confront China over its miserable human rights record is long overdue, and there be no question that Beijing poses serious challenges to American interests and values with its industrial and trade policies and its human rights abuses. But Trump chose to ignore the latter, and on the former, he signed a minimal trade deal that does little more than cater to the farm lobby in solidly Republican-red states by mandating set amounts of Chinese purchases. Trump's electoral calculations then shifted as his poll numbers began tanking because of his utter failure in managing the pandemic. For Trump, it was easier to blame Beijing and let the China hawks come to the fore than to admit that failure. But unlike the Soviet Union during the Cold War, Red China is a major global economic player, and erratic, politically driven U.S. policies that don't recognize that reality will leave both sides worse off. While the sanctions over human rights abuses in Xinjiang and Hong Kong have been primarily symbolic, the escalating actions against Huawei, and more recently the orders restricting TikTok and WeChat, could lead to a balkanized internet that puts American companies at a disadvantage and undermines the goal of an interconnected world. Which may not be a bad thing, but it's pretty disconnected as it is anyway. With all other nations, especially Japan and China, they live in their world, and Americans live in theirs. Yet, trying to decouple more broadly may slow China's rise, and still it be unlikely to be effective in changing Chinese behavior. What's more, it would carry significant costs for American business and consumers. As Edward Alden argued yesterday last week, the only certainty right now is that we don't know where all this is going to end up. So I'll stick to the immediate future until I conclude tonight's arc of narrative soon enough, and that will encompass the week ahead. So when it comes to the week before us, the House's Special Coronavirus Investigative Committee will have a hearing on the day after tomorrow, featuring Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin. They're supposed to discuss the need for additional economic reform, and Mnuchin will answer questions about the Trump misadministration's implementation of stimulus programs earlier this year. Now, that's this side of the Atlantic. We've brought up what's going on the other side of the Pacific. Let's turn to the fact of how important it is that the United Kingdom was predicted to be on the brink of deepest recession in 300 years months ago. Because in its monetary policy report released in the first full week of May this year, the Bank of England then forecast that the United Kingdom was even then already on track to enter its deepest annual recession in 3 centuries. The big picture being that in March, the global market began seeing economic effects of the novel coronavirus outbreak morphing into a depression unlike any the world has seen in generations. America's unemployment rate was even then at its highest since the Great Depression, and it was and is likely a major underestimate. In terms of details, the central bank saw an almost 30% drop in output for the first half of 2020, the fastest and deepest recession since the Great Frost in 1709. Now, the United Kingdom unemployment rate, as reported by the Bank of England, is likely to reach 9% next year, even as the government pays workers 80% of their salaries to make up for lost wages due to stay-at-home orders. Near-term investments were expected even then, months ago, to fall sharply in response to the pandemic, and the bank forecast that in turn will permanently reduce the productive capacity of the British economy, the world economy, if not recovered after the outbreak ends. And the coronavirus itself will force the world into an unprecedented depression. We see that in England already. The United Kingdom's economy has entered its deepest recession after a record 20% slump. The British economy shrunk by 20.4% between April and June, when the coronavirus lockdown was at its most severe. Experts conclude the downturn brought on by the pandemic led to the biggest fall in quarterly gross domestic product on record. And on Wednesday, as dated the 12th of August, the United Kingdom officially fell into recession before the Ides, or mid-menses, before the middle of this month, for the first time in 11 years. The economy collapsed by a record 20.5% in the second quarter, compared to the first quarter, as a result of coronavirus lockdown measures imposed to contain the outbreak itself. Now, between April and June, household spending plunged in England as businesses were ordered to shut down, while industries such as construction rolled back on output and production. So Jonathan Athau of the ONS, the British Office for National Statistics, went on record to say, the recession brought on by the coronavirus pandemic has led to the largest fall in quarterly GDP, or gross domestic product, on record. So data from the ONS itself, the Office for National Statistics, proved that the United Kingdom economy, the economy of Greater Britain had a 2.2% quarterly contraction in the first 3 months of the year. Now, the technical definition of a recession is 2 straight quarters of economic decline. The economic decline was concentrated in April, the peak of lockdown. And now the United Kingdom has entered the deepest recession of any major economy on earth. As the world continues to feel the economic effects of COVID-19, the United Kingdom has announced that they are officially in an open economic recession. So, Wednesday, midweek last, the United Kingdom's Office of National Statistics went on record that Wednesday morning, to acknowledge that the British Empire has slipped into its deepest recession ever recorded. The announcement points to the COVID-19 pandemic and the regulations that followed that closed many businesses for months as the recession's catalyst. The British economy decreased by a full 1/5 in the second quarter, according to the Office of National Statistics, and the British economy shrank more than any of their European counterparts. Additionally, the British economy suffered a GDP, a gross domestic productive decline, double the percent of the American economy, despite the latter never going into a national lockdown. The Office for National Statistics thus released statements saying that it is clear that the United Kingdom is in the largest recession on record for the United Kingdom. An economy is considered in recession when there have been 2 consecutive quarterly declines. Within the United Kingdom, the economy recoiled by 20.4% from April to June. And that announcement came just after the British economy faced a prior decline of 2.2% in the first 3 months of the year before the virus had even hit. So statisticians pointed towards that 20% drop in output of goods and services in April as the reason for the recession. However, the United Kingdom also failed to lock down as early as nearby countries, London imposing a national lockdown 2 weeks later than Italy, 10 days after Spain, and a full week after France. This delay is not only represented in the economic downfall. The United Kingdom now has the highest death toll in all Europe, and experts warn that the effects of the late and long lockdown will be felt well into the future. And so, the United Kingdom's finance minister, Rishi Sunak, their own yellow house nigger from India, issued statement to effect that today's figures confirm that hard times are here. Hundreds of thousands of people have already lost their jobs, and sadly, in the coming months, many more will too. Despite the threatening effects of a recession, the Yellow House Nigger minister outlined a message of hope. You gotta laugh. Rishi Sunak reaffirmed his country's citizens that we will get through this, and I can assure people that nobody will be left without hope or opportunity. And yet, COVID-19 has plunged the Greater British economy into the deepest recession since records fucking began. Dwell on what I'm saying. Britain has entered the deepest recession since records began, as official figures on Wednesday, mid-Menses. The Ides of August, the middle of this month, showed the economy shrank by more than any other major nation on earth during the coronavirus outbreak in the 3 months to June. With the ONS, the official Office for National Statistics of the Empire itself, declaring GDP, gross domestic product, the broadest measure of economic prosperity, fell in the second quarter by 20.4% compared with the previous 3 months, the biggest quarterly decline since comparable records began in 1955. After a decline of 2.2% in the first quarter, the figures confirm the British economy plunged into recession after the COVID-19 outbreak spread in March and the government imposed a nationwide lockdown to contain it. Economists consider 2 consecutive quarters of shrinking GDP as the technical definition of recession. And after resisting the launch of lockdown until later than all other countries around the world and relaxing controls at a slower pace, the ONS confirmed, the Office of National Statistics confirmed that the British Empire had plunged into the deepest decline of any G7 nation, any of the 7 developed nations on Earth, in the second quarter. The downturn is also deeper than any other country in European Union and surpassed a 12.1% quarterly drop in the Eurozone. And so, Anneliese Dodds, the Shadow Chancellor, warning that the government was making a historic mistake by winding down the furlough wage subsidy scheme as the empire falls into recession, said the downturn was a tragedy for the British people that had happened on Boris Johnson's watch. She said, "The Prime Minister will say there's only so much he could do during a global pandemic, but that doesn't explain why our economy is tanking so badly compared to all other countries in the world. Indeed, Britain's decline was more than double the 10.6% fall in these United States over the same period, and also surpassed declines in France, Germany, and Italy among G7 nations that have reported second quarter figures so far. Canada and the Japanese Empire have yet to publish second quarter data, but are not expected to record greater falls than Britannia." And so again, Rishi Sunak, the Yellow House nigger chancellor, said many people would lose their jobs in the coming months. Oh, isn't that a charm? Isn't it nice to have someone from the Raj come and tell all you white folks? Well, let's just use his words, in his voice. "I have said before that hard times were ahead, and today's figures confirm that hard times are here." Well, they pay someone to say that. Believe that shit. Apu, running an empire into the sea. "But while there are difficult choices to be made ahead, we will get through this, and I can assure people that nobody will be left without hope or opportunity." It's like he's channeling Obama on campaign. Now, confirming the onset of the deepest recession since record-keeping began, the Office of National Statistics confirmed the decline in the second quarter was widespread, with a dramatic plunge in output across all the services, production, and construction industries. And reflecting public health restrictions and forms of voluntary physical distancing in response to COVID-19, it said the pandemic had erased 17 years worth of economic growth. The pandemic erased 17 years of economic growth in only 2 quarters, taking the level of GDP back to the equivalent position in June 2003, when both my parents were still alive. Spending in the economy by households and businesses plunged by a quarter as lockdown measures forced people to stay home, shops closed, building sites falling idle, and factories pausing production. However, monthly figures for the economy indicate that an economic recovery from the pandemic strengthened in June as lockdown measures were gradually relaxed and pent-up demand fueled a rise in consumer spending. GDP grew by 8.7% in June compared with the previous month, faster than expected by city economists. The latest snapshot confirmed growth returned in May and strengthened in June, although not enough to offset a dramatic collapse in output in April during the first full month of restrictions on business and social life, which was deep enough to push the economy into negative growth across the quarter. Gross domestic product has grown 11.3% since the depths of lockdown in April, but remains 17.2% below its level in February before the pandemic struck. So, Jonathan Athow, the Deputy Statistician for Economic Statistics at the Office of National Statistics, has gone on record to say, the economy began to bounce back in June, with shops reopening, factories beginning to ramp up production, and house building continuing to recover. Despite this, GDP in June still remains a sixth below its level in February before the virus struck. So, despite signs of a recovery taking hold, the shockwave triggered by the economic collapse is continuing to be felt as unemployment begins to rise while businesses across the country struggle to stay afloat. Britain's jobless rate is expected to more than double to the highest level since the 1980s before Christmas. Sectors of the economy more reliant on social interaction, such as hospitality and leisure, suffered an even steeper decline in activity than industries where home working and internet sales were able to increase in response. Food and drink sector activities fell by 84.7% as a result of the closure of bars and restaurants, well, the English call them pubs, in the second quarter, while car sales and retail activity plunged by 63%. And so, business leaders have warned the threat of a second wave in infections, local lockdown restrictions, and Brexit uncertainty would mean a sustained economic recovery was by no means assured. Economists also warned the pickup activity in May and June was predominantly driven by the release of pent-up demand, and said growth could falter over the coming months as unemployment rises. Now, Alpesh Palaja, who I'm not going to insult with a racist term because I don't know this individual like I do the other idiot. Don't know him personally, but I know more than enough about him to know he's weak. This other Asian Indian, the lead economist of, well, at the CBI, which of course in Britain is an acronym that I keep conflating with the World War II term, China, Burma, India, which was the predominantly British theater of war. The CBI in England is the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is the premier investigating agency of India that operates under the jurisdiction of the military, well, the Ministry of Personnel, really, not the military. And that's a heavy-duty group. We have nothing like it in the West, okay? This is like, when this guy's talking, it's the authority is speaking. It's like God is speaking through him. And since India is a part of the British Commonwealth and has a far larger economy and far more impact on the world, what he says needs to be taken seriously. And since he's working for his own people, no racist remarks would be tolerated in his case. To quote his team, the dual threats of a second wave and slow progress over Brexit negotiations are also particularly concerning, underlining the need for maximum agility from government on both these issues, allowing a greater focus on the economy's long-term future. Now, James Smith, the research director at Resolution Foundation, responded by saying, although today's data tells us that the economy is recovering as lockdown restrictions ease, it still has a long way to go, and that challenge will be bigger for the United Kingdom than for most other rich countries, given a larger economic hit. The longer-term impact of the crisis on living standards will depend on the scale of the rise in unemployment and how long it lasts. So the government's priority should be providing support to those parts of the economy hardest hit by the crisis, supporting jobs while also helping those unlucky enough to become unemployed. And yet more job losses are anticipated. The Office of National Statistics itself said the economy bounced back in June as the government started to relax coronavirus restrictions, with non-essential retailers in England, including clothes shops and bookshops, reopening their doors on the 15th of June. And Athau himself was quoted as saying, "The economy began to bounce back in June with shops reopening, factories beginning to ramp up production, and house building continuing to recover. Despite this, GDP, gross domestic product, in June still remains a sixth below its level in February before the virus struck." That means the United Kingdom service sector, which makes up 4/5, the overwhelming majority of the economy, suffered the biggest quarterly decline on record. Car manufacturing, meanwhile, faced its slowest production rate since 1955. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, the same Apu I've been lampooning, then chose to warn that the economic slump would lead to further job losses in the coming months. I mean, to quote his T, "Today's figures confirm that hard times are here. Hundreds of thousands of people have already lost their jobs, and sadly, in coming months, many more will too." Yet some 1.2 million employers have taken advantage of the British government's coronavirus job retention scheme to furlough 9.6 million people at a cost to the government of £33.8 billion. That means that people were paid not to work, to the tune of 38 billion euros. That would be 44 billion United States dollars. With Sunak saying he is ending that program in October, my birthday month, and that of my father's, the man who raised me, George Dietrich, because it gives false hope to the furloughed workers and hinders them from getting new jobs as their skills decline. Because, there's so many new jobs out there, and just transferring from one career to another is just such easy shakes. And in response to these GDP figures, the Shadow Chancelloress, Annalise Dodds, went on the offensive, comparing the British Empire's economic performance to all other G7 nations, the great seven economies on Earth, and found wanting. And she, being the Labour frontbencher that she be, she dared say, "We've already got the worst excess death rate in Europe. Now we're on course for the worst recession too. That's a tragedy for the British people, and it's all happened on Boris Johnson's watch." The Prime Minister will say there's only so much he could do during a global pandemic, but that doesn't explain why our economy is tanking so badly compared to all other countries. And she added, a downturn was inevitable after lockdown, but Boris Johnson's jobs crisis was not. Now he must take responsibility, scrap the one-size-fits-all withdrawal of wage support, and bring the health crisis properly under control. Well, good fucking luck, honey. Let's compare that to the lockdowns that strike the European economies, because the United Kingdom's recession is deeper than those recorded by comparable countries such as these United States and other European economies, notably United Germany and the Fifth French Republic. United Germany's governing coalition in June agreed on a 130 billion euro stimulus package to help pull the fatherland's economy out of recession. The government hoped the package would ease Germany's financial strain and boost consumer spending. In comparison to other European countries, United Germany's almost 1 month of lockdown was relatively short. But the United German economy still went into recession in the first quarter of 2020. Unemployment in May rose from 5.8% to 6.3%, figures which could have been higher if it were not for Germany's Kurzarbeit program, a wage subsidy scheme that allows struggling companies to decrease employees' working hours instead of making them redundant. But we remember what happened last time in Germany. Nowhere near what we've got now. The Great Depression in the Weimar Republic and all the hyperinflation. What I'm going to close narrative tonight with is the fact that the next global depression is coming, and optimism will not slow it down. You see, the world is confused and frightened. Just look at the situation of the original one world empire, Grand Britannia. COVID-19 infections are on the rise across these United States and all around the world, even in countries that once thought they had contained the virus. The outlook for the next year is, at best, uncertain. Countries are rushing to produce and distribute vaccines at breakneck speeds, some opting to bypass critical phase trials. Meanwhile, unemployment numbers remain dizzyingly high, even as the American stock market continues to defy gravity against all reason. We're headed into a global depression. When you're riding on hot air like the market, that bubble's going to burst and you're going to crash, followed by a period of economic misery that few living people have ever experienced. We're not talking about Hoovervilles, the old shanty towns, cardboard boxes, end to end, parking lots full of shopping carts, all filled with personal belongings. Today, the United States and most of the world have a sturdy middle class. We have social safety nets that didn't exist 9 decades ago, because it was almost 100 years ago the Great Depression hit. Fortunately, that's true even for developing countries. Most governments today accept a deep economic interdependence among nations created by decades of trade and investment globalization, but those expecting a so-called V-shaped economic recovery, a scenario in which vaccine makers conquer COVID-19 and everybody goes straight back to work, or even a smooth and steady longer-term bounce back like the one that followed the global financial crisis a decade ago, are going to be disappointed. Let's start with the word depression itself. There is no commonly accepted definition of the term economically. That's not surprising, given how rarely we experience catastrophes of this magnitude. But there are 3 factors that separate a true economic depression from a mere recession. First, the impact is global. Second, it cuts deeper into livelihoods than any recession we've ever faced in our lifetimes. Third, its bad effects will linger longer. A depression is not a period of uninterrupted economic contraction. There can be periods of temporary progress within it that create the appearance of recovery. The Great Depression of the 1930s began with the stock market crash of October 1929 and continued into the early 1940s when World War II created the basis for new growth. That period included 2 separate economic drops. First, from 1929 to 1933, when both Adolf Hitler and Franklin Delano Roosevelt ascended to power simultaneously, and then again from May of 1937 into 1938. As in the 1930s, we're likely to see moments of expansion in this period of Great Depression. Depressions don't just generate ugly stats and send buyers and sellers into hibernation. They change the very way we live. The Great Recession created very little lasting change. Some elected leaders around the world now speak more often about wealth inequality, but few have done much to ever address it. Large segments of society, particularly people who weren't already on the verge of retirement, were able to hunker down and later return to the same approach to saving and investing they practiced before the crisis. They were rewarded with a period of solid, long-lasting recovery. That's very different from the current crisis. The catastrophe, as it more rightly be called, COVID-19 fears will bring lasting changes to public attitudes towards all activities that involve crowds of people and how we work on a daily basis. It will also permanently change America's competitive position in the world and raise profound uncertainty about the Sino-American relations going forward. In addition, political dysfunction in these United States and around the world is more severe than in 2008 through 2009. As the financial crisis took hold, there was no debate among Democrats and Republicans about whether the emergency was real. In 2020, there is little consensus on what to do and how to do it. Because no one even agrees if what we're experiencing is reality at all. Because reality itself be open to fantastical notional determination and interpretation. This is the post-truth world. So we have to return to our definition of an economic depression. First, the current slowdown is, without doubt, global. Most post-war American recessions have limited their worst effects to the domestic economy, but most were the result of domestic inflation or a tightening of national credit markets. That is not the case with COVID-19 and the current global slowdown. This is a synchronized crisis. And just as the relentless rise of China over the past 4 decades has lifted many boats in richer and poorer countries alike, so slowdowns in the Communist Chinese Empire, the American Empire, and United Europe will have global impact on our globalized world. This coronavirus has ravaged every major economy in the world. Its impact is felt everywhere. Social safety nets are now being tested as never before, and some will break. Healthcare systems, particularly in poorer countries, are already buckling under the strain. As they struggle to cope with the human toll of this slowdown, governments will default on debt. For all these reasons, middle income and developing countries are especially vulnerable, but the debt burdens and likelihood of default will pressure the entire global financial system. The second defining characteristic of a depression, the economic impact of COVID-19 will cut deeper than any recession in living memory. The Monetary Policy Report submitted to Congress in June by the Federal Reserve noted that the severity, scope, and speed of the ensuing downturn in economic activity has been significantly worse than any recession since World War II. Payroll employment fell an unprecedented 22 million in March and April before adding back 7.5 million jobs in May and June. The unemployment rate jumped to 14.7% in April, the highest level since the Great Depression, before recovering to 11.1% in June. Now for the bad news. First, that data reflects conditions from mid-June before the most recent spike in COVID-19 cases across the American South and West that has caused at least a temporary stall in recovery. Signs of corporate economic distress are mounting everywhere, and second and third waves of coronavirus infections will throw many more people out of work. In short, there will be no sustainable recovery until the virus is fully contained. That probably means a vaccine. Even when there is a vaccine, it won't flip a switch, bringing the world back to normal. Some will have the vaccine before others do. Some who are offered it will refuse to take it. Recovery will come by fits and starts because of anti-vaxxers. Now, leaving aside the unique problem of measuring the unemployment rate during a once-in-a-century pandemic, there be a more important warning sign here. The Bureau of Labor Statistics report also noted that the share of job losses classified as temporary fell from 88.6% in April and May to 78.6% in June. In other words, a larger percentage of the workers stuck in that still historically high unemployment rate will not have any jobs to return to. That trend is likely to last because COVID-19 will force many more businesses to close their doors forever, and governments will not keep writing bailout checks indefinitely. These factors lead us toward the third definition of depression, a slowdown that will last longer than recessions of the past 80 years. The Congressional Budget Office has warned that the unemployment rate will remain stubbornly high for the next decade, and economic output will remain depressed for years unless changes are made to the way government itself both taxes and spends. Those sorts of changes will depend on broad recognition that emergency measures won't be nearly enough to restore the American economy to health. What's true in these United States will be true everywhere else. In the early days of pandemic, the G7 governments and their central banks moved quickly to support workers and businesses with income support and credit lines in hopes of tiding them over until they could safely resume normal business. The Fed, the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, and the Bank of Japan threw out the rule book to add unprecedented support to ensure markets could continue to function. This liquidity support, along with optimism about a vaccine, has boosted financial markets and may well continue to elevate stocks. But this financial bridge isn't big enough or long enough to span the gap from past to future economic vitality because COVID-19 has created a crisis for the real economy. Both supply and demand have sustained sudden and deep damage, and it will become progressively harder politically to impose second and third lockdowns. That's why the shape of economic recovery will be a kind of ugly, jagged swoosh. The Nike logo, a shape that reflects a years-long stop-start recovery process and a global economy that will inevitably reopen in stages until a vaccine be in place and distributed globally. Now, what could world leaders even do to shorten this global depression? They could resist the urge to tell their people that brighter days are just around the corner. People need leaders to take responsibility for tough decisions. From a practical standpoint, governments could do more to coordinate virus containment plans. But they could also prepare for the need to help the poorest and hardest hit countries avoid the worst of the virus and the economic contraction by investing the sums needed to keep these countries on their feet. Today's lack of international leadership maketh matters worse. If COVID-19 can teach world leaders the value of working together to avoid common catastrophes, future global emergencies will be that much easier to manage for the good of us all. Unfortunately, that's not the path we're on, which means but one destination: a third world war. That has been Mein Kampf, as it was my biological father's, Adolf Hitler's, struggle to avert, and failing that, to wage on all fronts committed to use all at our disposal. And that Kampf, Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. The YouTube Maggot channel property manager he be, who also be the Team Threx, Dietrich's Our Dragons ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. That's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. If he gets enough money, I roll my eyes here, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. But do remember, he is the bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix of the material world, wherein my entire legacy has been scrubbed no less than thrice, 3 times, in which its reconstruction was thanks to he. So if anyone deserves financial support aside myself, it would be himself. And in that sense, in his allowing my interaction with yourself as an electronic persona, he be my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Whether my legacy from the internet yet again, as has been attempted so recently by one of my own, or the vanishing, or rather vanquishing, of every species of life on the surface of the world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, far and wide, to all